What's up? It's the Lord of O.R.D, 14 Digital Shaman. Welcome to the Loosh Farm. Well, we're going to learn a lot about what's been going on in this shit show that we call the world. How certain entities and entity has influenced mankind. Well, a couple good books I suggest that you look into. Big Israel, Grant F. Smith, and then the Israel Lobby and U.S. foreign policy. By way of deception, thou shalt do war. Yeah, that's Mossad's motto. And it seems that that's what's been going on. Let's check out what the latest part of the shit show story is going to be. The imaginary bird flu.
Well, the U.S. and the European Union will order bird flu vaccines from the vaccine manufacturer CSL Seqirus, which is incidentally funded and advised by none other than the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That's interesting, right? Especially given a few things that we've been busy establishing for the last several weeks as the hysteria around bird flu continues to reach a crescendo. Number one, we do have therapeutics for bird flu if you catch it. We're going to talk about that in a second. Number two, we don't know the true numbers of bird flu cases because the World Health Organization is relying on PCR tests. We established recently that PCR tests are highly faulty. They were faulty up to a 97% fail rate during the COVID pandemic. Seek out this segment we did recently about a court in Europe that ruled that PCR tests are unfit for purpose because they're so unreliable. So we don't really know case numbers at all, but we're going to be told some case numbers. We'll listen with a grain of salt. Number three, the WHO lied about a fatal case of bird flu last week in Mexico. We established that earlier in the week. And the last one, bird flu is not typically transmissible between humans. So why are we panicking and ordering stockpiles of vaccine? Well, just this week, Dr. Tedros from the World Health Organization said this about the risk of bird flu in North America.
To the United States and the outbreak of H5N1 avian influenza among dairy cattle. Since our last update 5 weeks ago, the number of affected dairy herds has almost tripled to 92 in 12 states. The number of human cases has increased from 1 to 3, and the number of people being monitored has more than doubled to 500. Since 2003, there have been 893 reported infections of H5N1 in humans, including 11 so far this year. 5 in Cambodia, 3 in the US, and 1 each in Australia, China, and Vietnam. In that time, the virus has not shown signs of having acquired the ability to spread easily among humans. That remains the case, which is why, at this time, WHO continues to assess the risk to public health as low.
Low, he says. Low. Okay. He did not answer for why they told us that there was a bird flu death last week and then had to retract that after the health secretary in Mexico, Jorge Alcocer, said this about the WHO giving us that information.
And I can point out that the statement made by the World Health Organization is quite bad. Since from the beginning it talks about a fatal case, which was not the case, or for another reason, and without it being determined, and only marginally says that the risk in this case is low. But she's going to have a meeting today to clarify this.
Okay, this is a familiar story, right? The WHO told us that there was a fatality from bird flu when we established that it was a fatality with bird flu, with the caveat that we don't know how much we can trust the PCR tests. Now, here is a familiar story as well, that people who are being monitored for bird flu never showed any symptoms. So again, we have the case that one of the symptoms of COVID was no symptoms. Same story with bird flu. These 70 people in Colorado were quarantined and monitored for bird flu, even though none of them showed symptoms. So you see the headline there is kind of misleading. Monitored for bird flu symptoms, ... which they didn't have. They were only told they were exposed to it, so they were monitored, but they never showed symptoms. Okay.
Well,
so
what are the symptoms? Runny nose, stuffy eyes?
Fever and things like that, right? Yeah.
Normal flu type things, you mean?
Well, with bird flu, you grow feathers and wings.
Right.
One of my favorite things is of their symptoms is one of the symptoms is no symptoms. Literally, they say that. It's such a fucking shit show.
It's like COVID with wings.
I think they should be forced to anytime they do the if somebody died with bird flu, they should be forced to add the actual cause of death as a possible symptom of bird flu. So it should be like possible symptoms include getting hit by a car, falling off of your roof.
Right. Yeah.
Pneumonia.
Exactly right. Okay, so then why are US and EU taxpayers being asked to buy vaccines for bird flu when the current strain is not transmissible between humans? And here's the whole where it falls apart.
That's because there's lots of money to be made. And one of the biggest winners in this shit show is going to be Israel. That's right. They're going to make a shitload of money.
They're saying if it changes and it mutates, then it will be transmissible human to human. But we have a vaccine now for the strain that is currently known that does not go from human to human. So presumably, the currently available vaccines would not pertain to the hypothetical future mutated strain. So that doesn't make any sense.
To the lab leaked one is what you're saying.
No, the one we have now on the market is not for the lab leak one, right?
No, I know. What I'm saying is they're saying we have a vaccine for the current state that doesn't transmit to humans, but we're working on, or we're going to have a vaccine for the one that does, that's going to come out of the lab later this year.
That's exactly right. But they're stockpiling the one for the strain that does not transmit through humans. Why do we buy that?
Sound like Omicron?
Right.
Does it sound like it's like Omicron all over again?
Yeah.
But think about that. In order to create the vaccine, they have to have a version to create it with to know that it's going to fight it, which means it already exists.
They don't, because they've been creating COVID vaccines and then saying, well, this was 3 strains ago, but we're pretty sure it pertains to this more future strain.
You think
so
we're stupid?
They don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care what their vaccine matches the strain. They literally don't care. And they assume that we don't either. Now, remember, though, that we do have a way to treat bird flu right now. It absolutely matters how healthy you are. And listen to Dr. Kelly Victory telling us last week here on Redacted that there is good news that we know how to treat it.
The good news is, and the reason that people should not be fearful of this, is that we have every reason to believe that we have safe, readily available, effective medications to treat bird flu. We have every indication, for example, that it will be easily treated by hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine, just like COVID was easily treatable with hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and steroids. The problem was the powers that be prohibited us from even talking about those things, let alone having ready access to them. If doctors were not impeded from treating patients who had COVID with those medications, the death toll and the suffering would have been far less. So hopefully, if bird flu should become something to be concerned about, if it should begin to be transmitted between human beings and between people who are not in direct contact with infected animals, then hopefully we will be allowed to use the medications that we should be able to use, like hydroxychloroquine. If instead they shut those things down in order to foist their mRNA vaccine, quote unquote, agenda on us, then it's going to be up to people to push back and say, no, we fell for that the last time and we're not falling for it again.
Okay, notice what she just said, that they may not allow us to use the currently available treatment, because they want to push an mRNA vaccine protocol. Aha.
That's because it's eugenics. And those motherfuckers killed my mother with their fucking mRNA vaccine that they forced on her. She ended up having a blood clot in her brain and stroke and died. I had to bury her on the first day of spring in 2021. That's after she did not want it. And that's after I started warning people about this shit in the beginning of 2020. A handful of us were doing that. The small channels that had once that had at least a few thousand, 5 or something like that, didn't really matter. The fact of the matter is, I was such a threat. Then on January 6th, in the early morning of 2021, they took down my channel along with hundreds of other small channels. They were warning everybody about their fucking eugenics program. They said, well, how does that work? How come everyone else that I know took this vaccine and nothing happened to them? Have you heard of Russian roulette? If you haven't, you should learn about it because it's been applied and used in our lives, our parents' lives, our grandparents' lives, and for a very long fucking time. You see, Goyim, they don't give a shit about you. They never did give a shit about you. As important as you feel that you are, they don't feel that you're important at all. In fact, they find you a threat and a burden because you're taking away from what they want. Plus, we're going to learn about human sacrifice in this show and how real it's been in every culture for thousands of years. Now, you might not believe in it, but it doesn't fucking matter if you believe in it because you're not the one in charge. But the ones that do believe in it. You should listen into this.
Look at this. Moderna has just secured government funding in order to start a trial on an mRNA bird flu vaccine. Now, again, yeah, I know it's too much, right? If it's
because it's like, here we go. The taxpayer is paying for the development again,
exactly,
and then they pay for the
right.
marketing and
exactly right. Yes, they have government funding through an organization I'm going to tell you about, which is a part of Health and Human Services, which is taxpayer funded. Yes, so mRNA is apparently the new flavor of the month, or the year, or the decade. For Moderna, we spoke about yesterday how they just received FDA approval for their RSV vaccine. This one is for adults 60 and up, and it marks the first time that the mRNA technology has appeared in any non-COVID vaccine, and they're pretty stoked about it. Now, they think that this technology can work in a bird flu vaccine, and the Financial Times says that they are going to be paid, this is the only number we've got, is several tens of millions of dollars. What does that mean? Maybe less than 100 million, but how much less? We just literally don't know, but it's our money. It's taxpayer funded through the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority. It's called BARDA, which is part of Health and Human Services. In the coming weeks, they are going to secure that funding. We didn't vote on it, but that's what they're gonna do. Now, John Campbell was talking about mRNA technology and all manner of vaccines just today on his YouTube channel. And the way he put it made me laugh, so I thought I'd play it for you.
Now, the mRNA vaccines are expanding around the world. There's multiple plants that have been built to produce them. So let's have a look at where we are at globally. All of the issues that have been raised, the concerns, the adverse reactions, don't really seem to have been taken into full cognizance, and they're ploughing ahead.
Don't seem to have been taken into full cognizance. We're not trying to know this, but we here collectively are cognizant. So let's keep going. And again, as for the non-mRNA bird flu vaccine, again, that is made by CSL Seqirus. Well, that company also has a history of working with the Gates Foundation on the Zika virus and Ebola as well. According to their 2016 shareholder meeting, they've at least been funded by the Bill and Gates Foundation, Bill and Melinda Gates, since 2016. Now, as of yet, we haven't seen any evidence that the Gates Foundation is working with Moderna or CSL on the bird flu vaccine yet. But if you've seen that, please let me know, because I've got my eyes peeled for this, as they say. So again, as we sum up bird flu, we've been covering this at length for 2 weeks. Here's what we know already, which is very familiar. Stop me again if you think you've heard this one before. Number one, we're relying on PCR tests for case numbers. Number two, one of the symptoms is no symptoms. Okay. Number three, taxpayers are spending millions on vaccine development. Number four, the virus may have mutated, which indicates a lab leak through gain of technology is being implemented, again, despite safety risks, and Bill Gates is connected to vaccine makers. So this sequel sucks. It's totally unoriginal and box ticking. Low score on Rotten Tomatoes. Let me know what you think of that.
I don't want to see it. I'm not interested in the sequel.
I was gonna say, I bet you the audience score is going to be much lower than the
critics score.
The critic score.
Yeah.
The critics are going to love it.
Yeah.
Audiences are going to hate it.
99% critics, 1% audience.
Absolutely.
Oh, I hate it. And they keep on putting all these democracy now. Every time you freaking play something, the next thing that shows up is something you're not even fucking interested in. I do not care much for Amy Goodwin, and I used to, but she's such a gatekeeper. It sucks. It truly does suck. Let's see, what do we play?
What I experienced as a kid growing up in Judaism, nonstop abuse, nonstop lies, nonstop being programmed to think we're better than everyone else and we should kill everyone else and take the stuff. How and why did Israel kill JFK? How and why did Israel do 9/11 and take over our government? It's anti-Semitism does not exist. Actually, there is anti-Satanism, and I am a proud anti-Satanist because Satan is the deity of Torah, okay? And so all 100%, not all of them know this because they've been psyoped. They think they worship God, a lot of them. They're like the good God who told us to kill all the people, the good God who told us to commit genocide, the good guy who told us to chop off baby penises, the good God who told us to take slaves from neighboring nations. No, that's not the good God, that's Satan. Satan is the deity of Torah. So I'm an anti-Satanist, and I say every single copy of Torah needs to be burned and deleted. That would solve the problem. The Zionist Jews are the most powerful ones, right? But that tribe, that cult, that cabal has de facto 100% control of all sources of American power. Okay, so our spy agencies, the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, our military, the White House, Congress, probably most of our judicial system, and our media and lots of other stuff. It's all controlled by that ball. But yeah, we live in, I call it like the usurped states of Zionism and the Central Intelligence Agency, and the CIA is basically run by Israel. And some people kind of call it Jumerica, and I think there's some truth to that. I think we kind of live in Jumerica at this point, and we need America. We need to not have a country run like this. I mean, that's just the reality. And again, not all Jews, just in case anyone's listening to this recording, I'm not saying all Jews, I'm saying the powerful Jews at the top. It's obvious. Like, you have to be blind not to see this, bro. What I experienced as a kid
Matthew Tower.
growing up.
Matthew Tower, I suppose what it is. And anyways, he's a former Jew. I believe apparently you can become a former Jew. There you go. You can recover. And there is a way to recover. There's recovery. Just have to have some. But you can be recovered from all the other Abrahamic faiths as well, by the way, which would be a good idea. Let's check out what this, I think it's Charles has to say.
Satan, this deity. All right, everybody, welcome to this discussion part one. This is going to be in multiple parts on Yahweh is Satan. I've been talking about this in several of my videos, and here it is. As if what we've been discussing already isn't enough to show that this deity is pure evil. There's yet more evidence in that direction to complete the picture, to remove any possible remaining doubts. The Yahweh character literally is the embodiment of evil. If there is such a thing as the devil or Satan, his name has got to be Yahweh. to most people around the world, of course, even among non-Bible believers, the name Yahweh is almost always associated with something, you know, that's supposed to represent goodness and justice and holiness. An entirely different reality emerges when one looks critically at the character of the Bible called Yahweh with objectivity and, you know, with an analytical eye. In fact, you really don't even have to look that analytically. All you have to do is look at the Bible with an open mind, divorced of preconceived notions. Once you get rid of those preconceived notions, in fact, if you never had them to begin with, if someone just handed you a Bible, having never even heard of that book, and asked you what you thought of this God character in it, you know, within a good 5 or 10 minutes minimum, they'd hand it back to you and say, wow, where'd you get that trash? I don't want anything to do with that character. Is that what you think created the universe? Well, if he did, the hell with him. I don't care if he exists or not. He's evil. You know, literally, that's what they would say. It wouldn't take any brain power. The only reason why people can't see it again is because they view it with a broken pair of glasses that screws up their vision. They're prevented from seeing what is plainly in that book because they have these preconceived ideas, this baggage that they carry around with them that forces them to interpret it wrongly. They're convinced before they even pick the freaking book up that this God is holy, just, and righteous, and loving, and you can't even possibly say otherwise. That's how it is. No, it's not. Read the book for itself. You don't even have to look at it critically. Just read it, let it speak for itself, and it'll tell you. But anyway. Far from being loving, just, benevolent, righteous, blah, 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 Yahweh turns out to be malignant, evil, and psychopathic. Again, we've already seen that, haven't we? Abundantly displayed in previous videos, but we're going to get into it in even more detail now and end the... In short, Yahweh is nothing more than the devil himself, hidden behind a thin mask of righteousness, a wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will, which is quite ironic, isn't it? Because the Apostle Paul warns his followers to beware of wolves who come to you in sheep's clothing. He said, no surprise that you should be fooled, for the devil himself, he said, is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore, it's no marvel that his ministers should be transformed into ministers of righteousness. So according to Paul himself, that's the devil's game, to disguise himself as something benevolent, when in fact he's malevolent. And yet, all the while, that actually describes Mr. Yahweh. Mr. Yahweh loves to profess himself as the embodiment of love, and his fan club does the same thing, right? All throughout the Bible. That's all you hear about, is how wonderful Yahweh is. But when you look at his record, when you look at the things that he actually says and does all throughout the Bible, he is a monster. So yes, just like Paul warned, that's a good warning. It should be heeded. Bible believers, though, don't heed it, do they? Oh, they'll apply it to just about everything else and everyone else, but not to their own God and to their God's spawn, the alleged Son of God, Christ. Both of them turn out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, or wolves in sheep's clothing. Anyway, let's begin by examining the name Yahweh itself. In cultures around the world, the name Yahweh or Yah or other variations thereof, Jehovah, you know, whatever, this name carries the meaning of evil and dreadful, believe it or not. Let's consider some key examples You have Yahweh or Yahoo. These are two of several names that are given to mythical hominid entities that are reputed to live in the Australian wilderness, sort of the Australian equivalent of Bigfoot or Sasquatch. But really, Yahoo and Yahweh are just variations of Yahweh. Isn't it interesting that the Aboriginal people of Australia associate a variation of Yahweh with something dreadful, something evil, something monstrous? This creature has its roots, again, in Aboriginal oral history, and it's often deemed as, mischievous, even violent and aggressive, and thus something to be loathed, to be feared. A 19th century European explorer said that the Aborigines described the creature as, quote, a hideous monster of an unearthly character. Sounds just like Yahweh, doesn't it? In the 1870s, accounts of indigenous apes appeared in the Australian Town and County Journal. The earliest account, in November of 1876, asked readers, quote, who has not heard from the earliest settlement of the colony, the blacks or Aborigines, speaking of some unearthly animal or inhuman creature, named or hairy man of the woods. So the Australian Yahoo or Yahweh is associated with an otherworldly devil. Very interesting, isn't it? In the Codex Chimalpopoca, the Mexican codex, we find that in the year 1487, or the year 8 Reed, as the Aztecs called it, some 80,400 prisoners of war were sacrificed on the top of the pyramid at Teochtlan, the Aztec capital. Mass human sacrifice was not uncommon among the Aztecs. This is well known, well documented. But where did this practice actually come from? Was there a particular deity that introduced/required mass human sacrifice? The following story of the origin of this practice is told in this same codex. It states, quote, the Toltecs were engaged in battle at a place called Netelpan. And when they had taken captives, human sacrifice also got started as Toltecs sacrificed their prisoners. Among them and in their midst, the devil Yeotl followed along. Right on the spot, he kept inciting them to make human sacrifices. A devil named Yeotl, Yeh or Yah, Yaotl. Yah, of course, is Yahweh. Often Yahweh is short, is spoken of in short, or an abbreviation as Yah, right? So when you have this prefix here, Yaotl or Yahweh, like the Aborigines of Australia, these two cultures both refer to this Yah character, Yaotl and Yahweh, as a devilish deity or a supernatural being who is evil, dreadful, a devil. Do you think this is a coincidence? Well, let me tell you right now, those of you who have heard my radio broadcasts over the years know that I have thoroughly documented the fact that Hebrews had visited the Americas long before Columbus. In fact, I've talked extensively about how pretty much every ancient culture had reached the Americas at one time or other, long before Columbus. The Romans were here, the Greeks, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, and they left their fingerprints in many different forms. This, of course, is not only denied, but it's ridiculed. Academia. Well, you know what? I ridiculed them back for their baloney, and that's what it is. It's baloney. The evidence of that is it's absolutely overwhelming. It's jaw-dropping. In fact, every once in a while, mainstream academia textbooks will admit in tongue-in-cheek fashion, gee, this looks like Africans might have been to Mexico because look at these giant stone heads that were carved by the Olmecs. Some of you know what I'm talking about, and if you don't, just do a Google image search for giant Africoid stone Olmec heads, and you'll see what I'm talking about. To date, there's been about at least a dozen of them that have been found. Some of them weigh several tons each. They're massive stone basalt carved heads of what cannot be anything else but Africans. And yet these date to about 1200 BC. I mean, they're Africans. There's no freaking way around it. They got the large cheekbones, the protruding lips and the curly hair. And some of them are wearing leather helmets that look exactly like the ancient Guyanese war helmets. Not only that, but the Olmec also depict people with Oriental, Chinese-looking features. They have the epicanthic fold in their eyes, the slanted eyes endemic to Oriental people. There's no question. They have even found Chinese symbols carved on Mayan and Olmec temples, and there's loan words in the ancient Mayan language from the Hebrew language. I'll do a video on that sometime, going into it in detail. But there's so much more to this. Look up the Los Lumis stone of New Mexico. It's a cliffside wall that has ancient Hebrew block letter writing on it that's been there for centuries on end. In fact, this block writing was only used in the first century, and then it was dumped. And so it wasn't even known how to translate it when this carving was first discovered. Only the past 150 years or so did they finally figure out how to translate block Hebrew. And when they did, they discovered that it's the 10 Commandments written on the side of this cliff wall in ancient block Hebrew. How did that get there? There's writings from the first century. Well, Josephus, for example. Josephus talked about how during one of the rebellions against the Romans, a great many Jews fled across the sea in the direction of the setting sun. In other words, they went across the Atlantic to a land unknown. Where did they go? They came to the Americas, and they left their fingerprints here in many forms, all over the place. There's been Hebrew inscriptions found in Connecticut, in Tennessee, in Ohio, as well as in New Mexico. Just on and on it goes. Look up, there's a famous Mayan jade plaque called the Phylactery Stone. It's a Mayan priest who has, these ropes, well, not ropes, they're like, it looks like leather, tied around his wrist and around his hand and around his palm in such a way that it looks exactly like phylacteries, the priests, that or the rabbis, that wear the. It also has one tied around its forehead with a little ball hanging in the front, a leather ball. That's phylacteries. The leather ball contains a rolled up scroll with prayers or scripture verses on it, that they recite during their prayers. That's why they call it the phylactery stone. It looks exactly like phylacteries. And yet there it is on this ancient Mayan priest's forehead and on his hand. I mean, you just go on and on and on. There have been Star of David carvings found at Mayan sites, also in South America, too, in Peru and Bolivia. Of course, the Star of David symbol is not endemically Jewish. The ancient people of India used that symbol long before them. But nevertheless, it still shows contact from the old world, whether it was Hebrews that brought that symbol here, or the Indians, or both. The swastika symbol has been found. That's an ancient Indian symbol. Anyway, I can go on and on. You get the point. Hebrews were here in ancient times. There's even several passages in the Bible, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in some of the apocryphal books that talk about great voyages across the sea to unknown lands, blah, 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 blah. They were here. And so when we see reference to Yahweh as a devilish deity over in the Americas amongst the Aztecs, and that this god required human sacrifice, think back to a recent video series I did on human sacrifice in the Bible, right? And how Yahweh not only accepted human sacrifice, he commanded it on numerous occasions. He said, go into this city and kill everything that breathes, blah, blah, blah. Burn the city and all of its inhabitants, and it will be a burnt offering unto the Lord. And now we see that this Yahweh commanded human sacrifice to the Aztecs. The Aztecs are often viewed as hideous, right? Because they practice mass human sacrifice, and it is hideous. But where did they get it from? Their own texts tell us that it was taught to them by a god called Yahweh. Yah is the name for Yahweh. Otel is the word for God. So Yahweh means the Yah God. Just like Yahweh with the Aborigines, another devilish deity, right? Are you kidding me? When I first started looking into this, I just couldn't believe the stuff I was finding out. I started digging more, and I uncovered even more evidence. Maybe I'll do a series on that sometime, of the influence of this cursed book called the Bible on the Native American tribes, both North and South America, and Central America too, for that matter. Did you know that, for example, in the Mayan Popol Vuh, that's the holy book of the Quiché Maya of Guatemala, it's pre-Columbian. It dates before the time of Columbus. And in that book, amongst other things, it talks about a great rebellion against the gods that had taken place in ancient times, a time where all men spoke one language. But when they angered the gods by building a tower, the gods scattered them and confounded their language by creating multiple languages. Where did that come from? Do you see how ridiculous it is that mainstream academia denies what is called diffusionism? The idea that ancient cultures had reached the America and left their traces here. The evidence of their traces here is freaking whelming. If you're impatient and can't wait till I get to that series, drop me an email, truthhurtsradio@aol.com, spell Hertz, Hertz, and ask for my book on alternative ancient history. I delve into that in great detail. It's just, I go through one chapter at a time. In the second part of the book, I deal with this diffusion issue. And I go through every culture, one chapter at a time. I got a chapter on the evidence of Egyptian contact with the Americas in pre-Columbian times. I got a chapter on the Babylonians, on the Greeks and the Romans, on Hebrews. I mean, you name it. I go through the whole list. And, by the time you pour through all that evidence, you are forced to acknowledge that, there's no question. Every culture did make it here. The Americas weren't unknown in ancient times. They were very well known. The ancients were very much aware of their global surroundings, of their global geography. Very much aware of it. There's even maps, like the Piri-Reis map, for example. There's many of them, but that's the most well-known one. The Piri-Reis map was created in 1513 by an admiral in the Turkish army named Piri-Reis. And he described in some notations on the map, it's made from gazelle skins, he described how he compiled this map from pre-existing maps that were known to him in his day, which no longer exist. But we know that the maps must have been genuine. They were real because he depicted things on that map that weren't even known about in his day. He was just copying the map, these other maps, and compiling them onto one map. But he hadn't visited these places. He didn't know that these places actually existed. He was just going by what he, saw. But we know that he did an accurate job because he depicted, for example, the outline of Antarctica, the continent of Antarctica. It wasn't even known in his day. But what's even more interesting, it depicts this continent without any ice cover, and it shows mountains and rivers that we now know exist because we can pierce through the ice with, radar. And we have done that and confirmed that these mountains and rivers do exist exactly where they're depicted on the map. So, I mean, not only did the ancients know their global geography, but they knew it well. They drew up maps in great detail. And, these original maps were so old, or probably copies of maps that was, but whatever. These maps originally were based on maps that were originally so old that they were made up at a time when there was no ice cover on Antarctica. We're going back thousands and thousands of years ago. Folks, there's a whole world out there to be explored, a whole world of information that has not been shared with us, that has been kept from us by our so-called educators. And if you don't look under the rug, if you don't do your own research, you're never going to know this stuff. It's really sad. They're not going to teach it. It's politically incorrect. We have established that Columbus was the first. That's still the prevailing dogma, even though mainstream academia admits that, the Vikings, for example, were here in Newfoundland, up in Canada, at least 500 years before Columbus. That's thoroughly documented. They can't deny it. They don't even try. They do admit it. Yet, they still tout the idea that, quote, Columbus discovered America. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So, like I said, if you want to remain in ignorance, well, keep listening to mainstream academia and go back to sleep. But if you want to know how the world really works, send them on a friggin' flying flight on the Franklin Freighter, as I say. Send them on their way, ignore them, and start doing your own research and finding out how much you've been lied to. Anyway, enough of that. But that is a fascinating. Actually, I'm going to cover that maybe somewhat on this channel, but I'm going to do a real in-depth coverage of it on my other channel, on Odyssey, at some point. But anyway. So let's look at what this codex says of Mr. Yaotl, or Yaotl. It says, and then too, he started the practice of flaying humans. Who started this practice? Yaotl, the Yah god, introduced this practice of flaying humans. Then he made one of the Toltecs named Zulkozatl wear the skin, and he was the first to wear a Toltec skin. He flayed alive humans that he sacrificed to Yaotl, and then he wore the skins. You might be interested to know that there's an ancient document that has survived to us from like the 4th century BC, where the Macedonians talked about how a group of fanatic Jews had slain a bunch of Greeks and skinned them alive and wore their skins. They also removed their bowels, i.e. their intestines, and wrapped them around their waists and wore them as belts. I just find that very interesting, that if you compare that text with what we just read here, from this Aztec codex.
You know, it's interesting too, if you look at the Old Testament and David was slaughtered a whole bunch of innocent people, men, chopped off their foreskins. And you know what? In the Bible, it talks about how King David, this glorified, wonderful human being, walked around with a belt of human foreskins. That's right. King David. A belt of foreskins.
The parallels are striking. This Yahweh character introduced human sacrifice, which we see Yahweh is heavily involved in, right? And then it says, then he made one of the Toltecs wear the skin, human skin, as a costume. Isn't that interesting? Anyway, this quote goes on to say, indeed, every kind of human sacrifice that there used to be got started then. Every type of human sacrifice got started when? Back when this Yahweh character was introduced to them. For it is told and related that during his time, Yahweh's time, and under his authority, the first Quetzalcoatl, whose name was Acatl, absolutely refused to perform human sacrifice. Did you catch that? It's saying that their ancestor at the time refused to perform human sacrifice. It was introduced to them by this Yahweh character, but he was outraged and horrified over it and said he wouldn't do it. It was precisely when Cuauhtémoc was ruler that all those things that used to be done got started. So they had this corrupt ruler, Cuauhtémoc, who forced this upon them. It was the devils who started them, the devils who started these human sacrifices. So a group of people, I need to point this out. The Aztecs also have legends of how people came across the Great Sea from the east in ancient times to visit them and taught them a lot of things. And amongst them must have been this Yahweh character that they brought with them. Isn't that interesting? In the ancient Egyptian pantheon, Yah or Iyah, I-A-H or Y-A-H, the same thing, just different spellings, right? But they also had a Yah character in their pantheon. He was a moon deity with an avenging nature. One Egyptian text says that one who disobeys Yah, quote, will be fettered by the manifested might of Yah. Sound familiar? The Babylonians, all the while, also had a deity by the name of Yah or Jah, J-A-H-Y-A-H. And this deity was a vengeful and punishing god who was worshipped out of fear and whose wrath needed to constantly be appeased through sacrifice. Well, what do you know about that? Look how many cultures had this Yah character, and every single one of them taught that this Yah character was an evil, devilish deity. You know, how many times do you have to see a pattern like this before you finally realize this can't be a coincidence, can it now? Well, we're not done. The Canaanites also worshipped a deity called Yah or Ahi Yahweh, which was also a fear-instilling god. The ancient Akkadians had a deity named I or Aya or Yah, right? I or I-A. I or Aya or Yah. which was likewise dreadful and fearful. These primitive Yah deities are believed to have been the origin of the Baal god, who threatened to blast his patrons with a thunderbolt if he was not obeyed. And yet we see Yahweh doing pretty much the same thing, right? Sending fire down from heaven to devour those that, get under his skin. So whether it's lightning bolts or fire from heaven, it's the same imagery, isn't it? But is it not interesting to see how Yahweh, or variations of that name, is recognized universally and throughout the ages as an evil entity? Does this not tell us something? Anyway, as it turns out, even occultists acknowledge that Yahweh is the devil. Now, Bible believers would say, who cares what occultists say? They're evil. Oh, but the occultists are onto something here. We can't ignore them, especially when we see that cultures around the world have attributed the Yah God as something evil. And most importantly, especially when we see that the Bible portrays him as evil. Again, we've already done that, and we're going to be doing that more later in this video series. But for now, let's take note of what occultists say about Mr. Yahweh. Again, not that occultists are reliable sources. Nevertheless, it is quite interesting to see what they have to say about the identity of Yahweh, because at least in this instance, they're absolutely correct, as we will see from the pages of the Bible itself later. We'll see that Yahweh is evil. So once we realize how evil he actually is right from the pages of the Bible, now the writings of occultists, at least in this regard, take on a whole new meaning. All the other ancient cultures that we just looked at also referred to Yahweh as evil, right? There's a definite pattern here that cannot be ignored. Albert Pike, we will begin with, in his Morals and Dogma. He was a famous 33rd degree, not only a 33rd degree Mason, he's the one who created the 33rd degree system. Higher degrees until you reach the 33rd, the highest degree. He came up with all of that back in the mid to late 19th century. Anyway, here's what he wrote in his book, Morals and Dogma. The true name of Satan, the Kabbalists say, is Yahweh, reversed. The true name of Satan is Yahweh reversed, or Hu-He. If you reverse the letters, Yahweh becomes Hu-He. But notice the connection. Satan is Yahweh, right? In this same book, Pike also wrote, the deity of the Old Testament is everywhere represented as the direct author of evil. Is he right? He is right. Don't forget, in the book of Isaiah, Yahweh says, I, the Lord, create good and evil. I do all these things. So is Albert Pike right? According to the Bible, he's absolutely correct. The deity of the Old Testament is everywhere represented as the direct author of evil, commissioning evil and lying spirits to men. Does Yahweh commission evil and lying spirits to men? Yes, he does. Absolutely. There are numerous passages that talk about Yahweh sending forth evil spirits, sending forth unclean spirits, sending forth lying spirits. Absolutely. Hardening the heart of Pharaoh, he says. Of course, yes, he does that. And visiting the iniquity of the individual sinner on the whole people. Oh, yes, yes. Again and again, Yahweh says, I visit the sins of the fathers upon the son unto the third and fourth generation. We see him punishing one group of people after another because of the sins of their fathers and forefathers going back generations earlier. Sins that these particular people who are now being punished have nothing to do with, but simply because their great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather did something naughty. Yahweh decides generations and generations and generations later to punish them. That is a devilish act, is it not? So is Albert Pike correct here? He is. He went on to say, the rude conception of sternness predominating over mercy in this deity and alone account for the human sacrifices proposed, if not executed, by Abraham and Jephthah. So yeah, he's talking about how not only is Yahweh an evil deity in the Old Testament, right? Accepting and even commanding human sacrifices, but also his followers do the same. Yes, Abraham was perfectly willing and was just about to sacrifice his son. Yahweh appeared at the last minute. Hey, I'm just joking. What a sick joke that is. But Abraham understood that Yahweh was psychopathic enough to command a human sacrifice, or else he wouldn't even done it in the first place, right? Why would you even obey an order? If you thought Yahweh was loving and wasn't into human sacrifice, you would say, Lord, I know you commanded me to sacrifice my son, but be it far from you. I know you're not a God that would embrace that. The fact that you even said it, I know you've got to be joking or this is some kind of test, but I'm not going to do it. Not because I'm disobeying you, but because I know you're a righteous God and would never actually expect me to do that, right? But the fact that Abraham was willing to carry it out shows that he knew that God was a wretch and a psycho. Look at Jephthah, on the other hand. Bible believers like to point to Abraham and say, see, God isn't into human sacrifice. He wasn't really intending, as if that exonerates him when in fact, if he was a loving God, he wouldn't have asked Abraham to do it in the first place. It doesn't matter if he intervened and stopped him. But nevertheless, look at the story of Jephthah. Bible believers ignore that. They just want you to focus on Abraham. See, God didn't allow it. Oh, but he did allow it with Jephthah, baby. Oh, yes, he did. And we're told that Yahweh inspired Jephthah. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him and inspired him to strike up that deal. God, if you give me victory in battle and allow me to slaughter thousands of people successfully, I will sacrifice the first thing that walks through my door when I return. Yahweh gave him victory in battle. And so later, when he returned home, guess who walked through his door later? His own daughter. And what did he do? He sacrificed her to Yahweh, and Yahweh approved. Yahweh did not stop Jephthah from slashing his daughter up. So don't give me the baloney. He didn't let Abraham kill his son. He let Jephthah kill his daughter. Game over. Your God is all for human sacrifice. And that's not the only example. Oh, no. Go back just a dozen or so videos on this channel, and you'll see where I talk about numerous examples of Yahweh both accepting and even commanding human sacrifice to himself. It's all over the place in that wretched book of yours. How about Jesus, the ultimate human sacrifice? How about that one? You're going to tell me Yahweh wasn't behind that? Yahweh sent Jesus supposedly here to die for our sins as a human sacrifice. Yahweh's not at the human sacrifice? Madame Blavatsky, many of you will be familiar with that name. She was she was a contemporary of Albert Pike, another 19th century occultist, Kabbalist, into the Kabbalah. She likewise wrote in her secret doctrine, quote, Jehovah or Yahweh, esoterically as Elohim, is also the serpent or dragon that tempted Eve. Again, Bible believers would say, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's just an occultist, nut job. She's correct. Yahweh is the devil. Elsewhere in this same book, she also stated, once the key of Genesis is in our hands, it is the scientific and symbolical Kabbalah which unveils the secret, the great serpent of the Garden of Eden and the Lord God are identical, meaning Yahweh. Yep. She's right. You can call him a nut job, and I'd agree with you. But for other reasons than you would claim, Bible believers. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, nut job or not. What she said here is correct, and it can be proven, and I will be proving it right from the pages of the Bible. Yahweh is the devil. They're one and the same. Blavatsky further stated in this same work, the appellation Satan, an adversary or enemy, belongs by right to the first and cruelest adversary of all the other gods, Jehovah, or Yahweh. Yahweh is the great adversary on every page of that detestable book called the Bible. He is the great adversary. It belongs by right, she says, to the first and cruelest adversary of all. Yeah, Jehovah, Yahweh. Again, from this same work, she wrote, Jehovah was called by the Gnostics the serpent, Satan, or evil. Absolutely. Indeed, to the Gnostics, Yahweh was the devil himself, a liar, a tyrant, a murderer, and an enslaver. But again, are these just ravings of a reprobate mind? Or can it actually be demonstrated right from the Bible itself that Yahweh literally is Satan himself, the embodiment of evil? Well, that's what we'll be getting into in the next video. I'm going to stop a little early here before our usual hour time, just because it's a good time to stop. And if I continued on, it would take me well past the hour. So that should wet your whistle. But isn't it fascinating just to look at how cultures around the world, many cultures all over the world from ancient times, have had this evil deity with the name Yah in it, Ya'atl or Yahweh or whatever, that Yah thing figured in there somewhere, and that always this entity was evil, something to be dreaded, despised, something that was a threat to man. And we find the Aztecs saying that this is where human sacrifice originated. And they found it an abomination when it was first introduced. Nevertheless, though, it stuck because of tyrannical enforcement, and it stayed with them for centuries and centuries thereafter. It was still in practice when the conquistadors came, but it was not something that their ancestors had originated. It was introduced once again by the Yah god, Ya'atl. My. Isn't that interesting? And then we see that occultists themselves acknowledge the Yah monster as the author of everything detestable and evil. I'm not into devil worship by any means, or Yahweh worship, same thing. But, I'm not into Satanism. I recognize that as pure evil. But do you understand now why some occultists turn to Satanism? Because they see Satan as the antithesis of Yahweh. They don't realize that Satan is Yahweh. Of course, most Satanists get into Satanism because it is evil and they want to be evil. But little do they know, if they want to be really good Satanists, just go to church this Sunday and worship that thing. That is the devil. And you can put on your little happy hat and look like a decent, upstanding citizen and get respect from everyone, while yet secretly harboring this love for evil. I mean, that's what real Yahwehism is all about, isn't it? The illusion of wholesomeness, and yet you're a devil under that sheepskin cloak. All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed this presentation and found it enlightening. And it's going to get ever more enlightening as we continue. So thanks for joining me. Catch you next time. Take care.
Oh, and we're just getting started. Yahweh. Yeah. You ever notice that whatever, it's like interesting. If you look at the map of what happened to Native Americans, the indigenous population, North America, and how it's been shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. And then if you look at a map, let's see if I can find a map of Palestine, Israel, Palestine, Israel. What is it? It's Palestine or Israel? What is it? Well, it was originally Palestine. But, you know, what the hell? It doesn't matter now. All right. Fuck, it doesn't matter, you know. You know, they're not human beings. Not according to the Yahwehists. What is a human being at this point? Their books. Well, yeah. Well, look at that damn fucking thing. Yeah. And so this is Gaza. That's pretty much about 35 miles by 5. And it's pretty much going to be wiped out. And did we not see that that's what, you know, Donald Trump's son-in-law wants to, he thinks it's a great idea what's happening to those people. You vote to the vote. You go, well, Trump's better than Biden. Trump's better than Biden. Yeah, they're all Zionists, they're all Zio-fascists. That's right. But he's better than him because, you know, he's better than him because at least he can freaking put a sentence together. Wow. What high standards we have these days, don't we? What are you supposed to do? It's all rigged. How about just fucking stay at home? How about don't play along in their stupid ass fucking games and just give them the middle finger, tell them to fuck off, and say, you know what? Yeah, we know what you're up to. We know you ain't going to respect anything that we do anyways. So why should we concern ourselves with this madness? But you will. You'll play along with the game because it's in you. You're indoctrinated. You're brainwashed. You actually believe in the votes. And you'll run away from this because you can't handle the truth. You can't. You hide behind your bejesus. A Jesus that said if you were following him, if you were following Jesus, that you would do greater things than him. And not a single one of you has done anything greater than him. Which makes you all liars. But, oh no, we got more the moral high ground. You believe in bejesus. There's like no hope. There is no hope to talk to those who refuse to hear the truth. Oh, there's that owl. Oh, there's that peacock. Oh, there's the idol. I have to stop this for a moment. You know, they accuse everyone of being idol worshipers, right? They all do. The law of reversal is just everywhere, right? And yet we just witnessed in their little ancient text, and we witnessed it before our eyes with this alleged Star of David, which is an idol. The Torah, itself is an idol. Look at that, right? And the phoenix, where did that come from? Well, Jesus. Well, it came from these dudes. How about the How about that thing? Is that not an idol? Isn't it fascinating that they accuse everyone else of being idol worshippers, and yet they are the biggest idol worshippers I've ever seen in my life or heard of? Tell them, Shaggy. Look at the Phoenix. Wait a minute. Where did that come from? The Phoenix, right? It's supposed to be cultists and all that, huh? Oh, the butterfly. Where did that out? Oh, geez. Yeah. All that MK Ultra stuff. Isn't it interesting? Even, was it King Charlie Warley? You know, and is that new painting of his? And what is that painting of all the blood and all the fire and everything else? And his swollen hands. It isn't interesting. Those swollen hands have looked just an awful lot like Biden's swollen hands. If it isn't even Biden or a guy that's most likely in a goddamn suit in which. Oh, there's the bull. Oh, there's the ram. Oh, there's that unholy thing. It's not an idol, though. That's not an idol. No, everybody else has a fucking idol. They don't have an idol. And they'll go around, in their twisted minds, they have the legal right to go around and genocide and wipe out everybody. In fact, just don't forget about that Georgia Guidestones that they blew up. Remember that happened in 2021? And guess what? They had, 8 languages in there? And there was one language they had to make sure to be in there, and that was Hebrew. The thousands of other languages, of course, Swahili, whatever the hell fucking thing is, that thing and ever. But they had to have Hebrew, and then they blew it up and they have ritual. And lo and behold, and their ancient text has been around forever. Baphomet. No, isn't that amazing? And we're watching everything before our eyes play out again and again and again. And we go, oh my God, America's so evil. And you know what? Horseshit. First of all, Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, this is actually the United States is a separate country from the rest of us. Did you know that? But you won't hear that. You'll walk away. You'll run away and say, oh, you got it all figured out. You know what I mean? But the fact of the matter is, that city-state that's yoked up with the Vatican and with the inner city of London, and of course, they're all Freemasonry, which of course is Satanism, which of course is Judaism, which of course is Judeo-Christianity, which of course is Abrahamic religions, which of course is the whole damn fucking shit show that we call the world. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it just beautiful to be lied to over and over and over again? Inflation. You know what inflation is? You're walking away. I know you're walking away. That's robbery. They're stealing your resources, your money, your hard work. That's all it is. They make it all up, and all this magic, money magic, those magical digits on the screen, they're just numbers. And they say, oh, it's time to put the heart on people again. And why is that? And we've been telling you, and people like me have been telling you for over a decade about, the big plan and the Third World War, the final World Wars. Yeah, they're going to do it. And part of their plan is, just pay attention to what happened before World War I and around that time. Go back in history a little bit and find out and see it repeating itself again. Yeah, there's going to be a war, but what is war at this point? Well, yeah, it's all about big money. It's business. What is that money again? Remember, it's a talisman. So what is that? What is war? Well, we just learned about fucking human sacrifice over and over again. If you just spend a little time, something feeds upon that. Maybe it's just the entities of the beings in you. Maybe you're into it. I don't think so, but maybe you are. If you have any conscience, then you probably aren't one of them. But those that don't have a conscience, and there are many of them out there, they don't have a problem taking you out. In fact, they love it.
Even if the United States government will say, okay, hey, you're becoming too fanatic, the government, too religious. We'll give you $1 billion extra every year to the aid. Don't touch the churches. We're not allowed to listen to them. God comes before Obama and his friends. You understand? I'm telling you what the laws are. If we are strong enough to do it one day, I doubt it. All place in the world that we will occupy in a war, Milchemet Mitzvah. We go to a war, we occupy. Let's say we occupy Lebanon. And over there, there's idol worshipping places. We have the same obligation to destroy it. Why? Because now we live there. We occupy the place. We occupy the place. The Torah say, "Uviar ta'ara mikirbecha." Don't leave anything, any idols among you. So every place that you live in, and now you the original owner of the place now, you the new owner, I should say, from now on you have the same obligation to purify the place from all the idols. Because it's against the Torah. Remember, it's not what's good for me or not.
You know, the funny thing is, as I said, they accuse everyone else of being idol worshippers, and yet they are the biggest idol worshippers that they are. Am I just saying that? I'm not just saying that. Star of David, all the other things, everything, that flag of theirs, what do you think? Why do you think they're all marching around with that fucking flag with the Star of David on it? No, that's not an idol, according to them. Of course, anybody has any logic will say, you know, oh yeah, that's an idol. Oh, that's an idol. That's because they are idol worshippers. They're insane. Here's some more insane stuff. But they're not the only ones that are insane, because you know what? Humanity itself, whatever's happened to us, it's fucking insane.
Once we will leave this place, Hashem will bury America. That's what's going to happen. Not because I'm some kind of a prophet. I'm not giving you any prophecies here. I'm just describing to you a divine formula.
So, I asked a very great rabbi, when do we go? We're doing work out here in North America, important work for the Jews.
You know what's weird about these people? They're so idolatrous. They are the most idolatrous group of people, and they accuse everyone else of being that. And one of their strange idolatrous things is hair. And they sell wigs, and they're all wearing wigs. It's like they idolize women who actually have a full set of hair. It's weird. And nose jobs too.
Jewish people. After 9/11, I started reading the scary prophets that talked about what happens at the end of days. That when everything is going to come down.
Now let's get this something straight here, and I'll challenge anybody. I'll debate anybody. You name it, you bring them up, I'll debate them. And the New Testament makes it very damn fucking clear that Jesus is going to come back in his generation. He said that some would still be standing there when he would show up with the glory of his Father and the angels and blah, 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 right? Not only he said that, but all his disciples said that. In fact, from Matthew chapter 10, verse 21, I believe it is, all the way to the very last thing that Jesus says allegedly in the book of Revelations, when he says, surely I come quickly. That's what it is. 3 times he says that. And if you look at the immediacy of John's Olivet Discourse, which is the book of Revelations, is shortly to come to pass, even at the door. And who were the people that allegedly the message was to? Was the 7 churches of Asia. They have nothing to do with us today. In fact, they don't even exist today. But back then, allegedly, this character that in the book named John, that's when they existed. And it's all about them and what they're going to deal with. And it's overwhelming evidence, this Roman propaganda, that it didn't happen in 70 AD. I'll challenge anybody. I don't care who you are. I don't care what background you have. I don't care what your degrees you have. All you have to do is read what's in the book, and then you have to listen to all the horse shit about, oh, well, it's, the translation has been changed so many damn times, which in its own right, just by saying that, tells you that is not the word of God, or is the truth, right? But you know what? Don't worry about it, because it gets even worse and worse and worse than that. So here we go. We have all this craziness that the rulers of evil, they have conjured up. And those of us who have been infected by the Abrahamic religions, who all think that they're serving the true and living God, which you have no fucking evidence to say, except the idol that you have, which is the book that you have, a collection of books that, when you really break it down and challenge it, and if it was truly of God, would be very much preserved, right? And God itself would actually preserve it. It has the power to do that, but it doesn't do any of that, because the God that you believe in doesn't give a rat's ass about you, doesn't give a rat's ass about your kids, but he loves you so much. It might be the most merciful one, right? And all of them guarantee one thing: if you don't believe in that entity, that being that we just learned about, Yahweh, and what it actually is and its need for blood sacrifice, if you don't believe it, this is how much it loves its creation, that you will burn in hell. You must pay the price for what it created. If you believe in this shit, you must pay the price for its mistake, and you are the mistake. Isn't it fascinating how fucked up it all is? But let's listen to what these. Now, let's remember, they must leave the United States before it is destroyed. The chosen one must leave with their wigs and their nose jobs, which, that doesn't change your genes in any way, shape, or form, and all their idols. Don't forget, all the 4 idols that they have. The menorah and the Star of David and those cleats and that temple they got to have again. And no, they're not idolatrous, even though they're the perfect example of idolatry. You see the law reversal. You see the screwed up thinking. You see how the screwed up thinking and how it's infected humanity. That was just chop off men's willies. That foreskin that keeps a man from actually having full pleasure and having sex with a woman. Well, the woman, she's also pays for that too, and we go on and on and on about how that affects that things. But it's a wonderful sign of slavery. Another wonderful sign of slavery is, and being enslaved, is if you're one of those clowns right now walking around in a suit and tie, and there are many of you, and that tie, yet that looks an awful lot like an obelisk, Osiris's penis, and you notice how it's yoked around the guy's neck and is pointing to one direction. And what is that direction that it's pointing to? His male genital. So when I see a man, or a woman for that matter, walking around in a tie and a suit, you know what I automatically think? Dickhead, because that's exactly what you are. You are a slave to the system. Oh, you should be so proud of yourself.
And ultimately, the Jews are all going to move to Israel. And it's not that Jews there are going to be immune to any tragedy, but it's clear, and I checked it with different rabbis, that you'll be safer in Israel than anywhere else in the world. So I asked a very great rabbi, when do we go? We're doing work out here in North America, important work for the Jewish people. But are we supposed to be waiting till the end? And
important work for what group of people again? It's such a racist, bigoted cult. It's a death cult, and its tentacles are everywhere. And if you think that you are fighting it, and you're in their infestation, oh my God, the pariahs, the parasites have given you your religions. Do you understand that? You think you're fighting it when actually you're part of it. all the Abrahamic religions. Remember Abraham, he had no problem. He was gun-ho taking out his son, his firstborn. And then something stopped him. Think about what you have been infested with. What's possessed you? Start thinking about yourself and how you've been infested. Think about it. Let's think of this madness.
We shut off the lights when everybody else is gone. When do we get out? When is the right time to leave? Because you don't want to wait till the end. So he said, when they start killing Jews in the street, get out. Unfortunately,
now let's listen to this madness. When they start killing the Jews in the street. Now, this is how they think, and this is how brainwashed men, they're indoctrinated. They can't think straight. So they'll hear a message, they'll hear a story of some Jew, and man, there's all sorts of other people. It could be anybody else. It could be someone who's black, white, purple, pink, whatever. But if it's a Jew and the Jew supposedly gets killed in the street, or at least the rumor of it, all hell breaks loose. This one group of people. But now, if it's all the thousands upon, I mean, you people realize the United States of America and the death toll, how many people have been slaughtered just, with violence on a yearly basis. We're not even talking about the death jab that they gave us as well, and the eugenics program, which is part of the eugenics program, with all these young boys in inner cities to have their guns and all brainwashed with the infested nonsense and music that they gave them. And you just look up who actually gave them that opportunity to do all that shitty music. And you know what? Go to a place like Chicago. I remember when I was on the railroad and I would take freight train from Toledo, Ohio to Chicago, right? And have to go to the east side. And every freaking weekend, it was a guaranteed spare in the summer. We were just like, okay, because, they would come and they would just like pop open the tops of these rail cars and steal all the shit and all that, And we wouldn't come out of the cab. We don't own private security for the yards, right? Not the police. The Chicago police wouldn't do shit about it. So they had to have their own private security. Did you know that? And we'd go in there, and under the viaducts, there'd all be these homeless people in their tents. It's been going on for fucking ever, and it stopped. It happened long before Biden and it showed up. And it'd be, well, how many people were killed this weekend? Well, so far there's been 20, 30, 40. Half, 50? Shit, what the hell? Everyone just shooting the fuck out of each other. And yet these people, this is the best fucking thing that ever happened. Like, you know what? Keep it going. But if one of these even gets punched, even has a fingernail that's broken, and Lord behold, then the whole damn world ends. You understand, these people are actually running the show right now. They've been running the show actually for a very long time. Here's another interesting thing. I hear all this crap, about America and all that. And I'll tell you something, and about, the revolution. And the revolution, after the revolution, right, there was the Treaty of Paris in 1783. I want to just challenge any of you patriots out there to actually read that damn thing and find out who actually dictated the terms after the Revolutionary War, because it sure wasn't Benjamin Franklin and the other James and Jay and all the other esquires. What does that mean? They were servants of the king. Well, the king, when they showed up in Paris and hanging out and all that to determine what's going on, it was the king that made the decisions. It was he to determine what was going to be, what the treaty would be. That's right. He did that. It's not my personal interpretation. It's not even my personal opinion. It actually says that. You see, you and I, just like the Jews have been all lied to, the Americans have all been lied to, and if you want to, there's Muslim people here too, I know, and I hate to tell you this, but your most merciful God that wants you to fucking burn in hell for all eternity. There's a contradiction right from the beginning of all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, you can hate me on that, or you could be honest about it. It's up to you. You can blame me, but I didn't write the fucking book. I didn't write all the stuff. Your most merciful God is make sure that everyone who doesn't believe in him is going to burn in hell. Run away from it all. Be honest, just run away. Or be honest, I should say, and be honest, because nothing's going to change in this world until we all get honest about ourselves and our own thinking, and how each and every one of us has been deeply infested with these lies. And it's affected us so much that we believe their lies, and that causes us to think that we're superior than the other group, and yet we're not. Here's something that's common. Once you figure this shit out, you realize nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. That should be a real red flag for you. What kind of a creation do we live in which everyone's walking around like they actually are and believing that they actually know what they're talking about? Walking around with all these beliefs in their heads, these imaginary man-made constructs. And yet, once we break them down and we get honest and take away of those idols that we're not supposed to have, we realize something. There's something wrong with this creation. Something seriously wrong with it. And you can blame the devil, you can blame Yahweh, and maybe it is the case, but at the end of the day, there's something even deeper going on here. And that is, we're all walking around like a bunch of bobbleheads, acting like we freaking have a clue of what's going on. And the truth of the matter is, we're super easily manipulated. Let's go back to this poor manipulated woman that needs to wear a fucking wig.
That's what's going on. France, New York, that people are being assaulted and even killed simply because they're Jews. And yes, there are police in France and in California and in New York, but their priority is not to protect the Jewish people. We hope they protect us, but in some of these places.
Did you hear what that woman said? The priority is not to protect the Jewish people. Fuck the rest of them. The Jewish people, right? Jews who think they're Jews, who are not really Jews, and genetically there's overwhelming proof. You know what I mean? Hey, listen, it happens to the best of us. You know what I mean? There's a lot of Americans walking around today saying they're half part Native American, or they're half Native American, or someone like me that happened to. And you know what? Then I took one of those tests, and I found out there's zero Native American in me, even though I have family lore, and everyone say that, I'm part Cherokee and Ojibwe and all that. And, and I do look a little different from everyone else. And then I start realizing that I'm 55% freaking on my father's side, as far as British, Scottish, Irish, Northwest European, then my mom and all that. Then we got the Germanic, and we got frickin' Swedish, and then we got Norwegian blood and all this other crap and more of that. So I'm like 97% European, right? And then the 3%, one is Sardinian. This is somewhere south of fucking Italy, and then I got 2% of African in me. Nigerian or Congo, that's what they gave me. You know what? And then it makes sense because Africa's right there next to freaking Western Europe, and all this interactions going on, whatever reasons for. And then you start finding out a lot of other people who've done the same test. And you know what? All these Europeans have African blood in them as well. Well, what the hell fucking happened there? Now, is this genetic test worthless? Good chance it's all worthless, it's all bullshit. There's a good chance that maybe my family lore is right, that maybe there is some Ojibwe and Cherokee in me, because I do look a little different from my fellow Europeans. But at the same token, fuck it, who the hell knows? And that's another example of how it's wrong with the world that we live in, because everyone's walking around thinking they have their shit together, and no one has their shit together. None of us have our shit together. That's a big red flag. There's something wrong with this creation in which everyone's walking around thinking they got their shit together, and that it turns out that they don't. All this belief systems are just that, beliefs. If you don't really know what your ancestry is, you don't know what your ancestry is. If you don't really know what this place is, you don't really know what this place is. If you don't really know this God personally that everybody's worshiping and believing in, you don't know the God. And you can read all day long and you can do all your prayers and do everything that's mandatory. And the only thing you've done is you brainwashed yourself, you've indoctrinated yourself, and you lost yourself in the process. That's the reality of things. But we can't be honest about shit. We can't be honest about how fucked up the political system is, right? From the very foundations on up, right? That from the very beginning of all this thing that's called the United States of America and the influence of, the Brits, and what was part of the Brits and all that, and what's the name of those things? The Rockefellers, not the Rockefellers. Why can't I remember? You guys know what I'm talking about. The Rothschilds, right? They're involved in all this. And don't forget about the Jesuits and the Jews. They're involved in all this foundation. And then who dictated the terms in the Treaty of 1783? And it's not Michael Adams' opinion. It's not the Lord of Ward's opinion. It's not the Loosh Farms' opinion. It's right in the damn treaty that no one ever wants to talk about or address, because if you were a bit honest about what the fuck's going on, United States of America, although in the great psyop of the United States of America, and we pretend that we're not a British colony, we still have been always the British colony. And what is Britain? Nothing more than the extension of what? This version, this world, this past 200, 300 years version of the quote unquote imaginary Roman Empire. But in the end of that fucking matters either, because none of this matters, because in the end of the day, it's all about gang warfare. It always has been about gang warfare. There's these sophisticated gangs with their gadgetry and their censorship and the internet and all their fancy weapons, but they're still just fucking gangs. Doesn't take it, we can't be honest about it. We can't bring it down to simple. We have to make it very complicated, full, because you know what? A lot of it is about our own egos, isn't it? It's about something to make, look how important I am. Until one can get to the point and realize, you know what? You're trapped. You're a slave, regardless, no matter how much you fucking think you know. Very few of us have the privilege to go any direction we want to. Very few of us have the capacity to make a decision. You know what? I want to go north today and just keep on going north. And guess what? Very shortly, sometimes with a matter of feet, matter of yards, something's in your way. And before you know it, you realize you don't have any direction. You have no direction, no freedom of direction. And so we go and we'll project on these other people again, right? Instead of dealing with our issue, right? Because we're all in this fucking giant reduction camp. We all are 100%. You know what? In America, it's fascinating. And it's that way in Europe too, in most places, in developed places. I go up my neighborhood, right? I'm the only one that has any wildflowers. And the reason why I have wildflowers is because I give a shit about this place and I want to have wildflowers. Now, all my neighbors, and it's a nice place, and normally it's a nice place. Actually, one of the weird things is, in this nice conservative place in Midwestern America, you got a couple bull dykes that are freaking decided to move in because the neighbor died and started renting the place. And they're supposed to mow the lawn, and the lawn's like a fucking foot high with a bunch of foot and a half high of weeds and all this kind of shit. And, they're from the South Side, and they're just white trash. And there really is white trash, by the way. And there's all sorts, there's trashy freaking black people, and there's decent black people. There's trashy white people, and there's decent white people. There's trashy, all sorts of, there's trashy freaking Jews, and there's decent Jews. There's actually a couple of Jews out there that are halfway decent. It's amazing as that sounds. But I go and I look at my neighborhood, and it's perfectly mowed lawn. Some of them waste all their money and put the herbicides and pesticides on. One thing I've noticed since when I was a kid, when it rained, there'd be worms and everything on the sidewalk and all that. I haven't seen fucking worms in goddamn years because of some things going on. Is it the lines in the sky? Is it all the pesticide, herbicides? Who knows? I mean, this is something that's going on across the United States, right? And here's another amazing thing. So we got this worthless lawns, right? It's pretty much dead, except for that grass that needs to be fertilized and all this other horse shit to make it look like a golf course. All the plants around the house, all the plants, either poisonous yews, they're freaking thorns, bushes, some have flowers and all that, but it's not a goddamn thing you could eat if they decided to shut down the groceries stores. And it's been that way for decades in this place. And you always hear the same thing. You better get your food storage. You better get everything. You better get prepared for the big one. It's coming out. And it's always the end of the fucking world. And if it wasn't for people like, Alex Jones, people actually believe this shit. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like fucking goddamn. It's the globalist. It is. It's the Chi-Coms. And it's not just them. It's the problem. It's us. We're so fucked up. We have so disconnected from reality from get-go, from the moment we come out of the womb, that we are so disconnected that we live in an insane situation and we embrace and accept it because we don't know any better. So watch it around. I got neighbors that are doctors and lawyers, and teachers and all these really highly educated and intelligent people, and they're doing this. They're all doing the same thing. The herd's all doing the same thing. They're all doing. We'll get together and argue about this, that, and the other, but we're all doing the same thing. What happened to us in this meat suit that we live in? What happened to us? That people like this and this woman needs to think that she needs to wear somebody else's fucking hair. But they're not the only ones that do that. They convinced African Americans to do that. You ever notice that about women? African American women, they're all fucking wearing wigs. And they all got those incredibly outrageous long eyelashes and all those. I mean, we're walking around in a giant clown show, and it's across the board. It doesn't matter what race you are. It'll piss you off. I'll piss you off. I'll point out. See, people don't like a guy like me because I ask questions and I point out the bullshit, and it's across the fucking board. And once we get done fucking blaming each other and then blaming ourselves, we have to get to brass taxes here. What kind of fucking place is this? What kind of fucking place? There's a new thing that's out there, but it's not that popular right now, but it will spread. I guarantee you. And it's called the reincarnation soul trap matrix. When people realize, even when you believe in reincarnation, not for this to take it out. Soul trap matrix. Maybe you don't even believe in a soul. Let's take that off. Trap matrix. Yeah, it's pretty much a fucking big giant trap, isn't it? Yeah. In which the vast majority of this, we call them cities. They're giant reduction camps. They're there. You're already in a prison. I was like, oh my God, they're coming. The FEMA camps and all that bullshit. Well, hasn't it been dawned on you that you're already in a trap? Well, it's going to get fucking worse. Oh my God, it's going to get fucking worse. Yeah, it's going to get fucking worse. Guarantee it's going to get worse. I guarantee you it will be your turn. History is replete of this. When it's your turn, your community, your country, when it's your turn to be part of the human sacrifice. That's a guarantee. I guarantee you that. It doesn't matter if it's fucking Gaza, it's Ukraine, or wherever it may be. It's coming someday to your neighborhood because this is how this place is fucking designed. And you can blame the fucking bankers, and you can blame the Jews, you can blame the Jesuits, and rightfully so. You can blame the monarchies, you can rightfully so. You can blame the billionaires, rightfully so. But they're all serving something that's greater than them. Whether you want to hear that or not, our ancestors fucking have been telling us that for thousands of years, and they've been, we're just repeating what's been going on for thousands of fucking years, and it's no one's exempt. And there's all of you all pretend you're not idol worshipers, all of it, whether Jew or not. And Jews are the most idolatrous group of people there ever fucking was. But you know what? They're going to go around in their sick minds and they're going to kill and wipe out everyone else because they're idolaters. It's insane. It's pure madness. You can blame the America. Yeah, it's our turn. It's our round to be the fucking bastards, to be the ones that fucking did cause all the atrocities. Well, I guarantee you, if you look in your culture and you paid attention to your history, I guarantee you there's been a whole hell of a lot of atrocities. And it might be your turn next. Who knows? Maybe it will be some country no one is even thinking about that at 50 years, 100 years is going to be in charge of everything. And they'll be committing all the atrocities. I'm not giving the Jews a break. I'm not giving Israel a break. I'm not giving the United States a break. I'm just reminding you that no one's guiltless in this whole fucking thing. No one is. The only one is actually, well, rephrase that. The children, are guiltless. The ones that are victimized the most are guiltless. But I guarantee you, thanks to all the bullshit that all of us have done, if you're over than 20, you're part of the crew now. You're part of the problem. Guess what? Even if you're teens, you might be. The fact of the matter is, if you've been around, you're part of the problem. If you're promoting this shit, any of it, you're part of the fucking problem. Until we get honest about across the board, it doesn't matter what culture, what society, what religion, what political system, what banking system, whatever system, and all the other mind constructs that are out there, all these man-made, until we all get honest about the fact that none of us know what the fuck we're doing. We're just pretending, we're just faking it till we make it, or we're just out there fucking to make a paycheck and make a name for ourselves. And I know you don't like what I just said, and that's the reason. If you don't like what it says, because you know it's true and it's about you. Because none of us want to deal with what's real. None of us wants to deal with a foot in front of us, an inch in front of us. You know what's behind our fucking eyeballs? What's in our fucking heads? None of us want to deal with it, right? Please, someone else tell me what's going on. Tell me what the truth is. Tell me who God is. Tell me. I'm going to do it to give me anything so that I don't have to deal with the reality of what I'm actually dealing with. I want you to really think about that. If any of you, if there's a single person, a human being out there, just one of you that can fucking think about it. We'll go back to this mad woman. This mad woman, the reason why she's mad is because she's been brainwashed from a child to believe that she's a victim and that everyone fucking hates her because she's Jewish. Even though in the United States of America, there's not a more privileged group or class of people in the whole fucking country than being a Jew. Oh my God. They're so tortured, so traumatized, even until you realize they control the media, they control Hollywood, they control the Federal Reserve, they control the money, they control the federal government, they control most of our government, they control every goddamn fucking thing. Oh my God, there's the most victimized people, and they're so hated, and it's so insane. But you understand, when you're listening to her madness, realize she's a victim. She's 100% a victim.
In some of these countries, there was an incident in Italy where a Jew was killed. It's not the number one priority, protect the Jews. In Israel, yes, there is danger. But the government's number one priority is protect the Jewish people. It's a whole different ballgame there. So every time I hear of an incident, every time I hear of another tragedy, and every time I hear they're killing Jews in the street, my rabbi is...
It's insane what she just said there. Where are they killing the Jews in the street? The only place that's actually happening is Israel. That's the only place that it's actually happening. But in her, she's so sick, so twisted. I feel for the poor gal. I mean, she needs to wear a fucking wig. She doesn't believe, she really thinks she's, I mean, it's sick. By the way, how's it going? Short note, Carrie, thank you for, and thanks for everyone else who's making some comments and bringing up some stuff. I hope you guys realize what I'm saying here. This poor gal, she's so twisted in her head. She thinks she's got to wear a wig. She's really been brainwashed that she thinks that they're killing Jews in the street. In America, no, there's a whole bunch of African Americans, there's white dudes, there's freaking Puerto Ricans, there's all these, everyone's being killed in the street. I mean, there might be one Jew in freaking every year that it happens, but that one, they will feast upon that. They will fucking exploit that to the bitter end, and they'll bring it up over and over again. And I feel they're so sick in the head, and their sickness in their head is sickening everybody else, and they don't even realize it. And I'm not making this shit up when I say the most privileged class of people in the United States of America are Jews. And this country, the people of this country, if you want to call the countries more, what the hell is a corporation? A conglomerate of corporations. It's just a mind construct. It's just an excuse for others to exploit your energy and take advantage of you. That's all it is. But there is not a more privileged group of people across the board. They represent a very small percentage, at best 6% of the United States of America. And they are the most privileged. And if you bring this up, you're an anti-Semite, even though they're not Semites. You see how this works? The law reversal is if you can't get to the point, you have to get to the point. I strongly recommend you get to the point that every damn fucking thing that you hear on television, 99% is on the internet. The things are in your books, and what's in Barnes Noble, what you learned at school, all the way up to when my son has a nana that she's got two PhDs in women's studies. She's spent all this time, and she's the most craziest woman I've fucking ever seen in my life. And then one of the best things that's ever happened to me is she doesn't want anything to do with me, because I'm going to tell her, and I'm going to say, I don't give a fuck about your PhDs. I don't give a fuck about your fucking studies. You're insane. You're out of your mind. And she's just as bad as this woman. These women, there's a little thing that's going on out there, right? Out there in TikTok land and on Rumble and all that. It's this test. This asks this question to these women: would you rather be stuck alone in the woods with a bear or with a man? And they all say, most of them say a bear. Just think about that. Really think it through. Any of you that have any common sense. A bear. And they ask a man. Now, if you ask me, would I rather be stuck in the woods with a woman or a bear? I'll take the bear, and I'll tell you why. Because that bear, I can freaking eat. I can turn into clothes. I can turn that into a weapon and into tools that help me survive. But a yapping woman that freaking doesn't know a clue what the fuck's going on, that's the last thing a man needs in the fucking woods. Is that being sexist? I don't think that's being sexist. That's just being realistic. Now, a woman, if she had any common sense and she'd realize, regardless who that man is, that she's going to be better off stuck in the woods with a man, even if he tries to make passes on her or try to hit on her, which, you know what, most men wouldn't fucking ever do in a million years, unless they were absolutely fucking desperate. So just put it right there that 90% of you women aren't fucking worth fucking hitting on in the woods in the first place, right? So there. And so now you got the few women in quotes, girls that are around there showing off their tatas and their fake faces and their fake hair and everything else, and say, and trying to make themselves to be, make money out of being sex objects, and say, oh my God, I'd rather be stuck in the woods with a bear. You know what? This is how stupid we've become. It's symbolic. It's emblematic of how stupid we've become. That bear is going to eat that dumb woman. She's stuck in the woods. It's not going to love that fucking woman. I don't care if it's a black bear or fucking grizzly bear or brown bear. If they're stuck in the woods together, that bear is going to eat that dumb woman. Unless she realizes that bear is there for her to eat. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is how fucked up the whole damn thing is. And we're living this shit. And they're saying, oh, yeah, what would you rather be stuck in the woods with a bear or man? And these women, and the vast majority say, I'll be stuck with the bear. How important is that what I just brought up is symbolic of how fucked up everyone's thinking is. Let's go back to the woman with the wig that she thinks that everyone wants to fucking kill. She's one of the privileged. She's one of the most privileged human beings on the planet. Not just the United States of America. She's one of the most privileged human beings on the planet. And in her sick mind, she's going to be safer in Israel, where you have a greater chance of being freaking raped, murdered, and killed. And that's statistically the facts. But in their minds, it's crazy.
Words resonate with me. I'm hoping and praying that we will be able to return very soon. Of course, there are many factors. And for those of you who are watching me from Israel, I know you're going to be replying and writing in. Then come now, Lori. Come on. I'm working on it. As my friend said, if you can't be there now, send them ahead. We have some kids living in Israel now and more on the way. And God willing, we too will follow. I hope this is not too apocalyptic to you, but
it's not too apocalyptic. It's crazy is what it is. It's batshit fucking crazy. That's what the problem is. So we need to be more sympathetic. You're being anti-Semitic. Oh, fuck. You got Walt. Did you pay attention earlier that Trump passed laws back in 2019? If you talk about Jews, you're freaking anti-Semitic, and they're doing it again. And you know what? It's insane because they're the most privileged group of people in the whole damn world. If you can't talk about them, as the old saying says, whoever you can't talk about, that's probably the people, the group that's fucking causing you the problems. Let's see. They're the ones behind all the madness. But they're not just the only ones behind it. And see, and that's how this whole twisted fucking thing is. There's something wrong with this place. Let's see what else I want to play. I know there's something I want to play. What I want to play, because I think it's very important, because the next thing is Jimmy Dore, this, that. Is this the one? Okay, Ryan Dawson. Everyone seen it? You haven't seen it? Go check out his channel on freaking Rumble. He's a guy who's been censored as well, just like me, but a lot worse because he's been really going at the Israel and the Zionist agenda, whereas I was being censored for freaking going after the Vatican and the Jesuits and their involvement in all of this. So, tit for tat, right? Everything's that. But let's listen to this because this is very important. This is going to show you the power structure. This is going to see how they freaking manipulate politics, our government, and everything. And they're still hear about AIPAC, but there's so many other, and there's a bigger group out there than AIPAC, and he does a better job explaining it, and he should deserve the credit. It's Ryan Dawson, and I don't blame him that he's living in Asia. Maybe one of these days we'll talk about that. That as a man, you might be better off when you're growing up in North America that leave the country. I'm encouraging my son that he gets a job and get in the Air Force or something, do something, leave this country for a few years before you even decide what the hell you're going to do with yourself. Go somewhere. Go see the rest of the world. So when you come back here, you realize how fucked up the place is. I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm talking about the whole fucking place.
college kid. AIPAC and the lobby.
It is essentially early, but let's let people get in here before I start dropping bombs. Yeah, we're going to be deconstructing AIPAC in the lobby and tear apart Zionist power. I tell you, people always ask, how do they have so much influence over the United States, this parasitical group? This is going to be explained. AIPAC's hidden megadomes. Hidden in the sense that it's just simply not reported. It's not a secret society. It's not secret at all. They do everything rather, not everything. I take that back. They do most of it openly, in your face. And yet, the mass media just doesn't do its due diligence to explain to you what's going on. Now, there are things that are hidden. There are things that are criminal, like credit bundling. And it is essentially organized crime with this legal facade, but it's untouchable because anything related to Israel, no matter what the crime, if you uncover it, then you'll be labeled anti-Semitic. And they've set that up too, as a defamation league called the Anti-Defamation League, and there's other defamation leagues like the Cameron Canary Mission. They have a slew of organizations that are there, no matter how big or small. You could be some college kid, some Arab girl about to graduate and said the wrong thing, and they will slander you, and they will destroy you, and you won't be able to defend yourself because the first thing they do is they kick you off social media, and then while you're no longer there, they run your name through the mud. And politicians are afraid of this. Celebrities are afraid of this. No one wants that label. There's nothing more off-putting to turn you into a pariah than being labeled a racist in the United States. All right, we got it. I'm not doing speakers right now. I got a lot to get through, and then let me see the request. Yeah. No, I'm not doing speakers right now. We can rewind back to the Iraq War. The second one, well, either one, but the Israel lobby pressured politicians to go to a war. They lied about weapons of mass destruction, which they knew were not there. They set up an office within an office in the Department of Defense called the Office of Special Plans, headed by Douglas Feith, but actually headed by Richard Pearl, who is the chairman of the Defense Policy Board, also in the DoD. And they just sat there and fabricated lies. They lied about yellow cake uranium. They lied about bombs under the palaces of, Saddam. William Safire reiterated this stuff in the New York Times, and then he gets a Guardian of Zion award. And they just run fake news in a circle, quoting each other. They set up Ahmed Chalabi, who ends up being the vice president, an oil minister. They ran the show there, and they erroneously attached Iraq to September 11th. Israeli security forces were the origin of that story that James Woolsey brought back to the United States, reported in the New York Observer, owned by Charles Kushner, another Zionist. Yes, the father of Jared and Josh, son-in-law of Donald Trump. They reiterated this garbage, and a lot of people my age signed up to go fight in Iraq thinking that they had something to do with September 11th, and they did not. Did that ever come out after the fact that Iraq did not have anthrax, that they did not get it in Prague? They did not give it to Mohammed Atta in Prague? No. They just let it be. But the origin of that lie was from the Israelis, because that war was in their interest. And all this, it's big oil, it's petrodollar, Saddam was about to do this or that. And Saddam had scuds that could reach Israel. That's why they attacked him the first time in the first Gulf War, with Tom Lantos and co. lying about babies on incubators. And then they lied about WMDs that they knew were not there, and they lied about anthrax, and they tried to tie Saddam Hussein to Osama bin Laden. This all came from Zionist media. Every single one of these turkeys reiterating these points in PNAC, as well as in the Times and in the Post, were paid shills for Israel. and that DOD was just crawling with worms that do things not in American interest. They do things in select commercial interests from the what I'll call the hedge fund cabal for pro-Israeli policies, which included murdering hundreds of thousands of people in Iraq over nothing. We move on to Gaza genocide. And I don't care if you call it genocide, mass murder, whatever. They're murdering innocent people. The whole world can see it. They're bombing residential homes. But while people are asleep in their bed, boom, they just hit the whole apartment. They're bombing hospitals, they bomb mosques, they bomb churches, they bomb refugee camps, they bombed the food trucks. They shot people trying to gather food from the food trucks. And they're torturing people. We have this UNRWA draft. Here's testimony from a nurse. Hamlawahi, a senior nurse, said a female officer had ordered 2 soldiers to lift him up and press his rectum against a metal stick that was fixed to the ground. The stick penetrated his rectum for roughly 5 seconds, causing it to bleed, leaving him with unbearable pain. The leaked draft of the UNRWA report detailed an interview that gave a similar account. 41-year-old detainee, the interrogators made sit on something like a hot metal stick that felt like fire. Another detainee died after they put an electric stick up his anus. You have these kind of reports, and you also have the worm people where they are zip tying people's legs and amputating them, putting these guys in diapers. They call them the worm people. They have no legs and they have to crap in a diaper an inch around like a worm. Just torturing people. They're murdering babies. They cut off the food. They cut off electricity. Babies really did die in incubators. They froze to death. Unlike the lies about that in Kuwait that started the first Iraq War. Everything they accuse others of doing, they're guilty of doing themselves. As I asked Judge Napolitano, rather than defending each case, why don't you go on the offense and ask these Zionists, okay, what would count as a war crime? Exactly what would they have to do for you to say that's a war crime? Is there anything they could do that would be considered a war crime? Is there anything they could do that would be considered offense? Because they have the right to defend themselves. Bombing an apartment full of people at night is not defense. And if it is, then what the heck is offense? Apparently there's nothing. And they're just human shields. We just kill them all. We got 4 hostages, murdered hundreds of people, but hey, that's how it is. They murdered 237 people. I'm going to get the APAC. I'm just giving some background on Gaza first. They killed 237 people in 2023 before October 7th. That's how many Palestinians were killed. So when they say, well, it was peace, and then Hamas attacked unprovoked, no reason, da, da, da. Never mind the ongoing occupation. They murdered hundreds, not dozens, hundreds of people. And they flooded Al-Aqsa Mosque and desecrated it. Then Hamas broke through the cage. That is what happened before October 7th, which they had foreknowledge of. Would pro-genocide billionaires collude with each other to further Israeli interests by bribing politicians, creating fake media, fake social media, and more propaganda? Yes, they did, and they've been caught. There was actually a report in the New York Times called Israel Secretly Threatens U.S. Lawmakers with Influence Campaign on Gaza. What they did is they went around and they used ChatGPT and other AI to create a bunch of fake accounts that would go on Twitter and post pro-Israeli comments and then all start replying to each other and stuff and boost the algorithm up. Complete fake news. They couldn't even find enough Zionist diaspora to do this for them. They had computers go through, and this was also on Facebook and Discord and all the social media apps, including Twitter or X, making fake news. Which It was paid for by the state. This wasn't like some individual kook did this. The Israeli government decided to do this. The crux of their power is AIPAC. A lot of people wrongly call that a political action committee. That's not what PAC stands for, although there is an AIPAC PAC. It's the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. But when you trace AIPAC PAC, you're only getting about 1% of the donations. That's it. There's an app on here called Track AIPAC or AIPAC Tracker, and it's just pulling information from opensecrets.org is what it looks like. And that's well and good, but you're missing 99% of the money. It's the most powerful lobby in the United States, hands down. But they understand how bad their brand is. There's the, ban the ADL, ban AIPAC. Those are the two organizations that people seem to be aware of. Those are the ones with the worst reputation, the most name recognition. So when you track these things, you really need to know how AIPAC actually works. What AIPAC itself donates directly to congressmen is but a fraction of the influence. AIPAC is an umbrella organization. We call it the lobby. You might want to pluralize it, like the lobbies is sort of the central hub for this octopus of lobbies. They have a series of super PACs that donate money on their behalf. And that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to give you the three main ones, and I'm going to go over about 50 of the Israel affinity organizations or affiliate organizations. There's the AIPAC PAC, obviously. There's the UDP, United Democracy Project, and that's the big one. And then there's the DMFI PAC, the Democratic Majority for Israel. These three donate millions of dollars to Congress critters, to gubernatorial races, mayors, you name it, they're in it. The top donor this year for these three organizations, this all goes to AIPAC and it all gets spent. 70% of GDP is spent on media. And then second is salaries and so on. Jan Kuhn, the founder of WhatsApp, gave $5 million to UDP. You say, well, you can't give $5 million to a politician. No, an individual can't. But they can divide that up to a bunch of people who are donating on their behalf, called bundling. It's illegal. They do it anyway. $5 million. Do you know how much he gave to AIPAC directly? Nothing. What did he give to DMFI? Nothing. He gave it all to UDP. But the UDP is AIPAC. He's a Ukrainian Jewish billionaire, part of these quote-unquote Russian oligarchs, all of whom, by the way, we could dissect, and I did on a show in 2008 with Scott Horton about Boris Berezovsky and Dana Proska, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, and all these goobers they're all criminal. They all made money, corrupt Yeltsin, Yegor Gaidor. So they're acquiring their wealth through theft and shenanigans, and then they use it to manipulate politicians. He's one of these Ukrainian Jewish billionaires. He's got a restraining order placed on him from an ex-girlfriend for physical and verbal abuse. And I'd note that J.P. Morgan, when they were pushing hush money around for Jeffrey Epstein, were using WhatsApp to organize. And it's funny that the founder of WhatsApp is the biggest donor this year to UDP. And it ends up being a WhatsApp group and their chat that gets leaked that uncovered 10 more billionaires and about 90 other multimillionaires who were part of this syndicate. In the second place, you had Jonathan Jacobson, $2,500,000 to the UDP. How much do you think he gave AIPAC? 1,000. Contrast that, $1,000 to AIPAC's PAC, $2,500,000. $2,500,000 to the UDP. How much do you think he gave AIPAC? 1,000. Contrast that, $1,000 to AIPAC's PAC, $2,500,000.
They're interrupting.
Push them into pointless wars for more profiteering and eventually genocide. We have David Zalik, who really should be higher than he's placed because his wife donates equal amounts, but he sent $453,800 to AIPAC and $2 million to UDP. You notice a pattern here. And that number 5380 is a special thing. We'll put a pin.
Before we go any further, let me show you what's going on here. Thanks for those who joined. Phil, good seeing you. Hopefully head to a show again soon. But this is priority number one for those of us in the United States to talk about this stuff. So the UDP, the United Democracy Project, is super PAC recently launched by the pro-Israeli lobby group AIPAC, claimed decisive wins in 2 races for the open house seats in North Carolina on Tuesday. And this is from the Jewish Insider. Oh, I'll get out of there. So I just wanted to share that. Yeah, it's just, and it's just, here's the thing. So my research, when I was doing it with Truther, I was focusing on basically the Italian mob. He's basically researched the Jewish mob. And they've been bouncing back and forth in the controlling this place called the United States of America forever. This is my whole lifetime. So it's easy to just, it's easy to focus on one group, but until you're willing to look at the other groups and their involvement, then you realize this is a lot more complicated. But we're going to talk about this now because this is the biggest issue right now. The biggest issue right now, as far as the United States and what we're dealing with, is, and once again, it's not all Jews. Everyone keeps saying that, and there's a lot of people who, like Mike Towers, he came out. All these people come out of the cult. They're, they can't help what they were born into. They can't help where their genes are. They can't help that, right? You can't demonize a person because of that. But what you can demonize a person for or challenge them on is if they're totally brainwashed, indoctrinated, that they're spewing bullshit, lies, and are actually causing problems for everyone else. They're not the only ones. Like I had my rant earlier, they're not the only ones. We all are under total mindfuckery. It's important to realize that. But we also should understand the power structure in the United States of America, what's going on, its influence, and what's going on in Ukraine, what's going on in Israel, and other places in the Middle East, and et cetera, and the international financing, and et cetera. Because there's a certain group of people who are supremacists. They're racial bigots. Not all Jews are this, but the ones at the top, the ones who have the money and the power, they're the ones who are doing it. And we need to know about this. And there's a connection to all these things, the spiritual connection, if you will. And as long as we're stuck in these Abrahamic religions, as long as we're stuck in all this nonsense, we're going to keep on going along with the program that was offered up to us by other people who are exploiting us, whether they're our contemporaries or people before us. We're all victimized by this. We just watched that one poor gal who literally, thinks it's safer to go to Israel if you're a Jew, which it is profoundly the worst thing you can do if you're a Jew, outside of getting some property for free and going to school for free. Your chances, if you're worried about being killed in the streets, you have how many thousands times percentage to be killed in Israel than you do in New York City or anywhere else in the United States. So they've been brainwashed completely in this. And it's clear to me that it's not just the Jews are involved. This is going to piss off some people. But you know what? When you really look into it, the power structure, the oligarchs, whether Jewish or not, they love the idea of sending a whole bunch of Jews over there. And why? What is the whole plan? What's the big plan here? What's the big plan? It's not just greater Israel. The big plan has always been the big plan when it comes to Western oligarchs, is to do something about their immediate threat of Islam and in the Middle East. Even though the average Muslim doesn't give a rat's ass what's going on in France or the United States or whatever, they just want to live their lives. The fact of the matter is, if they're going to expand the empire, they have to do something about the Arabs. They got to do something about the Middle East. And so this was something that was conjured up a long time ago. And, they tried to do it before with their crusades and it didn't fucking work. This is the new form of crusade. It's been going on for 80 years. And what it is, you send all these brainwashed Jewish people to think that everyone's hating them and everyone wants to kill them and that they need a chosen land. And they sent, they got their land that's supposed to be chosen from them. That, if you read the Bible, clearly is not what's going on. But they're manipulated because that's what they do. As long as you don't read the book of black magic called the Old New Testament, as long as you don't actually study it, then you'll listen to somebody that piecemeals a verse here and there, and you go, well, that's what it says, instead of not reading its context. And once you start actually reading it and studying, you realize that the fuckery that's going on across the board, Jew, Christian, Muslim, it doesn't matter. And this has something to do about imperialism. You see, a great example. I'll give you an excellent example. I'm sorry about interrupting this. We'll get back to this for sure. The United States of America, in order with the Western expansion, right? 150 years ago, actually it'd be more than that. It'd be 200 years ago. And they were trying to motivate settlers from Europe to expand west of the Mississippi. And they were having a difficult time doing that. Why? Well, first of all, there was a bunch of indigenous people there, and they didn't want to freaking, be scalped, as they were told. It's always demonized another group, right? It's just like what the Israel and Jews are doing right now, demonizing the Palestinians, dehumanize them so they can kill them and genocide them. That's what we did in North America, right? With all these indigenous populations. So they needed some way to motivate people to go to godforsaken places like Utah and parts of Colorado and Nevada and the West, and go through the plains and all that. And so they conjured up in the burnt over district and northern part of New York, the state of New York, and they conjured up this thing called Mormonism. And they created this new cult. And they were persecuted, and it's funny to watch how they were persecuted, and everybody, oh my gosh, the Catholics and the Christians, everyone was persecuted, the Mormons, and it was a great way to motivate, because people need to belong to something, right? And one of the most strongest motivating factors in a group is to convince them that they're being persecuted. See, where the Christians are an excellent example, even the United States today. I mean, they cross the board, they're all persecuted, right? Even though they're the dominating group of people is culturally, religiously in North America. Apparently, they're being persecuted left, right, and center, right? That's what a lot of the shit is, dude. All this stuff like the woke stuff and the this transgender stuff and all that. I mean, it's they conjured it all up, right, to fire up people. I mean, there's lots of dynamics, but ultimately, in the end of the day, it's mind control, right? You got to convince the group that you're in or that you're controlling that they're persecuted, even when they're not. So when it came down to this settling the West, right? They had a hard time. Most people didn't want to fucking go to the West. They didn't want to fight the Native Americans, the indigenous population, the Indians, whatever you want to say. So they created this thing they called Mormonism, a new form of Christianity, one of the 40-some thousand different sects of Christianity. But this one stuck, and they were able to group these people stuck close together, very close, just like the Jews. And they said, we can use these people. Let's motivate them. Let's give them money. Let's give them power, resources, and all that. And let's get them out there, out west. And I'm not making this shit up. You can look it up. It's very difficult to find it, but you can use some common sense to realize this, right? And there was Jesuits involved in this, and the power structure of the day, and in North America, they said, you know what? We'll send them. They said, hey, there's a place called Utah. We're going to call this place Utah. This is with the Great Lake, the Salt Lake. You guys can go over there. You won't be persecuted there. We'll support you. And so basically, they became the frontier force, if you will, the cultural force to bring European, to expand the European empire in North America. And I see similarities. I mean, it's shocking the similarities between how they use the Mormons to settle the West and how they're using the Jews to settle what? The Middle East, the Levant area. And they got them all convinced that they were born there. There's a chosen land that is promised of God and all that, just like the Mormons. And by the way, the Mormons, their name is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The whole name is bullshit, right? And totally, from Latter-day Saints to Jesus Christ and all that. But, here's the thing. And I used to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I actually left the church when I had 2 months left of my mission, which is a big deal. Someday I'll talk about it again. And what happened was I realized the forgery, the plagiarism, how the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Church, was no different than any other corporation out there. And it was all bullshit. And I couldn't live the lie anymore. And it was a very painful process to break away from the cult for me. You'll see this a lot of Jews who are part of the cult of Jewry who break away from the painful process it is. The rejection, the realization that you're a part of some fucked up death cult. This whole bunch of lies. And, most of the time what happens is you end up in another dumb, stupid cult. It takes a lot of effort and energy to break away from the lies, the mind constructs out there, right? But you see clear, that's the reason all this money is there. This is the reason why they're allowing these to be in such control, and that's the reason why they abdicated a lot of control and gave it to the Jews, the Zionists. Remember, Zionism is huge. There's more Christian Zionists or Jewish Zionists. And there's a ton of Muslim Zionists too, but God knows what the number of that is. But clearly it's pretty big because who's going along with the atrocities? Saudi Arabia is going along with it. Which is all the other countries around there. None of them are fucking, the only reason that Palestine and Syria even doing anything is because they're being fucking invaded too. Nobody gave a shit about the Palestinians. They pretended they did. They did a couple of wars, but they didn't fucking end it. They didn't want to go all the way. We're talking about the leadership now. We're talking about the people, the power structure of the Middle East, right? It's all going to happen. The greater Israel is going to happen against all reason and rationale, and millions of people are going to be slaughtered, just like there were 110. That's the bare minimum. That's the number. You understand, whenever they say, like, in the West, in North and Central and South America, they say, oh, 100. The generic number that was thrown out there was 110 million that were slaughtered, displaced. I'm not making this up. Just look at a map of what it was 300 years ago in North America, the United States and Canada, and all these indigenous populations, and now how much land they actually have. This is what's going to happen. There's going to be little reservations here and there for the Palestinians, and for the people from Lebanon and from Syria. There'll be little reservations, and this is what they're going to do. As terrible as this sounds and as insulting as this is, and no one's going to like it or accept it. I don't like it. I don't want it. But this is what's going to happen because this is what's happened 1,000 times before. I'm just telling you the way it is in this shit show. These people, they're going to have little reservations like we have here, right? Little reduction camps. So it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And so that, the Zionists, the Jews, and the Americans, and the Europeans, and everyone, and the Russians, and everyone else can come and can visit and go, oh, you know what? It's like a tourist trap. Like, if you go to a reservation, say you go to the Cherokee Reservation, and which is an absolute disaster if you go there. But or all these other places in North America, and you can play, you can gamble, go around and look at the Native Americans, maybe take a picture of them, maybe have a sense of their culture, maybe get a rug or some pottery, you know what I mean? Maybe eat some of their food if there's whatever, maybe be along to be a powwow or be in a sweat lodge. It's all vacation time. It's all it is. It's make believe. They're all being exploited. And the same fucking thing is going to happen to the Palestinians. What's going to happen to all the other groups of people there. And unless the people in the Middle East fight like madmen, which they're not doing. Because it's against our nature for the most part to be savage. And so this is what the oligarchs have always done, whether Jewish or not. Jews are pretty damn good at it, but so are a lot of other groups as far as committing genocide and ethnic cleansing and robbery and stealing and all that. And that's what they're going to do. In 100 years, the Greater Israel project will be a completion, and then there'll be the next phase. I'm sorry if nobody likes to hear what I said. I know nobody likes I don't like what I'm saying. But all you have to do is do some studying of history. See the history of your own culture. See what's going on, especially for the West. But the East is just as bad. China's just bad. I mean, if you look at their expansion and all that and what they did and how they absorbed all these other cultures and wiped out everything, and Russia did the fucking same thing, and they all do the fucking same thing. If you're an empire, you're part of an empire, guess what's going to happen? There's going to be a whole lot of losers and a few winners, and the winners are always going to be the oligarchs and their useful plutocracy and their slaves. And that's how these plantations and this shit show are run. And the average person is expendable. You're expendable. I'm expendable. That's the way it works here. No one likes to hear it. No one wants to believe it. No one wants to believe that their government, which you don't have one, but you believe that, but just make believe and say you had the government of yours and it gives a shit about you. And no, it's not. Man, to govern, what does that mean? It's the mind control, governing of your fucking mind and what you believe. And it's perfect. And while the focus it's the Zionists, it's the Jews, it's United States of America. No, it's Russia. No, it's fucking France. No, it's this. No, it's England. No, it's and it's just this constant fucking thing. And there always will be, but they all work together because there's a greater project. It's even bigger than fucking Israel and the Zionists. We won't ever talk about that. We'll never talk about the Vatican's role in all this fucking shit. The monarchies in Eastern and Western Europe and their involvement, or Russia's involvement in all this, and the monarchs and the oligarchs and Russians and their involvement in all that was going on in the Middle East. And we'll pretend and say, well, it's Russia. They're the allies of Syria. Today they are, tomorrow they won't be. Oh yeah, America and Russia are going to be at war. Sure they are. You know what I mean? They'll have their little war, but that little war is not really about conquering Russia, conquering America, or America conquering Russia. It's about taking more territory for the empire. Remember, Russia represents the eastern wing, the western leg of the Roman Empire, or the eastern or leg or wing of the Roman Empire, and Rome represents the westerns. I'm gonna get to. Okay, Moscow is the new Constantinople. That's what this nickname is. When you look at the Greek Orthodox or the Russian Orthodox, care the Romans and the Roman Catholics and all that, it's all fucking fuckery for the average simpleton to believe that any of this shit matters. The fact of the matter is, this is about expanding the empire. America and Russia have had the longest fucking treaty of any country that the United States of America has ever had. Did you know that? During the Civil War, what's the one country that showed up that guarded both the East Coast and the West Coast during the quote-unquote Civil War? It was Russia. That's right. Russia sent their fleets to guard San Francisco Bay and the West Coast, and also in New York, in New York City, and that's exactly what fucking happened. And they've been playing this fucking game, okay? So the Russian oligarchs have been playing a fucking game with other people, and then we have the United States, or which is Western, because there's an imaginary separation between Western Europe and North America or the Americas, right? It's an imaginary separation. Every fucking war that the United States of America has ever been involved in never was for the benefit of the United States of America. Since the Civil War, did you realize that? Did you know that? It's more than just fucking banker wars. If you look at all these fucking wars that we've been in just in my lifetime, whether it's fucking Libya, whether it's fucking our involvement in all this stuff, right? Or Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, and it will be Iran. And Iran, the oligarchs know about this too. And Iran, they all know what's fucking. There's no mystery to what the fuck's going on. It's mind fuckery on us. Oh, it's the end of the fucking world. The world's going to end. Well, the Bible makes it very clear that there's a world without ends, and the world will not end. It was promised in Genesis 9 after the flood, according to Yahweh. If you believe in any of this bullshit, that the world's not going to end. So even the people that understand and know the scriptures know it's not going to end. There's no need for the end. It's the end, the second coming and all that happened in the 1st century AD, as the scriptures say clearly, and the propaganda, remember, and it's all about destruction of Jerusalem 7 AD. And I'll challenge any of you on it. Anybody who wants to challenge me, DM me, email me. We'll have a debate. We'll have a show. I'll share the details. I'll show it to you. I don't even have to make this shit up. It's right there in the fucking goddamn clown show called the New Testament. It's right there. You want some unity in this world that really matters? How about honesty? How about we have a new movement just called the honest people? The people are fucking honest about shit and aren't fucking playing games, aren't faking it till they make it. Honesty. Let's have a new movement called honesty. You want fucking things to change? See, we as a people are never ever going to unite or ever fix this shit until we're fucking honest about what we believe in, what we've been told, and what we've been conditioned to believe in. I'm getting redundant there, but you know what I'm saying. There will be no fucking change. None. There's nothing that's going to happen. So all these people they're sending over from Palestine and from the Middle East and all that, and Western Europe and the United States and all that, And he's, how about us? We're going to lose our culture and our identity. And absolutely fucking yeah, that's exactly what the plan is. And that's exactly what's going to fucking happen to us and to those people that have come from all these other parts of the world as that we blend and melt and breed together and change and all that. And guess what's going to happen? In 2 generations, all these people that come from Palestine, it'd just be a fucking distant memory. Something just fucking happened. It was part of our history. Just like what happened to all the indigenous population in North America, just like what happened to my ancestors, the Cathars and Western Europe. It's just a fucking memory. It's just a blip in history. That's exactly what's going to fucking happen again and again and again. And I know you don't like me for saying that, but you maybe ought to be a little more mature about the whole fucking thing instead of thinking that you're going to change any of this shit. Yeah, they're tracking us. You know, I'm talking about this stuff. I want everybody to know about this stuff. I want everybody to know about the Zionist movement and how Israel's controlling our government. And why? Because you should know. You should know. How you deal with it is up to you. Most of you ain't going to do fuck all about it. You're going to go vote for whatever Zionist they throw in front of your face anyways. Donald Trump's going to... Donald Trump. His real fucking name. You know, Mr. Trump, he is a very privileged man who comes from very privileged class, and they pretend he's an outsider and he's being victimized, he's being challenged, and he's going to go to jail. He had this fake trial and all this shit and all that. Meanwhile, for his discomfort and his abuse and all that, that son of a bitch is going to be a billionaire from it. Do you know how much money that guy's gotten from all the people that are in charge of this place just in the past few months since the trial? And you think he's going to use all that for advertising? He don't fucking need to. People are so goddamn gullible for whoever it may be wants to interview him. It's all free advertisement. He's going to be a fucking billionaire. His kid's going to be a fucking billionaire. Multi-billionaire. He's just part of and it's always was part of the oligarch. He made it very clear that he grew up across the street from where the Al Smith dinner is. He made it very clear, unless he's fucking lying, which wouldn't be surprising, but he said as a child he used to go there to Al Smith dinner. Do you understand how privileged you have to be to even go to the Al Smith dinner? Oh, and that's where the of all people, the Archbishop of New York gives nods who actually is going to be. See, that's where the selecting happens, and that's where who the president's going to be. Wait a minute, it was all the fucking Jews that are in charge. What the hell is the Archbishop of New York the one that's making the decision? No, I'm not giving the Jews or Zionists a break. I'm just telling you, you got to be fucking honest about what's fucking going on and stop taking goddamn sides in this fucking thing. Unless you want to be on the side of honesty. Because nothing positive is going to change until we across the board, and when I say honest, I'm not saying being honest about what you fucking believe in. I'm telling you, I'm saying being honest about what's fucking going on. Because no one gives a shit in the end of the day what you believe in, especially if you're someone who's actually in charge. If you don't start thinking the way the people, the oligarchs, the people in charge think, you ain't going to change fuck. Do you understand that? And I know, as repulsive as that sounds, no way I don't want to think like these. These are monsters. They absolutely are monsters. But if you don't understand how they fucking think, you won't change a fucking thing. You'll just be played and you'll be steered this way and there. I see I watch it happening right now. By the way, this okay, let's go another tangent. Let's talk about Alex fucking Jones. Poor Alex Jones is going to end the court's after him. It was billions of dollars, blah, 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 blah. That guy's going to walk away richer than he ever fucking has been. His time is done. He's been doing it for fucking 3.5 decades. Probably been doing it for 33 fucking years. It's time for him to fucking go. He's been doing it a long time. He served his purpose. It's time for him he's 50 years old. He's going to fucking retire. He's still going to have run his mouth and go, all day long. But he didn't say fuck all. He ain't gonna help you. It's always the globalists. And there'll be a new one. There'll be a new one that they raise up. Who knows who it'll be? Maybe the Owen guy or whoever. There'll be some character that'll raise up, and he'll be the next Alex Jones, and he'll give you this false sense that anything's being fucking done because you see he's kept you trapped. He's kept you trapped, and he can tell you 99% of what's the truth is. He can tell you the whole fucking truth is, but if he doesn't give you a solution to any of this shit, and none of it fucking matters. None of it he did. Nothing he's ever done fucking mattered. That's the brutal truth of it all. Well, he educated me, taught me all things. I would have known about 9/11, all this whole shit. Actually, Alex Jones is a perfect example of a goddamn pariah. He shows up after the fact, after someone like me and all the smaller channels, all the smaller researchers say, hey, listen, this is how things really happen. You know what I mean? It was guys like me who were warning people about the eugenics program and what was going on with the Def Jab long before Alex Jones was talking about it. You know, this is what they do. They'll have a little snippet. They'll say something about fucking 10, 30 seconds. Say, oh, look, you see, we reported on it. They didn't report on shit. They gleamed on it. What's the word? They gleamed on it. They're like parasites, he's just a parasite, just like the rest of them. He's gonna, it's the absolute fucking joke what's going on. Meanwhile, he has all the big names show up, all the big names of the alternative community. All of them amazingly have CIA and Mossad connections. And they're gonna be there. They're gonna answer. It all leads back to the same thing, Jesus and freaking, pray and it's all about God, and because they don't have none of them have a fucking answer, but they're gonna milk the motherfucker for all it's worth. And Donald Trump might pretend, they might pretend he's fucking going to jail. He might go to jail for a fucking day just for the experience. Maybe they'll do a reality show of Donald Trump going to fucking jail. Huh? Well, you're negative. Listen, it's bullshit. It's the reason why they call it political theater is because it is fucking theater. If you ever noticed, I've noticed, for as long as I paid attention to politics, which is listed since the 1980s, that every fucking goddamn thing they say, they don't do. It's all just lip service, and they're going to do what they fucking want to do, regardless of whether everyone in the United States of America likes it or not. Because you don't fucking matter. I don't fucking matter in this shit show. It's important to be honest about this shit. It's very important. My book did not take a side into this stuff. This is where my landlord showed up once, and he was talking about this is when the freaking Ukraine-Russian war started, and he's talking all this shit from Fox News. And I said, listen, his name's Jim. I said, Jim, I'm going to tell you right up front, don't take sides in this. Do not take a side on whether it's the Ukraine or the fucking or the Russians, because it's not what you think it is. It's never going to be what they tell you it fucking is. Whether it's from InfoWars or from Fox News or from CNN or whatever fucking channel you're watching, or somebody that's exploiting you and is asking for your goddamn money or fucking donation or trying to sell you, it's never going to be what you fucking think it is. So the smart thing to do is just step back, do your best, if you can, is sick and away, enjoy the fucking show, and realize in that show there are going to be millions of fucking people are going to die to be displaced, like it's happened tens of thousands of times before. And whether you think it has something to do with Russia or the Ukraine and whatever, all the experts say, in the end of the day, it will wash out the same way it always has. It's always been about fucking population control, human sacrifice to feed whatever is out there that needs to be fucking fed, and to make a bunch of money in the process. And the sad reality is that very few people, very few human beings have enough empathy and sympathy to actually make any real difference. Those of us who do care or get the shit kicked out of us over and over again. Emotionally, mentally, and if it needs to be, physically. Whatever you think World War III is going to be about, me ain't got it. And you're not going to get it from the Alex Jones of the world. Because their job is to keep you enthralled and captivated and stuck. Instead of dealing with your own fucking issues, dealing with your own problems, and part of that and dealing with your own problems is having your own fucking mind. Do you understand? So when you spend precious 4 or 5 hours days listening to that clown as he begs for fucking money and tells you it's all about the globalists, which, by the way, it is. I mean, you ain't gonna do shit about it. You're just gonna bitch about it. You're gonna say, oh, thanks, Alex Jones, for what you fucking did for me. I wouldn't have known all this shit. And guess what? You ain't gonna do shit about none of it. Nothing. You're gonna do nothing about it. What you are gonna do, because you're programmed like fucking lemmings, you're gonna go fucking and vote for the national election for the CEO of District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., United States, like a chump, and it won't fucking matter anyways because you didn't select, and you are not part of electoral college, and you're not part of the monarchy that exists, or the oligarchy that exists in the United States of America. So you taking fucking sides in any of this? It's just you being a fucking sucker. I step back and watch this shit and study and research it. But I don't believe any of it, nor should you. Let's go back to some of the power structure.
That the top 5 donors all give more to UDP PAC than they do to APAC, and by many multitudes. Together, Jan Kuhn, Jonathan Jacobson, and David Zellick gave roughly $10 million to UDP. That is equivalent to how much the U.S. gives Israel every day. So think about the ROI on that. They give 10 million. Israel's receiving about 3.9 to 4 billion. They gave 9.9 million, almost 10 million. So for less than 1 day of foreign aid, they can finance these organizations and manipulate all these politicians. And this year, of course, they gave far more than that because of the godly genocide. They've given, the extra 27 billion to Israel, and that's from the government. And then you have the Zionist Christian churches that have investments worth many billions of dollars on top of that. Zellick is the son of an Israeli Jew and the co-founder of Green Sky, another hedge fund. Wow. His wife, Helen, is on the board of governors for the Jewish Agency. So he's married to a woman on the board of governors for the Jewish Agency of a foreign state, Israel, while he donates millions of dollars, and she donates hundreds of thousands of dollars to AIPAC and UDP. She also gave $453,800 to AIPAC. He was the 19th biggest donor. So really, you can combine them. That's one family. But the fact that she's a sitting member of the JA, you know who else is on the board of governors? In fact, he was the chairman, the richest man in Israel, that Eitan Wertheimer, who sent the dancing Israelis, according to Paul Kursberg, who is one of the dancing Israelis, to New York for the operation. We all know what that was. That's who got caught working for Dominic Suter and Ornette Livingston, celebrating September 11th, and that whole thing's unraveled. I've explained that so many times. I don't feel like going into 9/11, but suffice to say, it was an Israeli spy operation. They had foreknowledge minimal of the attack and gave logistical support to 9/11 hijack, according to our Miami and Newark FBI field offices. And again, this is not hidden. It's just not reported. That is in our own Senate investigation into September 11th, as well as the primary raw documents of field office reports from our own FBI admit all this information. You have the police records of these guys, Virgin County. You have the FOIA requests that I did of their interrogations. A lot of it's redacted, but you can Rosetta Stone it. All that information is publicly available. They just don't let anyone who knows can put that together talk. Now, finally, I'm on X, but I'm banned on everything else. And that's how it was for decades. Paul Singer. This is a name first one you might recognize. Another Jewish hedge fund manager gave $1 million to the UDP. Nothing to AIPAC, nothing to DMFI. You can really see that the UDP is the main source of income, and probably it's the first time many of you have ever heard of this organization. And there's going to be a lot more, don't worry. Paul paid for a vacation for Justice Alito, which included private jets, so essentially bribing Supreme Court. And he set up tech research institutes in Israel. Bernard Marcus, Jewish billionaire of Home Depot, $2 million to the UDP. Nothing directly to AIPAC. And this guy is also, he's on the board of advisory, a board for AIPAC. He has liaisons to the ADL and a bunch of other organizations, including United Jewish Appeal. Which, if you have my Epstein map, or if you study the Nexium pedophile cult, you'll know how central they were in that. That goes back to Wexner and the Mega Group. He's also on the list. I don't have to spend a lot of time on Les Wexner. He's Jewish billionaire, owns LL Brands, principal backbone financier of Epstein, followed by Leon Black, and down the list. Bernard Marcus is something else. Then you have Deborah Simone, she's the daughter of Melvin Simone. $1 million to the DMFI, nothing to AIPAC. If you total that up, you're looking around $15 million already, but only a few thousand have gone to AIPAC. So when you're tracking AIPAC, you're like, that's great. But again, you're not even close to the, you're getting like the canary in the coal mine. Oh yeah, AIPAC. Now AIPAC is the one. They're the organization that, as Thomas Massey just admitted to Tucker Thompson, everybody in Congress has an AIPAC guy. Well, I'll tell you what, it's not just Congress that has an AIPAC guy. It's the press. When, I don't remember if it was like watching Scott Ritter on Fresh and Fit or if it was the interview he did with me. But I remember him saying when he was the weapons inspector and they all loved him at the time because he was defanging Iraq, he'd go on a show and then people like the cameraman, the crew, the executive producers and stuff, they'd be like, here's my card. Here's my other card, AIPAC. They were everywhere. All over these news organizations. It's not just who owns the media. It's not just the ownership, which is also the same. It's all the way down. They are embedded in there. And they have an AIPAC guy. Now, they are the ones who tell Congress how to vote. They'll finance their campaigns. But again, a lot of this is coming from these donors. And a lot of it's from UDP, some of it's from DMFI. And then we're going to get into the octopus in a second. You have Haim Saban from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, which was totally plagiarized from Japan, has a Kamen Rider and a whole bunch of shows like that. Just copied it. Another Jewish billionaire, this one in entertainment. This guy is big on Democrats too. It's not a particularly partisan thing. You can go either way. Some of them donate to both. And he is also affiliated with the IAOs. Paul Levy gives $1 million to UDP, nothing to AIPAC directly. Elaine Lanier, $1 million to UDP. Haim Saban also $1 million. Each of them gave $1 million. All UDP, not AIPAC. Then you have Harriet Schleifer. And this woman is important. She only gives $27,000 to UDP, and she gave $550,500 to AIPAC PAC. She's the only one that gave more to AIPAC than to UDP until you get to Helen Zellick, but that's because her husband already donated millions to it. Harriet is the chair of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. And you can cut and paste this for Canada and other places. It's the same kind of thing. What a weird thing. The Conference of the Head Presidents of Jewish Organizations. So they take the leaders of all these Israeli affinity groups and they have conferences where they get together and set policy. There's the Alpha Epsilon Chi. There's the American Friends of Likud. There is and of course, there's AIPAC. The AJC is the American Jewish Committee, the American Jewish Congress, and that again would have Rothmans and Wexners and Epstein people. The American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, the JDC. You have the American Sephardic Federation, the American Zionist Movement, the Americans for Peace Now. Doesn't that sound like an innocuous, Americans for Peace? Nope, it's a Zionist organization. There's AMIT, I'm sure you've heard of that. ADL, I'm sure you've heard of that. Talk about them later. ARZA, the Association of Reformed Zionists of America. Of course, B'nai B'rith International, famous or infamous, I guess, for their chairman, Leo Frank, who raped and murdered little girls in his pencil factory, murdered Mary, I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. Mary Fagan, killed her, 13 years old, president of the B'nai B'rith, or the Georgia chapter. And the ADL was formed to help commute this guy and get him out of prison. There was a prison break-in and they hanged him, but they pardoned him after he was dead. He even tried to frame a black man in Georgia in 1913, and the crowd had none of it because they had interviewed the other girls at his pencil factory and he'd been raping and molesting them too. BZ Media. B'nai B'rith was also part of the anthrax lies, by the way. I mean the ones from the 90s with Philip Zag. There's the Central Conference of American Rabbis, the CCAR. There's the Committee for Accuracy in the Middle East Reporting in America, that's CAMRA. And they go after college students. I've been defamed by them. So if my co-president of Reality in Israel Palestine at William & Mary, her home was attacked by them. There is Amuda of America. There's Friends of Israel Defense Forces. And that's one that has a lot of these people like Brian Mass and stuff are part of that. Greater Miami Jewish Federation. And it has nothing to do with Miami. It's all over the place. Hadassah, the Power of Women to Do, the Zionist Organization of America. Then there's HIAS, the Jewish Organization for Refugees. This is the one deeply involved in open borders and getting migrants anywhere other than Israel. Same with GENSA. HIAS is when you're like, who are these people that are opening the border? There it is. Hillel, they're embedded in college campuses. That's named after Hillel Silver, who's part of the gun running ring that stole nuclear weapons, stole uranium from the United States. You have the JCC, Association North America, JCPA, which I'm sure you've heard of, Jewish Council of Public Affairs. JCPA is rotten to the core. Jewish Federations in North America. Then you have the JINSA, talked about them earlier, the Jewish Institute for National Security in America. They just run around and slander people. It's like a miniature ADL. Same with the SPLC. Jewish Labor Committee, Jewish National Fund, Jewish United Fund, Jewish Federation of name a city, Chicago, whatever, Newark. Jewish Women International, the JWI. The Merkaz USA, Zionist Organization, Conservative Movement. That's a lot of your evangelical weirdos. Not USA, NCJW, National Council for Jewish Women. See all the identitarian nonsense in here. The Legal Community Family. That sounds neutral. So it's National Council of Young Israel. NCSCJ, National Coalition Supporting Eurasian Jewry. That's their name. I didn't give it the name. O.R.D. America, Impact Through Education. They go around and censor and manipulate textbooks that go into school. Virginia's at war with them. There's the Rabbinical Assembly, Rabbinical Council of America, Religious Zionists of America, UJA Federation of New York, Union of Reformed Judaism, Union of Orthodox Jewish Congregations of America, United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism. There's the Women of Reformed Judaism, Women's League for Conservative Judaism. There's the World Zionist Organization, and there's the Zionist Organization of America, the ZOA. Now, the ZOA is the former name of AIPAC. AIPAC used to be called, first was the Zionist Council of America, and then it was the Zionist Organization of America. And they were ordered to register under FARA, Foreign Registration Act, 7 times by Kennedy, Robert Kennedy. And someone shot him, and it was blamed on a Palestinian Christian. I'm sorry, that's not a good. I think Caesar shot him, but I digress. Michael Lefbell, 500,000 to UDP, 39,900 to AIPAC. Joseph Karen, 500,000 to UDP, 6,600 to AIPAC. You see, this is not 10 times, almost 100 times more that they're giving to UDP.
What are you talking about?
Gary Mark Lauder, 500,000 to the DMF IPAC and 2,000 to AIPAC. The Kraft family, 500,000. The Kraft group, excuse me, that they put in $500,000 to UDP. And that's run by Robert Kraft, who is the #2 guy at Global Apollo under Leon Black, the second highest donor to Jeffrey Epstein, gave him hundreds of millions of dollars. And Robert Kraft got caught in a little rub and tug operation down in Florida where he raped some Chinese women. He had enough money to make it go away. But this is the guy working with Black, financing Jeffrey Epstein and cavorting with prostitutes. Even though he's a billionaire, he owns a football team and cheese and whatever. And of course, he's giving to UDP. And he also gives to a lot of those organizations I just named, rinse and repeat. And then those organizations give to AIPAC. It's just a filter, kind of like FTX. Robert Friend, 500,000 to UDP. Phil DeTolio, 350,000 UDP, 90,000 to AIPAC, 50,000 to DMFI. And there's Edward Levy and the Democratic Majority for Israel, 450,000 to DMFI, and they're on the board. So these are the kind of things and how they're getting these monies through all those organizations I listed. I don't expect you to memorize those 50-some organizations I gave for the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. That's for hardcore nerds. But I want you to remember these three: United Democracy Project, Democratic Majority for Israel, and then, of course, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, PAC. Those three super PACs are the ones pulling in tens of millions of dollars. But when you add up those other 50 orgs, they are pulling some money too. And it's also the influence they have over media and universities. In addition to that, they're doing credit bundling, totally illegal, which was exposed in 2 different documentaries on the lobby, one for the UK, one for the US, from Al Jazeera, and they removed it. They had a documentary about Israel's untold influence over media, and they go, "That's not true," and then they canceled it from the media. They leaked online, and it went out anyway. The one on the UK was pretty widespread. The one on America, people didn't know that there were 2 of them. They go, "Oh yeah, the lobby, I saw that on Britain." Like, no, there's one on Britain, there's one on the US. You need to watch them both. But they explain the methods of how they get around campaign finance laws. One of them, I mean, we can take the case. Well, I'll come to Charles Kushner later. I actually have a film called Trump's Zionist Ball and Chain that goes mostly on the Kushner family more than it is on the Trumps, where I explain what they did with the Greevy scandal and whatnot. These campaign finance laws aren't enforced. They can get other people to donate on their behalf. Take the case of Bill Gates, formerly richest man in the world. Bill Gates was donating to MIT through Guaido on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein. They would have taken his money. They had no problem taking human trafficking, career pedophiles' money. It just looked bad to do it publicly. So they used Bill Gates as an intermediary. Now, why would Bill Gates donate that money on behalf of Epstein? Well, he's going to help the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. No, he ain't, and he didn't. We have emails from him on where he stayed late in the night at the rape mansion with a 16-year-old, Selena Dubin, the daughter of 2 other rapists, David Dubin and Glenn Dubin, another Jewish hedge fund manager, banker, excuse me. They don't care. They're forced, like one of the most powerful people in the world, to donate on their behalf. Now, that will not get registered as a donation to UDP or APAC or whatever. And what they were doing with the universities is they wanted to spy on R&D, where they get grants to do scientific research. But they also have access to trade secrets, and those are being sold to Israel. I interviewed a lawyer, John Inacio, about the microwire case. It's on the ANC report in the archives. Twice. We went and met him in a hotel in DC, went over the whole thing. They straight up stealing from private companies that did joint research with universities, because you almost have to. And they gave it to the Israelis. So the Americans developed it, the Israel ends up with it, and they make profits and they drive them out. Now, in addition to all that I just said, one of the biggest, most important stories came out last month in the Washington Post, which was shocking, about the collusion of Zionist billionaires to manipulate politicians, in particular Mayor Adams in New York, to go after these student protests who were protesting the genocide of civilians in Gaza. Of course, they spent it as pro-Hamas, and that Israel's just defending itself, and it's just an innocent little kitten that didn't do nothing. Didn't annex that land through the Nakba and doesn't continually bulldoze down homes and steal homes, or just move into one that already exists and take over someone's living room. The calorie diet, the blockade, no seaport, no fishing, no airport. It's an Indian reservation full of Arabs. They don't care. But these people colluded together to go after these students, and they want them to never have a job, never have a future. They wanted them arrested. They wanted their skulls cracked. Now, you'll see students. It's not like the national sport like France. Protesting is their pastime. Students will protest stuff periodically because they're given manufactured things to be outraged about. You know, they're still fighting 17th century slavery, or, you know, BML, or the non-existent wage gap. Stuff that gets them all upset about identitarian politics because none of it's real and none of it matters. But it's just to get them wasting their time and energy chasing ghosts barking up the wrong tree. But what happened is they finally barked up the right tree. They started going after Israel because Israel is slaughtering the people of Gaza. They're also attacking people in Lebanon. They periodically have even murdered some people in Egypt. And then, of course, they bombed the consulate in Syria of Iran, and they've been attacking Syria, Damascus airport in particular. 4 different countries they've been assaulting, and of course, there's the West Bank and Gaza on top of that. It's so much more than just Palestinians. They dragged us into wars that cost the United States $6 trillion so that Israel could get 77% of its oil imports from Iraq, and that Iraq would be defanged and no longer a threat to Israeli hegemony in the region. And they are gunning for Iran and Lebanon. They're getting them at the same time as I speak. They want them dead. And the mass media is a joke. But it finally came out in the Washington Post about a secretive WhatsApp group with 150 people, all influential Jewish Zionists. These are all pro-genocide. And let me make this super clear. None of these people actually think Israel's defending itself and that Hamas are a bunch of terrorists. And they all know that that's crap. They know they're occupying Palestine. They know they're annexing land. They know that they're the provocateurs. They know they murder them all year long and steal land. They are fully aware of this and don't care. They just lie to you. If you think they're stupid, they're not stupid. They're evil. It's not like educating them is not going to matter because they already know. They know what you're going to say. They know you're right. They pretend like, oh, no. They don't care. You can't fix evil with more information. There's not a shred of empathy in these people. They think God's a real estate agent and he granted their ethnic group that land. It's in the Bible, it's in the Torah, and that's that. You're not a person. You're not a human being. You might as well be worshiping demons. Well, this group came out, and you got Gamma, you got Daniel Loeb, you got Lynn Blavatsky, Joseph Sitt, Howard Schultz, Michael Dell, Bill Ackman, Kushner, Joshua Kushner, Barry Sternlich, well, his staffer at least, Yarkrin Gabe is another billionaire. And these people physically met with Michael Herzog, president of Israel, Naftali Bennett, and Benny Gantz. Number 2, 3, 4. Well, arguably Gantz, you could say number 2 also, as far as like threatening Netanyahu's position in the Israeli government. They're meeting with this cabal, this compadre of people who are even more hardline than Netanyahu in some cases. This isn't just some simple WhatsApp group. This is a WhatsApp group with access to the president of Israel and other Knesset members. Like, do you get to do that? You know, are you a billionaire that gets to meet with Xi Jinping or something? Can you imagine this? If China did this, then they met with the vice president of China or Bo Xilai or Xi Jinping himself or whatever, and they got to a bunch of Chinese billionaires and they're manipulating stuff for pro-China policies. Like, they would be shut down in seconds. Or if it was Iran or anyone else, North Korea, no way. Oh, Bill Ackman's the wife with the Wikipedia. Sorry, Paul Singer's with the heroin, whatever. Yeah, but Bill Ackman's hedge fund is called Perishing Square. They're not even good at business. He dropped it from 20 billion to 8.2 billion in just 3 years. 20 to 8.2 because of a bunch of bad bets. It was just horrible. Lost people money, but then he seemed to get everything wrong. However, in 2020, he made, you can look this up, the greatest trade of all time. Google the greatest trade of all time with 100-time return because he bet against corporate credit and on lockdowns, which he then encouraged on media under the guise of health. He proposed a coordinated 50-state lockdown, which turned his $27 million bet into $2.2 billion. He's still in the hole going from 20 to 8, but he turned 27 into $2.2 billion. Again, he created nothing. He added no value to society, just benefited off destruction. And his wife plagiarized Wikipedia. This guy is going after the college presidents, trying to get them fired, combing through all their work selectively, only the pro-Palestine people. Like, what a coincidence. Ackman bets big on corporate credit tanking, and then lo and behold, a super virus is released and the whole world almost shuts down for years, and he makes billions of dollars after losing over $10 billion. You've got Lynn Lavanit, a Ukrainian, again, one of these Russian oligarchs, Ukrainian Jewish billionaire. He gave $12 million to the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, same place Joe Biden met to boast about getting the prosecutor in Burisma fired for where his son worked, by the way. The Ukrainian oligarch, who was fined by the Federal Trade Commission in 2016 for violating antitrust laws. He's repeatedly failed to report stock purchases. He abused the federal bankruptcy laws. He ought to be in prison, but he's too rich to fail. He purchased controlling shares of Channel 10 after being approached by Benjamin Netanyahu and his aide Ari Hardo because it benefited Arnan Milchan. Now, Arnan Milchan has recently stabbed Bibi in the back, but this is the guy who was the largest arms dealer to Israel, openly bragged about it. He just so happened to be the executive producer for the film JFK, which kept Israel out of the movie. He smuggled Python triggers, which is something you need in the process of a nuclear bomb, through Eli Trading Company from America to Israel. And do you know who was on the receiving side of that arms smuggling? Little Bibi Netanyahu, future multi-time prime minister of Israel. And so he's working with a Ukrainian Jewish oligarch who essentially bribes the CFR, violates all these laws on bankruptcy and stock purchases and antitrust laws and things to purchase media because it would benefit Arnan Milchan. He's also the king of the aluminum deal. You see, back in, I think it was 2006, Rusal and Sol and Glencore, which is Mark Rich's commodity company, merged. And you had Oleg Deprovsky, that's the Russian oligarch, where when Putin goes to inspect his factory, he says, "Give me my pen back." It's him. Ivan Glinsberg, together with Lynn, are on the board, and the CEO of Mark Rich's Glencore is Ivan Glinsberg. During the time when they were bribing foreign officials to secure contracts in cargo, they bribed the bureaucrats, they bribed to avoid audits, and then they bribed the judges to make the lawsuits go away. And Mark Rich and Pink is Green, also involved in human trafficking, also involved in transfer pricing for securities. I did a film on that, how they stole his copper out of Zambia. These guys were on Interpol's most wanted list. They're also on the Jeffrey Epstein list. And both got a pardon by Bill Clinton, who also supported the Jeffrey Epstein, 1 hour before he left office, says the president. Interpol's most wanted list, and then the media says for tax evasion. That was the most minor of his list of crimes. Moving kids around, but of course, Slick Willie riding on the planes of Jeffrey Epstein too. And it was Slick Willie who appointed James Woolsey to be the director of the CIA, who was then the former director of the CIA when he passed on this bogus Israeli intel saying Mohammed Atta got anthrax from Iraq. It's just a big circle jerk for these people. Daniel Loeb was in the WhatsApp group. Third point, billionaire Jewish hedge fund manager. Third point's the name of the hedge fund. He dumped $60 million into FTX, and then he lied to investors. Now, we all know what FTX was doing. Sam Bankman Fraud is now in jail, read whatever. Most of his cohorts got away scot-free, blew through $32 billion in this crypto scam. But essentially what the government was doing, and when I mean the government, I mean the bureaucracies, because the National Endowment for Democracy is kind of like UDP. It's just an umbrella organization for the CIA for coup d'etats and color revolutions. They're in Ukraine. The U.S. government was pumping money into Ukrainian oligarchs' coffers, pumping it as foreign aid to Ukraine, military aid, NATO, whatever, and other countries did too. But a lot of it went into FTX from Ukraine invested in this crypto scam, who then donated it back to the DNC. So it's just a conduit to pay themselves through foreign aid. Very similar as the Israelis. And then, of course, many of these Ukrainian Jewish oligarchs are working with the Israelis, with UDP and AIPAC and DMFI anyway, and they're in the WhatsApp group concerned with what college students in America think about Palestine, but they're from Ukraine. They're not Ukrainian Jews, they're Jewish Ukrainians. They're just Jews. Their entire identity is Jewish supremacy. I don't mean Jew like they follow Judaism as a religion like Christian or Muslim or something about theology and cosmology and moral philosophy. I mean the part that's important to them is the racial aspect, the chosen race and the bloodline of Jacob and all that nonsense. It is an intrinsically racist faith unless you interpret it otherwise. Religion is as religion does, I understand. But it's not about the supernatural stuff. It's they made a cult where they worship themselves. And they see themselves in that interest, not in their national interest of wherever they were born. They all bend the knee for Israel. And that land acceptation is part of prophecy for these people. It's not just the cow murderers and stuff. Like, aren't they atheists? No. These people are Jewish. And atheists would reject that term, Jewish and Gentile, because it's just some arbitrary division made up by a faith from a supernatural entity that they don't believe in. So it doesn't even make sense. You can't have a holy land or a holy anything if you're an atheist. They might be less religious or a twisted version like ISIS. Like ISIS technically is Muslim. They're not very good Muslims. And they're not like the other billion, thank goodness. But they definitely believe. They're not atheists. ISIS is not atheist. They're not proper Muslims. And you can say these people aren't proper Jews. They're still Jewish, though. They're just really the really worst version of it. But Loeb financing money through FTX, he has an office. Where do you think his office is? It's in Tel Aviv, the capital of Israel. And he invested in at least 6 Israeli startups that I found. Do you do that? Do you imagine somebody had an office in Beijing and started Chinese startups and gave all this money to China? No way. Then you've got Michael Dell, who's probably the richest person on this list. He's worth $104 billion, the 12th richest person in the world. Dell Computers, they suck, by the way. Ironically, he had to pay $104 million to settle a fraud case with the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission. And then in 2022, he settled 1.1 billion with shareholders related to his stock swap transactions. And he's a member of the Friends with the IDF. Remember I mentioned them earlier as part of the head presidents of Jewish religion. He's part of the Friends of the IDF. A lot of Israel organizations start with the word friend. Friend of the IDF, friend of this, friend of that. And he's also donated millions to them, which ultimately goes through the AIPAC pipeline. Daniel Lupczynski, the CEO of Kind granola bars, another Jewish billionaire. At least he produces something. This is the first guy that actually like made a product besides the Home Depot. Which, by the way, was just a takeover. Someone else made something functional, and then they became the ownership class. But he is on the board of directors of the ADL. So enough said. Daniel is part of the ADL. Of course, he's in this WhatsApp group. And there's Howard Schultz. He's the former CEO of Starbucks. The same guy that told his workers that they should be like the Holocaust concentration camp survivors who all had to share, five people with one blanket, that they ought to be more like that and show solidarity and share their blanket. Totally divorced from reality. He even aspired to become president, and Howard Schultz ran for president. And he did a little miniature version of what the Israeli government did. He created a bunch of fake accounts on Twitter that were all identitarian. It was like blacks for Schultz, women for Schultz, gays for Schultz, as Gilad Osman likes to say. All the little slithers thing to make it look like these are organizations and they're all supporting them to become president. You should boycott Starbucks, by the way. It is. There's so many coffee shops. Just drink it at home. Get your 1775 from Rumble. You can, if you're in America or Canada, you can get the End All Aid to Israel coffee from me in my store, and it actually says that on the package, End All Aid to Israel. At least buy it once just to get the bag. It'd be worth it. But that's the kind of forces we're up against. These are not just millionaires. These are billionaires working together to further the interests of the Israeli state against American interests, against European interests. They want it like this. And then on top of that, of course, they manipulated social media. Now, the ADL, Camera, Canary Mission, SPLC, they're not in the bribing department like AIPAC. They're in the defamation department. These are the people that slander the opponents of the puppets of AIPAC. They're also the people that slander, libel, and defame journalists or just American, Canadian dissidents. They did it. I think I have the longest Canary Mission report. If you go there and type my name in. It's so bad because they have me as the president of some Muslim organization in Washington, D.C. that I've never heard of, where I do not live. I don't even live in the same country, and I'm not religious. But that's, apparently I'm the head of it anyway. And some white separatist organization. I'm like, don't those two things conflate? How could I be involved in both of those and those two things wouldn't like each other? And I'm not a part of any kind of white anything either. Again, I don't live in America, but they have me running two organizations that contradict each other in a country that I do not live in, and one of the groups I've never even heard of. And then it's just crap. But the problem is, and they did this to Roger Waters, they did this to Max Blumenthal, but I'm not a multi-million-dollar rock star from Pink Floyd. I don't have the Gray Zone or some giant conglomerate, feeding in my journalistic work. So those kind of people can just laugh it off. Max is Jewish too, so he'd be like, "What do you call me, a selfie?" It doesn't quite work as well if the dissident is a Jew, but I am not. And so just like regular people who get defamed by these groups lose their payment processors. You kicked off PayPal, kicked off Patreon, kicked off Discord, Stripe, you name it. You get your social media taken away. No Facebook, no MySpace, no AOL, no Discord. Kicked off Twitter for many years. No Twitch, none of that stuff. No Live League, no Daily Motion. Name anything prominent. I'm not allowed to use. Kicked off Coinbase, kicked off Binance. Can't even use crypto exchanges because they just go behind your back and lie to people. You don't even get to see what they're saying. I found a way because I had groups dedicated trying to get me kicked off radio shows and stuff even. And one of those knew me personally and forwarded me the emails of the crap they were saying about me. And it's just utter BS. But the easiest thing for these companies to do is just get rid of you instead of fighting with billionaires. Now, if you want to do a comparison of the Epstein client list and the people I just named, both as donors to UDP, APAC, BMFI, and the WhatsApp group, there is a lot that you could make a Venn diagram. And it would almost be a kind of a circle with some small flower petals on the edges. There's so much overlap. And if you were to take that group and rewind the clock, because Les Wexner, he's in his 80s. He's been doing this a long time. His foundation was part of the original mega group, Michael Steinhardt and those guys. But it was through him that you had Rabbi Herbert Friedman. Rabbi Herbert Friedman was the head of the UJA. Along with Abba Hillel Silver, that Hillel's named after. He was with the Wexner Foundation as their president and was part of the gun running and uranium smuggling for the Sonborn Institute, the Rudolf Sonborn. And the Sonborn Institute are not only, they're not the financial backbone, it's the political backbone. We had David Ben-Gurion, who becomes the first prime minister of Israel, Henry Montour, Nathan Bernstein, gun runner, Theodore Cullix, Reuben Daphne, and worked with Sam Salone, Yehuda Arazi, who had like 50 different aliases, worked with the mob, worked with Siegel, worked with Costello, Lansky, Willerman, Dalitz, Anastasia, Bernstein, Cohen, Mickey Cohen, that is. All these Googlers. By the way, Cohen donated millions, and this is 1950s, to Irgun, Jewish terrorist organization. Until the Krim and Arthur were part of that. She was sleeping with LBJ. And it's Lyndon Johnson that sent the Liberty out to get sunk. And then put a gag order on the survivors so they couldn't tell their story, how the Israelis had attacked their ship and murdered the American sailors. And his family, his aunt, ZOA member, founder, actually, Lyndon Johnson's family is all involved with these same kind of filth. The filth the Kennedys were trying to clean up, because what were they doing? They were trying to register the ZOA under FARA and inspect Israel in Dimona of its illegal weapons program. Well,
it's a good place to stop. We'll come back to it. Let's take a little break. Let's have some fun with Biden, the wannabe Jesuit priest who was told that he was too stupid to be a Jesuit priest and recommended to go into politics. So, I don't know if you heard about this. President Biden goes for an intimate forehead-to-forehead with the Pope at the G7 summit in Italy. That's right. This is the other power brokers. There's the Jewish lobby, and this is the other power brokers. Pope Francis appeared to look uncomfortable with the gesture. According to the insiders at G7, Biden's performance is the worst it has ever been, noting that he is losing focus. Probably because he's on so many drugs. Biden was also seen wandering off the summit and saluting an Italian prime minister as he shuffled around. And this has become, it's funny, it's sad, it's so funny, it's full of decrepit old farts, perverts. Here's the other thing, is Biden's vigor is impressive. Just in President Biden appears to start wandering off at the G7 summit and has to be handled back in. Now, it's what's pathetic about it is it's cruel that they have thrown him in this situation. It's cruel to us too, as American citizens, have to put up the shit. So here's this guy. He's coming in the parachuter. No, everyone else paying attention to the parachuter, and there's Biden just wandering off. His hands look weird. It's almost like somebody. I wonder if it actually is him. It's a question a lot of people have. Hey, come over here. And what the hell's going on? Yeah. Let me put my Italian mafia glasses on. Holy shit. There's somebody in the parachute. But he's not the first time he did this. This is his new sniffing position. He did this at Patti LaBelle at the White House this week. It's quite sad. Joe Biden doesn't sniff black people. It's funny. That's a funny. Oh shit. Yeah, transfers of power. I pooped my pants at the Pope's. Let's go, Brandon. If you can see that, him putting his head on that little kid. Go get away from me, you pervert. Holy shit. There's it's you know what, it's really quite insulting to the rest of us, isn't it? This is what they're presenting to us. I think it's just trying to agitate people. This is funny. I like this one. I don't know if I can blow that up or not. You remember this one? I remember this one when he came, when Trump came to visit the Pope and he starts playing with his hand and the Pope swats his hand. I think he's just like, hey, look at the Jewish mob is taking over. Of course, then we got It's so sad. It's pathetic, isn't it? What they've done to us. Oh my God. But you know, the Jews are behind it all as usual. If you still hate Trump after this Biden shit show, you're committed to the stupidity. Your commitment to stupidity is impressive. The only problem with that is that, yeah, it's so deliberately staged and deliberately conjured up to make it, you know, trying to keep the seat. Oh, I wonder if he'll try to sniff to the guy next to him. I can't remember who that is. Federal Review has offered to cease fire with Ukraine. His terms are basically the following: Russia keep occupying territory gained, and Ukraine doesn't join NATO. Will Zelensky and Biden agree to the terms? Who gives a shit? It's all staged anyways. You got to remember, Putin is in his connection, all that's just too. Is there anything else worth looking at? No, it's sad. It's pathetic. It truly is pathetic. But, you know, it's all staged to be that way. They didn't have to, you know, they gave us a pathetic of a creature. What else is there to watch before we get back into this? There's I talk about idolatry. That flag is the biggest symbol of idolatry there ever freaking was. The IOF just can't stop, won't stop promoting the psychopaths that they are. Abu Ghraib, remember that's neocons, and the neocons are basically what the Jewish mafia, and they gave us brought back torture to the country. Isn't that wonderful? Breaking news: Feds attempting to take my personal X account today. I just don't trust. Not in a million years can I trust Donald Trump. I mean, Alex Jones, or Donald Trump for that matter. Trump on aliens. They are spoon-feeding the alien demon psyops. Well, the thing about Adam, he's right about a lot of things, but I don't think he hasn't done his research in that area. So and he's a young man. And you know what? I didn't believe in freaking Bigfoot when I was 49 until I was 49 years old, and I was standing next to a Crow Indian medicine man, and fucking two of those damn things showed up. One got 15 feet in front of our faces. So until they have that experience, I can't expect you to believe it. It's not a belief system, though. It's not some religious thing. And there are, as far as aliens, maybe UFOs, interdimensional beings. Seems like there's some strong, high probability in that. That we do live in this freaking Loosh farm. Should we really listen to Candace Owens? Give us a break, even though she's part of the psyop itself. But let's listen. But you just can't say it's genocide. British guy beats Israeli scumbags. Well done. Well, that looks like fun. What the heck is this all about? Is this like a movie or what? I don't know about that one. Well, where else we got it? What other? Oh, there's the gays and their U-term things. U-term. Doesn't teach it out. They just don't like to be reminded of their genocide and. Of course. Huh. No, I'm Jewish. Can't happen. Not allowed. Shooting breaks into 2,000 teens skipped school and swarmed in Nassau County in Long Beach. Teens were seen fighting, dancing on cop cars, and twerking. Oh God, there's nothing more nastier than a bunch of fat chicks twerking. It's just disgusting. That's more disgusting. That's evil. Hey, we'll get back to the stuff. I think let's see. What should I do here? We'll get back to playing this about Israel affinity organizations, how they've usurped the government.
If that had happened, all of this would have unraveled. That whole cabal from the Sunborn Institute would have fallen apart. And there wouldn't have been a Wexner, and there wouldn't have been a Maxwell, and there wouldn't have been an Epstein, there wouldn't have been a Jean-Luc Brunel. It wouldn't have been little Glenn Maxwell either. And then there wouldn't have been a Raphael Yadenton. There wouldn't have been a Jonathan Pollard. You wouldn't have an Abraham Dindor. None of that would have happened. But out of the JA and Haganah, you end up with Ben Gurion. You end up with Shimon Peres. You got guys like David Lowenthal, Menachem Begin, another prime minister, and Netanyahu. Go through Heli, he's second generation. Epstein's second generation. Sonborn is the first generation. And then, in addition to this, part of the WhatsApp group, you've got Joshua Kushner, the brother of Jared Kushner, who's married to Trump's daughter. Their father broke campaign finance laws in the Governor McGreevey race, giving illegal donations to the governor of New Jersey. It was important because it's the governor of New Jersey who appoints the president of the Port Authority that divvies out massive real estate contracts in New York and New Jersey for public works and airports and bridges and things like this. And they just so happen to sell their World Trade Center properties to Larry Silverstein months before the September 11th attack. And then, of course, Zim Shipping, 50% run by the Israeli government, coincidentally moves out of the towers. And Charles Kushner bought up all this property on the other side of the Hudson River, which, gosh dang, surely would benefit if something happened, like those buildings were physically annihilated, that all those offices would have to go somewhere. American Express, first one to move out, buy property for Kushner. Fill them up. What a lucky break. But anyway, in his shenanigans of bending campaign finance laws to donate to McGreevey, who he blackmailed, Governor McGreevey was a closet homosexual. While his wife was sick and in the hospital, he was cheating on her in her bed with a man named Golan Sapel, who he met in Israel on a trip arranged by Charles Kushner. He was the go-between. McGreevey awards this guy a six-figure job in a nuclear power plant, totally not a spy. But in some of the subsidiaries that were donating on Kushner's behalf, he put them in the names of his brother and his sister. His sister Miriam went after him for it. So he blackmailed her husband, his own brother-in-law. He approached the New Jersey police, the O'Toole brothers, to procure some hooker. And he paid him $35,000. This must be a high-end whore. Pretty sure that's not the going rate. But they was like, thanks, and took it. So he did it himself. He hired this girl. I actually interviewed her. Miriam's husband took the hooker to the Red Bull Inn, 2-star motel. So she manipulated him into that. Like, let's go here. Because the whole thing was rigged to video the entire encounter. So he used sexual blackmail on his own brother-in-law and sister. But she didn't back down. She's like, go ahead, release it. I don't care. And Charles Kushner ended up in jail. While he's in jail, he hired 2 other white-collar criminals when they all get out together. And did they come down on the Trump administration for this? Did they tell you this story? Hell no. They can't, because they're all co-compromised. If they go after them, then Trump can go after the back with the same kind of stuff. It's a gentleman's agreement. You don't do this. And they crossed the line trying to jail him. And, buddy, if he gets back in power, revenge will be had. At this point, it doesn't really matter which Zionist is in charge, because they're all Zionists. But it would be fun to watch him clean up the FBI. And the thing is, even if you remove those criminals, he's just going to replace them with different criminals. But anytime the cartels fight with each other, that's a win for the public. Yeah, I explained it. I ripped this off from a guy named Richard Black, state senator from Virginia. We did a nice interview on Syria. It's also on the website in the archives. He explained it. He was talking about ISIS and Aral al-Sham, HTS on Ultra Front, these organizations inside Syria with the FSA, excuse me. He said it's like drug cartels. It's not all one thing. They do compete with each other, but they all sell drugs. And that's how these cliques are. Republican, Democrat, whatever. They do compete with each other over power. But they all screw you over. It doesn't like they're all selling cocaine. They're just fighting over who gets what territory or whatever, who gets the profit from the big pharma, who gets the profit from this, from energy, da da da. They're all fighting for mercantilistic state protectionism, no big contracts, using the government as the ATM machine to enrich themselves while you pay the bill, driving the country trillions of dollars in debt. It's unpayable at this point. They don't care. It's just like who gets their turn to steal from the public. And it's no wonder that this is driven by a hedge fund cabal that does the same thing. It's rigged. Now, I said earlier, put a pin in that. So if you look at these Wall Street tycoons, this idea that, oh, we're just good at buying the right stocks and those companies do well, the stock price goes up. Wrong. Very little to none of the price of a stock is based on the performance of the company doing goods and services. It's mostly driven by speculation, kind of like Bitcoins. The hype itself makes the value, kind of a self-licking ice cream cone. And so they're able to use market manipulations to destroy companies and then bet against them. Or they can bet, like Pelosi style insider trading, on, say, Raytheon, and then Raytheon gets a massive contract through the Ukraine aid for building artillery, missiles, whatever. And of course the stock goes up. But what the stock also goes up is only going to go up a little bit from the money it's producing from doing well in the market. But if it's going to go up a little bit, then everyone's going to invest to get that bump. But by investing, they make it go up a lot more. They all benefit from it. It's manipulated. If you have enough money, you can move stock prices around. They halt trading. They do all manner of tricks. They won't let people sell. During the GameStop shenanigans a couple of years ago, one of the apps people use to buy stock, Robinhood, just removed the button that allowed you to buy, so that others could, get rid of their short positions before it went down too far. It's rigged, completely rigged. These people are not smarter than you. They're not geniuses in the market. Oh, for a hedge fund. I mean, these people lose billions of dollars on stupid bets. And it doesn't matter. The government, look at the mortgage-backed security fraud. Trillions in the bailout, the GOA showed. They were getting tens of billions per company in bailouts where they made these stupid bets. Because they lied. The rating agencies were lying about their CDOs. I don't know why you have collateralized debt obligation when you weren't obligated and you didn't have collateral. All you had is debt. They didn't get proper insurance. They spread that out. We had multiple insurance claims on the same property. And they got away by saying, oh, we didn't lie. We're just really bad at our job. Even though there's emails with them joking about it to each other, going, look at this piece of shit I just sold so-and-so. And they ruined people's retirement savings and they destroyed the common man. And here comes the government with a bailout. Here you go, Goldman Sachs. You lost other people's money, but we're going to give you more of other people's money to bail you out. Here you go, Citigroup. In fact, the government will take 18% share itself in you. Here you go. These guys If they win, they win. If they lose, they still win. Pretty easy way to make money. The other method is they just buy already existing functional countries and become the owner. You have a sports team, it's making money, I'll buy that. We'll keep everybody where it is. Y'all just keep making money. I'm just now the owner, and I'm going to collect off of your labor. And how do you get the initial capital to do that? Well, you just pull it out of the foreign aid. We are subsidizing our own subversion. You want to get rid of AIPAC, and you want to get rid of those 50 different groups I named? Good luck. You can't. It just needs to be stigmatized that if you're in Congress, or you're a governor or mayor, if you're in political power, and you are bending the knee to Israel, you should be voted out of office. Because these people are slaughtering Palestinians, they're attacking Lebanon and Syria and Iran, sometimes Egypt and Iraq. They dragged us into 2 different wars in Iraq and wasted trillions of dollars. They dragged us into supporting Islamic jihadi takfiri lunatics in Syria and destroyed that country. They're trying to get a war with Iran. That's your future, World War III, if you keep supporting Zionists. So AIPAC, UDP, they can donate all they want. If they lose their monopoly on media, they lose. That's why the majority of the money that UDP gathers is spent on media manipulation. And people are moving away from legacy media. They're turning increasingly to online media to get their news. There are people who would rather get their news from TikTok, as bad of a news source as that is, than TV, because that's even worse. The only reason to watch televised news is to see what kind of propaganda they want me to think. Well, what's happened with Elon Musk, which is the smallest of the giant social media, by the way, nowhere close to YouTube or Facebook or something. He has allowed, not all, but some of us back on the platform, the thought leaders, to tell you all this information. And I propose making a group, an anti-AIPAC group, we'll call it, to vet politicians so you don't have to sit there and go, did he get money from AIPAC? How much? Did he get money from UDP? How much? Did he get it from this? Did he get it from that? You don't have to do that. We'll do it. And we will give our red triangle stamp of approval, or like our green check, whatever. It's a Thomas Massey, that's a good one. Tom Cotton, out. Lindsey Graham, out. Any Zionists, we'll have a ranking system. And we don't need to spend billions or millions of dollars, because the voting block of the so-called Goyim is so much larger. It outranks Jewish and Christian Zionists combined. They're only about 33% of the United States. The rest of us have to make it a death knell. Like, if you are pro-Israel, you're gone. It doesn't matter what you are on any other issue, because that is what's contributing to the national debt, these stupid wars, slaughtering of children, burning babies like they bombed a refugee camp in Raqqa recently. That has to end. It's unsustainable. We need our own anti-AIPAC lobby to go to Congress and argue on our behalf. You just pick the most articulate people that know this issue in and out to go there and represent you. Not as bribing and taking people to lunches, but to just go sit and talk to legislative assistants, make the case, the moral case, and the financial case of why we shouldn't be supporting this Israeli apartheid state. And it seems like, from our own canary, that this is very possible. Thomas Massey was attacked by all of these groups trying to primary him in Kentucky. And the people in his district didn't listen. And they spent all this money. They bought commercial after commercial, slandering him, making crap up, fear-mongering. And it didn't work. Not only did he win, he won resoundingly. Over 75% voted for him. Now, incumbents usually win their primaries. But this is a small W, because AIPAC usually, 95% of the time, if they want you out, you're out. If they want to keep you, they keep you. If this is a sign of the times come November, because there's a lot of different congressional races, if there's the case where there's a Zionist and a non-Zionist, and sometimes there isn't. But you have to vote for the non-Zionist. Being a Zionist needs to be an automatic dismissal from any political position.
We have a shekel chat on Rumble from the Candyman Can, and says, what's the easiest way I can describe the Jewish powers to someone who is totally unaware without sounding like I'm super conspiracy theorist? Also, what do you think of Trump being backed by Jews? Well, step one is don't call it Jewish power or Jews. And a little bit of tact is useful here. You have to understand, like, if you want to win and you can't, don't refer to it as Jewish power. That it's, first of all, it's a poor description. It's like blaming what the West does on like the whites and calling it white power or something. It's not a product of DNA. It's a product of a religion and a political ideology that not everybody belongs to within that group. That's why we say Christian evangelicals, because they're very different from other sects of Christianity, for example. They all believe in Jesus and all that. They're all Christian. But the evangels are hardcore Zionists, normally. And then you've got other types, like Ron Paul, Dan McAdams, like, I can say like normal or whatever, but like the polar opposite ideologically, the love thy neighbor type Christians. And so within Jewish community, you get Zionists. That is the majority of Jews. But you also have a lot of people who identify as Jewish based on nothing other than descent. It's just an ethnic group. Oh, their parents were Jews, their grandparents, so they are, even though they don't even practice religion or believe in any of it. They might be apolitical. And then you have Orthodox Jews and stuff who are opposed to Zionism. You also have Orthodox that support it. You get all manner. So I don't like calling it Jewish power. I like calling it Zionism because that's accurate. Zionism also, you don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. The majority of Zionists aren't Jews, they're Christians. But the majority of Christians are not Zionists. And yeah, what is Zionism? It's Jewish supremacy. And that delineation matters. It's just like you're talking about Nazis, you're talking about Nazis. You're not talking about Germans, you're not talking about whites. You know, these are subsets of a larger category. You're talking about white supremacy, not white people. And we're talking about Jewish supremacy, not the Jewish ethnic group automatically. So your terms are important. So when explaining Zionism to people, is that these people have an ideology of racial supremacy and believe based on religious dogma that God granted that land in the Middle East to their bloodline. And so they have a right to just murder all the people there or steal their homes, bulldoze them down, burn their farms. It doesn't matter whether it's based on a religion or pseudoscience or whatever, social Darwinism. They're racist. And their behavior consists of murdering people, burning, vandalizing, destroying, and taking over property. They're like, oh, but there's Arabs that live in Israel. Like, yeah, there were black senators in the 1870s. It didn't mean there were equal rights. There's a pecking order. There are laws in Israel, 57 different laws, that separate Jews and Gentiles. They can't marry each other, for example. But they have one set of laws for themselves, another set of laws for everyone else. And in the settlements in the West Bank, you have to be Jewish to be in a Jewish settlement. They are racially segregated. Race in their own mind, anyway. Like they think of the Jewish race. Jews are from all manner of races. It's an identitarian position. So what I would refer to is Zionist power. Talk about the lobby. Give an example of the Second Iraq War. And they'll say oil, whatever. Point out, have it ready, 77% of Iraq's oil exports after that war went to Israel, not the United States. Each pre-war lie was cooked up by Israeli partisans, not big oil. It wasn't the petrodollar or any of that stuff. Have examples ready. But, you can go back to the Liberty, you can go back in time, but the more recent examples, like the war in Iraq and the war in Syria, I think are more hard-hitting. It's people, even younger people, are alive when they happen. Everybody knows there were no WMDs. It never really got corrected. Now, if you're going to start picking at stuff like 9/11 or Kennedy, that is not an opening salvo. That is not your initial. That's after they've had a few red pills and they're ready for it. Because if you start with like, my Madonna had glass windows, you lost them. I think starting with the Iraq War or the Syrian War and then start explaining the Zionist influence there is the way to go. And, recently we got more ammo. That Thomas Massey interview, we say everybody's got an AIPAC guy. That's not just Congress. That's the media too. Scott Ritter talked about that on Fresh and Fit. Top Chewy in with the Benjamin Franklin. It says, what's good, my man? On one day, we should podcast with my guys from Getting Salty for the fire department in New York, retirees. They want to know who was involved in 9/11. These guys were there. How about Thomas Massey and Tucker? Solid. Yeah, I was just saying that before I read that. The Massey interview was solid. I'd like to talk to the New York Fire Department. I think that'd be awesome. You can arrange it. I mean, it would cost a lot for me to go down to New York and do that, but they could just see the Fresh and Fit interviews that I did. I'm going to repost those on the 14th, 15th, and 16th of this month. Those are coming on Rumble. They can watch that. If they want like a presentation and all that, Adam Fitzgerald lives in New York too. He's a 9/11 guy. He's one of my guys. Maybe we should do a 9/11 symposium in New York with the white, like the slideshow or what, a movie screen. I forgot what it's called. The drop down thing. We'll do a whole presentation. I kind of like that idea.
Okay. So anyways, that's Ryan Dawson. You can learn more about his, you learn a lot from him about his, about Zionism. So, to say the least, what is it, the one I wanted to play next? I'm going to do this real fast. Wow. And that is somebody rediscovered the video that I love. Let's see. And this is an example of what I believe a Bigfoot is, which will offend an awful lot of people who believe in Bigfoot and others who don't believe in Bigfoot. But this is pretty much similar to what I saw in 2017, August 2017. I was standing next to a crow and you miss him. I hate the back. Now, pay attention to this. So the guy, this is not the whole video, but yeah, this thing pops out of this dude that got attacked. And the shadowy thing is what I saw too. So it was much more darker and it had very much like electric going through it, like static electricity. So anybody who doesn't believe in that, I don't care. Just not a religion. Don't give a shit, to be honest. I mean, you should understand it. I mean, it depends on how much you want to know the truth about things. Because the truth is, say it'll set you free, and what will set you free from all the matrix that you're in, you'll stop believing in all the horse shit that all the experts and all the other people say is the truth. Yeah, there's so many good things to play. Let's play So there's been a lot of people lately that have been like Ben Swan and Stu Peterson have been and others talking about that October 7th was either inside job or that Israel knew about it. And let's see if I can find the guy. Where are you at, buddy? Give you the credit. Your credit's due. Because it's not those guys. They weren't the first ones to like start putting the pieces together. People already started to talk about it right away. If you knew what they were doing or talking about. I'll do it this way. I see Matt Tower stuff. Okay. I want to do some of his stuff. So this is John Hankey. You just said he's doubled his subscribers since I found him. But John Hankey is one who did the great breakdown on October 7th, an inside job. I know Ben Swan argues otherwise. Whatever. Whether it's inside job or not, they knew what the hell was going on. And this is important to see. It's for people to realize how the powers that be, the parties that be, whether it's Hamas, whether it's IDF, whether it's Israel, whether it's Netanyahu, Washington, D.C., etc. Everyone knew it was coming down. And they knew in advance, kind of like 9/11. And that it was all 2000, October 7th, 2023 was deliberately allowed to happen to justify the ethnic cleansing, the removal of the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. And we know that the Kushners have some involvement with it. And that means then Trump has some involvement in it. And this whole thing about choosing one false candidate or another, whether it's Donald Trump or it's Biden or JFK or RFK Jr. or whoever it may be. Oh, then there's the one Jewish princess that wants to be the president. That's all we need. And line it all up, right? You got two Jewish princesses, one controlling Mexico and another in the United States, and that just be quite a coup for the Zionists. Anyways, let's watch this. He's updated it a little bit from the old one that I shared in a live, and I think it's important to see. There's so much to talk about when it comes to this part of our reality, that being Zionism and how it's corrupted us. But if it didn't corrupt us, something else would. It's the way this Loosh farm is designed. It's all designed to corrupt us.
Israel was completely behind the October 7th attacks, organized, funded, and enabled by Israel. Watching just a few of these images tells you that the nation of Israel has become a fascist, genocidal monstrosity. But the paid defenders of Israeli genocide say that it's necessary to kill all those kids because of the terrible crimes committed by Hamas on October 7th.
Killing Hamas makes Israel safe.
Yeah, Hamas is responsible for killing all those children. Hamas kills children. Hamas is an evil organization. I hope Israel destroys Hamas. That's what I hope. And I want to help Israel destroy Hamas.
But these two Israeli army veterans want us to know that the whole story of October 7th is a lie, and they are furious about it.
Israel is probably the most advanced surveillance state in the world, and the Gaza border is probably the most heavily surveilled. I know all these things firsthand because I served on the Gaza border. Do you know how long it takes an attack helicopter to get activated and blow up any one of those tractors or pickup trucks? Less than 5 minutes. It could have been a matter of 5 minutes before the whole thing was upended. I'm sorry, that's an inside job.
I am an Israeli. I live in Jerusalem. I was serving in the army. I was in intelligence unit. The fence is guarded 24/7, not only by patrolling cars, not only by cameras, not only by a fence that is an electric fence, also by laser that is activating an alarms. Nobody can cross that fence. You cannot enter unless you have help from inside. There was help from inside. This operation was not made by Hamas. The plan is to flatten Gaza. Let's talk the truth.
These two Israeli army veterans are mad, and they say Israel's defenses should have stopped the invaders. Let's look at these supposedly impenetrable border defenses that they are talking about, shall we? The wall is steel-reinforced concrete, 20 feet high and 22 miles long. In front of it is a minor fence, and behind it is a $2 billion electrified steel fence. Every few hundred yards, there are machine gun turrets, patrolled 24/7 by soldiers, all of it backed up with an array of devices for detecting anyone approaching the fence. These devices include radar systems with cameras that cover the entire territory of the Gaza Strip, night vision cameras, of course, a system of lasers for detecting movement, super high-def cameras that can see faces close up from 6 miles away. The cameras are located atop surveillance towers. Many of these cameras are mounted in balloons, allowing the spotters to see deep into Hamas's backyard. A small army of spotters monitor these cameras intensely, 24/7. And the spotters reported that they could see training camps, which are as far from the border as you can get. Before you're out of range of these cameras, you're in the sea. The cameras send a picture of any intruder to the spotters, who then send the information to the soldiers who operate the machine gun towers by remote control with devastating effect. These machine gun turrets should have exterminated the Hamas invaders when they first approached the fence. But the soldiers manning them had been evacuated before the attack on the morning of October 7th, all except the soldiers manning this one. Accidents happen, I guess. The whole perimeter is patrolled 24 hours a day on the ground, including tanks, and from the air, of course. And backing this whole system is a battery of 28 Apache helicopters, capable of flying 200 miles an hour, firing 600 explosive 30-millimeter machine gun rounds per minute, plus Hellfire missiles, and
less than 5 minutes
away from Gaza. Paratroopers on call and ready to be flown in anywhere in minutes. The military base near the Gaza border is capable of responding within minutes with 200 soldiers armed to the teeth. And of course, the bombers, currently murdering children in Gaza, would arrive in seconds after takeoff. If one of these multiple standard defense measures had been in operation, active on the morning of October 7th, the attacks would have had zero chance of breaching the wall alive, much less hurting anyone on the other side of the wall. As we are about to see, Hamas had been on the warpath for 40 minutes before the sun came up. The helicopters should have been in the air 35 minutes before this video was taken. Given that the attack was already underway at this point, these guys should have been obliterated as they first left town and started down the dirt roads to the fence. But we're just getting started.
They're called in Hebrew Tatzpitanot, which is basically the command and control center. These are the people, mostly females, who observe, who's tasked with observing the Gaza border fence, as there's actual video footage of those same command control center operators reporting on the breach of the fence. They did, and it's documented.
From the very start of the attack, the balloons allowed these spotters to see the pickups the minute these Hamas fighters started off from deep inside Gaza. And these women called it in. We saw people running to the border from every direction, running with guns. We saw motorbikes and pickup trucks driving straight at the fence. We watched them blow up the fence and destroy it. And we might have been crying, but we continued to do our jobs at the same time. We were taught that we would report on the incident, we would direct helicopters to the scene, and someone would come and save us. But the helicopters never came. The spotters' tiny base was overrun. 15 were killed and 7 were taken hostages. These spotters are, of course, furious. The IDF left us like sitting ducks on a range. The spotters who had been abandoned by the army were simply slaughtered. This Washington Post PBS documentary has something to tell us about the cameras on the balloons.
Video from the attack shows one of the balloons. We were told it had been cut loose by the militants.
So one of the bazillion lies Israel has told about the attack is that the spotters couldn't see the attackers because their cameras had been cut. That is a lie. The balloons were not detached. The spotters saw Hamas coming, and they continued reporting even as Hamas attacked their unguarded facility. But these army spotters were not the only ones calling in red alerts. Israelis living near the wall heard the explosions at the wall. They saw the rockets and called in 30 red alerts.
6 בבוקר, קפה, יושב בשולחן, 6:30, מטח רקטות וצבע אדום, מטורף, מטורף. אנחנו לא זוכרים משהו בכזו אינפוט לכיוון צפון, רקטות שנופלות פה, פצמרים, הכל, כל השמיים בוערים, ממש בוערים.
In fact, at 6 a.m., people as far away as Jerusalem saw this massive, unprecedented firing of rockets and were terrified, as our lady veteran friend recalls for us.
I live in Jerusalem, specifically in the center, and I saw those things from already at 6 in the morning. And I knew about it at 6 in the morning, me, as right now as a citizen. How, explain to me how the army didn't know it and they didn't come to help these people?
Hamas began launching rockets before sunrise, at least half an hour before any of the explosions at the wall, or trucks or motorcycles heading for the fence. And early as it was, there were earlier alarms from Israeli intelligence in the middle of the night that Hamas was on the move. You've likely heard about the Nova Music Festival that was attacked and 350 people murdered, mostly burned alive. Lawyers for the victims have brought a lawsuit. There's much more to this story that we'll get to later, but for now, let's just focus on the fact that the lawsuit blames the army for failing to notify concert-goers when signs of a possible Hamas attack emerged late the night before on Friday, October 6. The military concedes that there was unusual activity by Hamas that was detected and discussed, and decisions were made, though obviously those decisions were not to beef up defenses, but to remove them. I'm on the side of the lawyers that this is incomprehensible, how the defendants did not order the party to be dispersed immediately. In fact, I find incomprehensible to be the only word to describe all this stuff. You will too, I think. For example, the women soldiers, the spotters, also heard this story about how the security services were warning about a terrorist infiltration and increased the presence of special forces and placed these various units on alert. The few surviving spotters are furious that they were not alerted or evacuated, but were left like sitting ducks, completely unarmed and defenseless for the Hamas invaders to slaughter. You may not be surprised at this point to learn that this warning Friday night was also not the first alarm. The Washington Post and PBS sent 2 reporters on a mission to Israel to investigate how Hamas was able to penetrate Israel's impenetrable defenses. One of the first things they learned, however, was the fact that detailed plans and all sorts of training videos had been posted online in the weeks before the attacks.
A plan that, as we discovered, had been brewing in plain sight.
When I first saw this video, I was like, oh, this is video from the day of. Like, how did they get this produced out so quickly? And then once you look closer, go. It's obviously a training video.
Our investigation found multiple videos recorded by Hamas detailing their planning measures. It's posted on social media before the attack, visible to all. We found videos of militants training for attacks on mock-ups of Israeli compounds. Videos posted soon after the attack showed they had also been practicing the use of paragliders.
These same women soldiers, the spotters, told the leading newspapers in Israel that for a month and a half before the October 7 attack, they saw Hamas training camps where they had built an exact replica of machine gun towers just like the ones in the fence. The incidents they saw were not isolated, and they were not tiny, they were massive. They'd never seen anything like it. They didn't just report, they yelled at their commanders that the reports had to be taken seriously, that Hamas was training for an attack. Congressional leaders were told by U.S. intelligence that Israel had been warned by the Egyptians, their closest ally in the region, 3 days before the attack. The Egyptians confirmed this story. They'd warned Israel of a coming explosion and that it would be big. The New York Times reported that Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan more than a year before the attack. This planning document was 40 pages long and detailed point by point exactly the kind of devastating attack that was coming. Holy crap. Israel's own analysts also noted the day-long training exercises that the spotters had seen, which fully matched the Hamas battle plan.
This evidence was largely ignored or dismissed by Israeli intelligence and the military, our investigation found.
Largely ignored. Largely is not the right word. Hell, completely is not the right word. They didn't ignore all this information that we just spent the last 15 minutes reviewing. As we are about to see, they very much responded to it by withdrawing 99% of the defenses, leaving those individuals that the Israeli Secret Intelligence Services, the Mossad, had chosen to die, completely unprotected, lambs chosen to be slaughtered. This video is mind-boggling. You have to please note at the top of the screen that the New York Times calls this base the heart of all military operations along the Gaza border. What you are seeing take place is this massive attack launched by Hamas upon this completely abandoned military base. And I count at least 5 and maybe 7 Hamas fighters. We were told there were over 1,000. WTF is up with that? And look at the length of this guy's shadow. This is not dawn. The sun is well up. It's at least an hour past dawn, maybe 2, nearly 3 hours after the rockets, and well over an hour after the first attack on the fences. In response to the news of an impending attack, the Israeli Defense Force, the IDF, withdrew the military completely from Gaza.
I'm sorry, that's an inside job.
Again, these women were purposefully murdered by the IDF on orders from the Mossad, the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. You need to reorient your thinking, I believe, to recognize that everyone who died on October 7th was murdered as part of this plan by the Mossad to justify genocide in Gaza. So you might expect these women weren't the only soldiers set up like lambs for the slaughter. The New York Times also reports that although the defenses at the base were removed, many soldiers were not only left behind, but they were allowed to keep sleeping. Several were killed in their bunks. The death of these soldiers was not an accident. Where was the IDF? Asked the New York Times. It was part of a plan that was so insanely obvious that the New York Times couldn't resist asking. In all these videos of Hamas, where's the goddamned Israeli army? This body cam video was taken by Hamas operatives. It shows them driving miles to the border fence, kicking up dust the whole way in full view of the Israeli spotters who saw it and reported it. In order to have any credibility, official Israeli television has had to admit what everyone in Israel already knew, that the military disappeared as this tiny invasion took place.
A stopwatch counting from the first explosion until the moment terrorist squad number 1 crosses into Israel shows 7.5 minutes. In that time, they meet no Israeli resistance.
Let's revisit this crucial point. At this point in the video, where we see this explosion in the distance, terrorist squad number 1 had already been on their way for some time, and the spotters would have seen all of their movements. So, the spotters said that they gave warning to the IDF immediately, and this would have been well over 7.5 minutes before Hamas arrived at the wall. And yet,
in that time, they meet no Israeli resistance.
And what about the machine gun towers placed every few hundred yards, one of which we see in action here? These guns would have evaporated those guys in the trucks when they were still hundreds of yards away. You remember we were told that special teams mobilized at 4 a.m.? My guess is that these special teams were Mossad operatives, mobilized to remove all the soldiers who would have otherwise operated these guns. It seems these special teams forgot to remove one of the tower operators, but no other Hamas fighters were killed by these guns. How long did this stand down last? The New York Times again tells us that after 7 hours, one reservist paratrooper major mobilized on his own, and to his surprise, the roads were empty. 7 hours into the fighting, there was no visible military response. Good gravy. An incredible story, corroborated by this CNN footage showing that the Israeli forces arrived at this bus stop shelter right in the middle of the major Hamas activity 7 hours after the attack began. 7 hours. That must be an exaggeration, no? Incomprehensible. Yasmin Porat is a key witness to events at Kibbutz Be'eri, where 112 Israeli civilians were killed. She says it took 10 hours for the army to arrive.
Do you know how long it takes an attack helicopter to get activated and blow up any one of those tractors or pickup trucks? Less than 5 minutes.
And yet, for 6 to 8 hours, Hamas wandered all over southern Israel, unsuccessfully looking for a fight. Trust me, all the vets in Israel were asking the same question. And what is the Israeli military supposed to say? Everybody, even this idiot, knew there was a 6-hour stand down.
So, look, I can understand why there are so many questions in regard to the IDF and how it took them 6 hours to respond to Hamas's terrorist attack. But unfortunately...
And what could the military say?
We couldn't use helicopters because they didn't know who and what is going on there.
Right. They couldn't tell that these guys with the RPGs and bulldozers were Hamas, or these guys, 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 or these guys. Or these fools, my favorites, parked, waiting, doing everything they could think of to attract the military. And then the director behind the camera whispers, "Psst, hey, Ahmed, run out there and pose for the camera. Now, pretend you're shooting at something. Cool." By the way, there are all these videos showing fewer than a dozen Hamas wandering around, and there are no videos of Hamas fighting the Israeli army. None. I'm just saying. These two Washington Post reporters made a big deal about Hamas blowing all these narrow holes in the wall.
It took them only minutes.
And then we are treated to this very short parade of at least 8 Hamas people walking single file through these narrow openings. But after these guys go through these narrow holes, then what? Do they wait for the bus? Hitchhike? These holes are useless if the trucks can't get through. There's something fishy going on here, right? Hey, look at all these completely useless holes the amazing wizards of Hamas were able to magically make. Ooh. This is all smoke and mirrors, misdirection, to distract you from the nearly obvious truth that the trucks went through a gate. Israel, you see, built a 20-foot-high wall, 22 miles long, with a gate right in the middle of it. And then they left this gate completely undefended. At the risk of repeating myself, what the frog? And look at the welcoming committee that received these 2 trucks, carrying 1,000 soldiers each. Mossad operatives opened up gates in the wall to allow the trucks through. You just saw it. They opened up gates in the wall, and then they guided the Hamas trucks through. That's how the trucks got through the wall. Good luck finding that fact anywhere. Go pay for this video right now.
There was help from inside. This operation was not made by Hamas. This operation was an operation that was an excuse for a bigger cause.
Jeffrey Sachs is a world-class economist, a UN official promoting sustainable development, a Columbia professor, and an important truth teller.
What is one of the dark truths that is known to experts and should be known to the public is Netanyahu played with Hamas. He built Hamas. He supported Hamas. He gave Hamas the base in Gaza because he wanted to weaken the Palestinians in general, because he's been playing a game all along to avoid a Palestinian state. And you can read about this everywhere now. This is even told by his own political associates.
Let's start with this one point.
And you can read about this everywhere now. This is even told by his own political associates.
Sachs is a very well-respected, established policy advisor. John Oliver is surely less serious, but he's much more mainstream. He wins the Emmy for his category every year. And listen as he makes all the same points as Professor Sachs.
But Hamas branded itself as the party of resistance to Israel and undermined the peace process with a long series of attacks and suicide bombings. Netanyahu's political career seemed dead. And it wasn't until a series of bus bombings by Hamas in Israel as part of their own efforts to derail the peace accords that Netanyahu was first elected prime minister. His cabinet is stocked with extremists. His current finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, explaining that strategy out loud in 2015.
The Palestinian Authority is a burden, and Hamas is a terrorist organization that no one will recognize, and no one will give it status in the ICC. No one will let them lead a decision in the Security Council. The main pitch we are playing now is international delegitimization. Hamas, at this point, in my opinion, will be an asset.
Hamas is an asset. And for years, Netanyahu's government was actually allowing suitcases of cash to be delivered to Hamas. When that scandal broke, Netanyahu insisted that that money was for humanitarian aid, which still doesn't explain why it had to be delivered in luggage in the back of a fucking car.
I give him a lot of credit for even doing this really dangerous piece, though he neglects to mention that there's only one reason for making deliveries of cash, because black market arms dealers don't accept credit cards. This picture is from the Times of Israel, in a story about Israel giving Hamas billions of dollars in cash. And this is from a Haaretz article about Israel giving Hamas billions of dollars in cash. And this is a New York Times article about Israel giving Hamas billions of dollars in cash. But this article is killer because it quotes Netanyahu saying that he wanted Hamas to be strong and that he encouraged giving Hamas money for weapons. Billions in $100 bills was delivered in suitcases. Netanyahu, of course, denies it, but all of these news organizations ignored his denials and just printed the evidence. But the U.S. has spies too. And when the U.S. spies reported that Qatar was giving Hamas money to buy weapons, the Congress threatened to impose sanctions on Qatar. But Netanyahu sent his Mossad boys to meet with the congressman, and the Mossad spooks gave the congressman a nod and a wink and told him to back off, which they did. These billions in cash payments were approved at the highest levels of the Mossad. David Barnea, the Mossad chief, welcomed the money. The Qatari bagman was escorted into Gaza by Mossad agents, and the chief of Mossad approved these payouts right up until a few weeks before the October 7th false flag attack. Of course the money went to buy weapons, and the Mossad knew it. Every Israeli with any intelligence knew the money was for weapons. Of course it was, and of course they knew. These pictures were all over the internet. That's what some of us call
an inside job.
Didn't the Israeli army in those 10 or 11 camps hear the bangs when they blew up whatever they had to blow up to get across the border?
Mm-hmm.
There's something very fishy about that.
Speaking of fishy, in early December, two courageous and prestigious law professors published a shocking story that someone was shorting the stocks of Israeli companies just before the October 7th attacks. That is, on October 2nd, millions of dollars in bets were being made on dozens of Israeli stocks, betting that they would go down in the following week. On dozens of stocks, the bets on just one of these dozens of companies made the criminals $10 million. And the professor said in so many words that these criminal stock traders obviously knew about the coming attacks and profited from these murders by making these bets. The story made news, sort of. You never heard it. These two heroes told CNN that what they found was the tip of the iceberg. CNN looked for someone to criticize them, but all they could find was this Yale law professor who called the article shocking and called the evidence in the article strong. Reuters interviewed the head of the Israeli Stock Exchange, who told them that there was nothing unusual in the number of bets being placed against the market. Nothing to see here. And the same doofus also told Reuters that these short bets were made by an Israeli bank known to him and to the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. Got that? He knows who did it. And the criminals who place these bets can't be terrorists if they're friends of his. They're probably members of the Israeli government, so they can't be terrorists, right?
They're calling it their 9/11. What the hell happened on the American 9/11? Nobody knows. Clearly, the official narrative has huge holes in it.
It shouldn't be a surprise that the exact same thing happened on 9/11. Mainstream qualified scholars found insider trading then as well. There's a footnote at the end all about it. The implications in both stories are earth-shaking.
I'm sorry, that's an inside job.
They are, as we speak, committing genocide in Gaza. It's so insane what they're doing. It's beyond our capacity to imagine such evil.
We've seen that so much of what we have been told was a lie, that it throws doubt on all the stories we've been told. Like that Hamas killed all these civilians. Obviously, we can't believe it just because the Israeli government said it. So let's have a closer look. I hope you'll notice that Hamas had no motive to kill civilians, or soldiers for that matter. They wanted hostages to trade for the estimated 10,000 Palestinians held captive by Israel. For Hamas to kill civilians would only help the Mossad and the Zionists to justify their genocide. The Mossad brags about their operatives inside Hamas. And these Mossad operatives are the only ones who would have had a reasonable motive to wantonly kill civilians in the name of Hamas, as we see here, throwing a grenade into a bus station shelter full of peace-loving fans from the music festival. But this leader of Hamas says they had no intention of killing civilians. His saying so was worthless, of course, except that it is corroborated by so much real evidence. Most powerfully, the surviving witnesses, former hostages, who say that their captors treated them humanely. This old lady was taken hostage And we see her here being released to the Red Cross, and she turns back to her captor, takes his hand, and says, "Shalom."
מדוע לחץ את היד לאותו מחבל חמאס ברגע שהוא עבר הם התייחסו אלינו בעדינות וכל הצרכים שלנו סופקו.
These women were taken hostage and eventually released. They were tickled, it seems, with how well they were treated.
הם נתנו לה שם מאוד יפה, שם ערבי מאוד יפה. סלסביל, זה מים, זה כתוב להם בקוראן, מים מתוקים כזה. עכשיו אמרתי לו שזה קטע, כי השם שלי בישראל זה אגן.
Yasmin Porat shocked Israeli radio with her description of how she was treated by her captors while being held captive inside the kibbutz Be'eri.
הולכים בערך כ-12 בני ערובה.
הם מתעללים בכם או שהם...
הם לא מתעללים בנו, הם מתנהגים עלינו בצורה מאוד אנושית, זה אומר שהם שומרים עלינו. כן, מה זה אומר אנושית? שומרים עלינו, הם נותנים לנו לשתות פה ושם, שהם רואים שאנחנו בלחץ, הם מרגיעים אותנו.
The body cam video taken by Hamas also undercuts the allegation that Hamas wantonly killed civilians.
And the videos recovered later show the rampage through the kibbutz.
Rampage? But look for yourself how carefully and gingerly these men are creeping around. And look at this poor fool with a cigarette lighter, setting fire to some decoration. This old man says Hamas occupied his house with him and his wife inside for hours, and then left it looking like this, totally ruined. It's obvious, no, that these houses were not bombed out by men who had no bombs, but only small arms and cigarette lighters. This was done by Israeli tank shells and Hellfire missiles. In a minute, we'll look at Israeli media accounts of how the tanks and helicopters in fact inflicted this damage. Most of the dead were found under the rubble of these bombed out houses. And to what purpose did Israel blow up these houses with over 100 civilians inside, except as part of a plan to kill these civilians and then to blame their deaths on Hamas and to use this wanton murder by Israeli soldiers of their own people to justify genocide against Palestinians? Another point made by these videos is that these Hamas fighters seem to be wandering. They shoot carelessly at a passing car, but this seems random and careless. And what are these guys looking for? Like everyone else, they're looking for Israeli soldiers to fight. But the Israeli military had mysteriously evaporated and wouldn't appear for another 6 hours at least. If these guys were trying to massacre civilians, you'd be watching a video of them massacring civilians. And you hear it explicitly in this video. Hey guys, look, here comes the army, yay! We've already seen that Hamas is entirely financed by the Mossad and infiltrated by the Mossad. And yet, in spite of the billions invested by the Mossad, Hamas barely seems to exist. The notion that a paraglider is a weapon is a sad, pathetic joke. Hamas put on a big show in April, 5 months before the attack, but no one dressed like these guys is seen in any of the videos from October 7th. I guess they had to take the costumes back. Hamas fired hundreds of these skyrockets. These are fireworks, not weapons. They do zero damage. And this ragtag gaggle of a half a dozen amateurs in pickup trucks armed with pea shooters is not an invasion.
And it's a f***ing pickup army that's killing us.
At noon, the Israeli military's Southern Command, the people in the center of the action, assessed that 200 Hamas had entered Israel. Most videos show fewer than 10 gunmen. None shows more than a dozen. And for this staged show, the photos show 20 or so. This one shows about 40. My estimate, based on what I see in the videos, is that there were fewer than 50 altogether on October 7th.
And it's a f***ing pickup army that's killing us.
A kibbutz is a commune. The residents are communists. They are the left wing of Israel. They believe Israel can live in peace with Palestinians by helping the Palestinians form a Palestinian state. These peaceniks are hated in the extreme by Netanyahu and his gaggle of racist, bloodthirsty Uber-Zionists. The Nova Music Festival also was a peace festival, attended by the younger kibbutz crowd. There is no group of people on the planet whom Netanyahu would rather see dead. I'm not a fan of numbers games, especially where the numbers come from sources I regard as liars. But the numbers from the lying Israeli government are all we have to work with. And taking the numbers given to us by these lying monsters using their numbers, it appears that the IDF killed virtually everyone who died on October 7th. They now say that the total number of dead is less than 1,200, and they say that of these 1,200, 700 are police and military. So, 1,200 total minus 700 military leaves around 500 civilian dead. The total dead from Kibbutz Be'eri is 112, and the total murdered at the music festival, we are told, is 360. The total number of civilians killed anywhere then, besides the Nova Peace Music Festival and Kibbutz Be'eri, is 28. This little numbers display suggests then that all the Hamas fighters we've seen roaming all over southern Israel, shooting randomly at civilians to get them to call the police, and all of the hours and hours and hours of unhampered wandering and shooting, this math display suggests Hamas killed something around 28 civilians, which corroborates what the Hamas spokesman said about not killing civilians, and these numbers corroborate what our 4 former hostages told us. In fact, each fact corroborates the others. We've already seen that Hamas did not have the weapons to destroy these houses. And this witness, Yasmin Porat, not only confirms how well she and the other hostages were treated, to the shock of all who heard her, she says that the vast majority of the killing was undoubtedly done by the IDF.
ואחרי שעתיים שאנחנו נמצאים שם עם החוטפים, מגיעה המשטרה, מתנהל קרב ירי שהמשטרה שלנו מתחילה אותו, ויש 5 בני ערובה ששוכבים או 6 על האדמה בחוץ, ממש חיצון הטבח מול הירי של הימ"מ שלנו והמחבלים.
הטרוריסטים ירו בהם?
לא, זה נהרגו מהחילופי ירי, תבין שהיה חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים.
זאת אומרת, יכול להיות שכוחותינו ירו בהם? כשניסו לפסח את
חיסלו את כולם, כולל בני ערובה, כי היה שם חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים. אביב של טנק שירו לתוך הבית, שזה בית קיבוצי קטן, זה לא איזה רואים את זה בחדשות.
כן.
זה לא מקום גדול. וברגע הזה כולם נהרגו, היה שקט.
כולם נהרגו.
מהחילופי אש?
מהחילופי אש, כלומר יכול להיות שגם זה מאש כוחותינו?
חד משמעית.
כן?
This is worth repeating, but let's definitely not miss her confirmation that a tank destroyed that house that she'd been in, and everyone in it. And finally, Haaretz, the most respected news source in Israel, interviewed a witness from the same kibbutz, and according to the newspaper and their witness, 2 days after the attack started, the tank commanders decided to shell the house and kill all their occupants. The price for this decision was terrible, at least 112 people. Right here at this one kibbutz. They couldn't wait them out because, murdering their own people and blaming Hamas to justify genocide in Gaza, that's how they do it. It's kind of their thing.
It's beyond our capacity to imagine such evil.
Now let's remind ourselves that lawyers representing 42 survivors of the music festival are suing the military for failing to notify the concert organizers that the night before there were signs of a possible Hamas attack. The lawyers learned that the top security officials held 2 emergency meetings at 3 a.m. on Saturday, 3 hours before the rockets announced the beginning of the Hamas attack, the Mossad operation. The lawyers wrote that this failure was incomprehensible. Well, they hadn't seen this video, which I think makes this failure completely comprehensible.
It's beyond our capacity to imagine such evil.
Not anymore, it's not. Sadly, there are still more opportunities for us to learn to comprehend such evil. You see, with all these reports of an insane increase in Hamas activity near the border, only 2 days before the festival was planned to start, the location was moved right up to the border. And, it seems, all the local military people in the Gaza division opposed holding so large a festival so close to the Gaza border. It was just unnecessarily dangerous, and they were overruled by the higher-ups, who were the guys receiving the reports from the spotters of all the increased Hamas activities. We've seen all this evidence showing that Hamas doesn't kill civilians, and that the IDF does kill its own, firing tank shells into houses full of hostages, deliberately leaving their women spotters like lambs to the slaughter. And as the weeks passed, insanely incriminating stories continued to come out, especially in the Hebrew language press, about the slaughter of festival goers by the Israeli helicopters. The command to attack and slaughter civilians came from the military's high command. In an interview with Israel's Mako news outlet, one Apache pilot reflected that he knew that many of these vehicles may have contained Israeli captives, but he chose to open fire anyway. The Apache pilots testified that they fired a huge amount of munitions, emptied the belly of the helicopters in minutes, flew to rearm, and returned to the air again and again. The Apache helicopters appear to have focused on vehicles from the Nova Electronic Music Festival and attacked cars with apparent knowledge that Israeli captives could be inside. They also fired on unarmed people exiting cars or walking on foot through the fields. You read it, now see it. Perhaps inspired by the facts coming out in the press, someone leaked a few seconds of camera footage from one of the helicopters showing exactly what we just read. These are civilians trying to escape in their cars and being fired on by a helicopter with Hellfire missiles. The people you see on the right were lucky enough to get out before the helicopters arrived, but you can recognize that they're the same concert goers as the people on the left. This inconceivable video gives important context to this inconceivable quote from an Admiral Daniel Hagani. There were hundreds of deaths, including many terrorists, or maybe some terrorists. There weren't very many in the first place. And look at all the cars the helicopters incinerated. Hamas could not have done this. Hamas couldn't even have sat in these cars. There weren't enough of them. This was a massive slaughter of Israeli liberals, peaceniks, music lovers by the extreme right-wing Nazi government. But let's go back to this photo. It is, I find, the most commonly used picture from the music festival, and it may be the only one showing unburned cars. But now, with all this background that we've been developing over the last 40 minutes, and with a little close examination, we can reliably infer that these cars were assembled here for this photo by the Mossad. I mean, look at these burnt patches on the ground. Indisputably, there were cars here which were burned by explosive helicopter fire, which made these burned patches. But where are the burned cars that made these burned patches? They're gone. And these unburned cars are now here. There's something fishy going on. Obviously, the burned cars that scorched these burn patches have been removed, and these unburned cars have been positioned, staged in this photo, which, as I say, has been widely promoted. It would be stupid and irresponsible not to conclude at this point that this staging, the removing of the burned cars and the repositioning of unburned cars, was done to hide what really happened. Of course it was. The IDF helicopters arrived and slaughtered the last 360 people trying to leave. An unstaged photo taken right after the helicopter attack would show these burned out cars lining the road, with burned out festival goers inside them. So the Mossad had to completely deconstruct and then rebuild the scene and then photograph it, which is what they obviously did here. To me, this analysis feels like an indisputable fact. And now we can piece together why they did it, now that we know the incredible crime they are covering up. For the plan to succeed, hundreds of Israeli civilians had to die, and hundreds hadn't yet died anywhere else in Israel before the helicopters arrived at the music festival. For
the plan to flatten Gaza
to succeed, the people in these cars had to die.
War crimes are happening, and our governments, it feels like they are siding, with Israel. What has Israel got over the UK and the US that is allowing this to happen? It's horrendous.
Great question. In fact, she's asking how one tiny tail manages to wag two dogs, one of them a superpower. I want to try to answer that question, but to do that, I need to present some history, the short version for now. Really, it needs a whole nother video, but let's see what we can squeeze into a few minutes. In 1917, Arthur Balfour, the British Foreign Secretary, acting on behalf of the British government, wrote this semi-well-known Balfour Declaration, promising Lord Rothschild, the most powerful banker in Britain or anywhere, the use of Palestine as a national home for Jewish people. This promise was not made to the Jews. It was not addressed to the Jews. It was addressed and made to the Rothschilds. But as JFK wrote to his father in 1939, Palestine did not belong to the British. It wasn't theirs to give. So how do we explain then that the British felt compelled to commit this monumental act of thievery, stealing an entire country from its people, the Palestinians, and giving it away, again, not to the Jews, but to the Rothschilds? Well, a little background. 100 years before Balfour, in 1825, the Rothschilds took formal control of the British economy and state, taking over the Bank of England. Open, formal domination of all things British. This was not the Jews who did this. This was the Rothschilds. 4 years later, in 1829, the Rothschilds formally declared their intention to take over Palestine, and they demanded that the Turkish Sultan sell it to them. Again, this was not the Jews making this demand, it was the Rothschilds. But the Sultan refused. What was he thinking? How dare he refuse to sell his Palestinian children when commanded to do so? He had to go. So in 1914, the Austrians, longtime slaves to the Rothschilds, started World War I. To do what now? Oh, to bring down the Sultan. At the very end of this war, the British, who had been under 100 years of Rothschild domination at this point, for no particular reason, ordered 100,000 British soldiers into Palestine. After 3 years of the brutality of World War I, these soldiers were desperate to return to their families. Their families were even more desperate to have them return home, but who cares what they wanted, not their government. So the British government sent 100,000 soldiers to invade and occupy Palestine, and immediately, I mean immediately, handed it to the Rothschilds, even though it wasn't theirs. Again, the British did not do any of this for the Jews or for the citizens of Britain, certainly, but for the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds have dominated the economy of the USA since 1776 at least. They were the prime beneficiaries of the American Revolution, but that's a topic for another video. And of course, they try today with all their might to push the US into wars and policies that benefit them. AIPAC is just one of their tentacles. And every president since JFK has genuinely and wisely feared them. The bad guys have dominated the mainstream media for hundreds of years. Steve Bannon founded Cambridge Analytica, a military disinformation war machine, and they now control most of the so-called alternative media. So who can you trust? For example, are these stories real? Well, you can check. Pick 5 words. Put them into Google in quotes, and the search will bring up the original article if it exists, and you can read it for yourself. Now you know. Go out and defeat the machine.
On 9/11, we obviously have a few things which, for historians, are now bizarre. We need to investigate them in more detail. One thing, is the World Trade Center 7, which collapsed. That is well known. Another thing, maybe less well known, is the so-called put option issue. A put option, for those who are not active on financial markets, is a bet that a share will fall. Okay, you for instance buy shares of Lufthansa, an airplane, and you say, okay, I think this company is doing great, and all you hope for is that the shares are rising. That's the normal, investor thing. But people don't know that you can also bet on a share that is falling and make a profit from it. And for that, you need a put option, because actually your speculation is then that this share is going down, and if it really does, you get a lot of money. That's the framework. Now, on 9/11, we can show that you have put options on American Airlines and United Airlines. And these are exactly the two companies which were involved because their planes were used for the terrorist attack. I have a colleague here in Switzerland. He's in Zurich at the University of Zurich, and his name is Professor Mark Chesney. And he has looked at the put option issue, and he can prove that there was insider trading on 9/11. So some people knew that this terrorist attack was going to happen. And what he looked at is when there was insider trading, in the sense of that many people thought the airlines were going to go down in many different countries, and they just bought put option on Singapore Airlines and Swiss Airlines and British Airways and American Airlines. Now that's not the case. It's just on United Airlines and American Airlines. So that's very specific foreknowledge that you need to actually pick the right airlines.
They said it was a reputable firm that had placed these airline put option trades. Tell us about this reputable firm, Alex Brown.
Yeah, it was Alex Brown, which is a subsidiary of Deutsche Bank. And they said that this is completely harmless. But what is really interesting here is that the executive director of the CIA at the time of the 9/11 attacks came directly from Alex Brown. And another interesting thing is that the CEO of Alex Brown, on the time of September 11th, on the next day, he resigned from his post, even though he had still a contract for 3 years at Alex Brown. So this is a little bit strange, isn't it?
Well, it demonstrates a direct pipeline of information between the CIA, Alex Brown, where these put options are. And I believe after the events, something like $5 million of profits were never claimed, correct?
Yeah, there are different numbers out, but we can say something in between 2 million and 5 million, yes.
So, to sum it up, you had insider trading on 9/11. Somebody, knew that you can make $1 million or more, even on a day where people are getting killed, and it's all a tragedy. Some people get rich on that very day. And what we as historians would expect is that on such an issue, you would have a very thorough investigation by the Security and Exchange Commission, SEC. And that didn't happen. It just didn't happen. What we saw was that the Keane report, which is the investigation that the government of President Bush said could happen, but this investigation said, yes, there was insider trading, but we couldn't trace it back to Osama bin Laden. Okay, so to who could you trace it back? That'd be the next question, but they just don't do it. They just don't do it. So the put option issue is something that needs to be clarified if ever we want to understand the terrorist attacks in 9/11.
Okay. John Hankey.
John Hankey. Check out his YouTube channel. I think I might reach out to him and see if I can interview him. It's not that big of a channel, of course. All the true intel that you want as far as what's really going on in this world, it's going to be found on small channels. The big channels, the big names. Once again, and all the other people that have been around the block, they're not going to get. I'm not seeing them give this guy credit. He's the one. I mean, he had a video out. Let's see. What month did it come out? Six months ago. If I got the month right, let's make sure I got it right. Not 2 months. No, because I've been playing that video for a while. He did the original of this 6 months ago. I'm afraid of Jews. Seth Rogen criticizes the idea of Israel. Breaking through theoretical release. That's not it. I could have swore this. I thought I've been doing it longer than this. Maybe I have been doing all this. Where's it at? You know, he put it out sometime. Sorry about this. 4 months. It's only been 2 months? Nah, where's the original copy? Because there's that image. When did I post it? I can't remember now. Well, I figured this out. I found this like the first week of me doing research. And I've been doing this 3 months, 4 months, something like that. Whatever it is. For the end of this, here, this is the guy, and he won't get any credit for it. No one will know. Meanwhile, Ben Swann's the world, and all the other guys. What's the other guy? Stu Peterson, and did Alex Jones bother to interview this guy, or did any of the other up and coming rising stars and the alternative media that's controlled, as we learned, by some clowns like Bannon? Are they gonna recognize this guy? Are they gonna give him credit for being the one that really started to break this stuff down? It must have been 2 months ago. Is it really? It got to be more close to 3 months. How long have I been doing this? So I don't know. Let's see. I'll go like this. That's not what I'm supposed to do. That's what I'm supposed to do. So I haven't really been doing it as long as all these guys, except when I do research, I focus on something until I figure shit out, right? So we posted this like over 2 months ago. It's easily 2-3 months ago. He did a really thorough analysis of what was going on on October the 7th, the best that I saw could find. And of course, now the other folks are taking their credit, but not giving this guy credit. So, am I wrong about it? I don't think so. I think the problem is, unlike the rest, he didn't do this for money. Just like me, I'm not doing it for money. Literally not doing it for money. And when you pursue the truth and you're willing to take the darts and the arrows and whatever comes your way, you'll come to find the truth a lot faster than others. And you're not going to get popular, and you're not going to get followings, and you're not going to get noticed Well, it is interesting though. I started using the my X account, Twitter account. I had no followers after a year, right? Well, not a year. Yeah, I really didn't do much. But in the past 2 months, I've managed to acquire 150 followers. But anyways, check that out. I strongly recommend you check out my BitChute channel. So to see more graphic and more intense intel information. I finally broke 1,400 there. Subscribers. Meanwhile, I'm slowly creeping up to 600 in one of my YouTube channels and broke 550. Wow, the subs. So, mind you, my channel's pretty tough to watch. I admit, I go through and tackle things that most people don't want to talk about. Talk about things that nobody cares. Wearing out things that nobody wears. And me, that'd be I. So anyways, I'm going to think we'll close this for now because we've been doing this for almost 6 hours, at least over 5.5 hours. There's so many other videos to share with you that really paint a clear picture of these parasites, the parasite class who are exploiting us, destroying our country and our companies or corporations. You know, when it comes to stuff like this inflation that's going on, we see the same thing that happened prior to World War I, World War II, and this is the same strategy they use because they always use the same damn strategy because you don't need to change things. And it lead us into the latest human sacrifice. They'll call it World War III or whatever they're going to call it. Maybe they'll call it World War X. Yeah, who the hell knows? And it's all part of this ritual sacrifice. Whether you believe in the spirit realm or not, it doesn't really matter. It's that they believe it. And they're the ones that are calling the shots. You and I are not. So it's up to you. If you want to deal with it. And we already listened to part of this in this video. We listened to with the APAC hidden the mega donors by Ryan Dawson. So, and anyways, he does some great research. He's probably the type of guy that if I, talked about the spiritual side of things, he'd probably laugh at me. But you know what? I would have done the same thing at his age. I didn't, not until I was 49 years old, and I stand next to the Crow Indian medicine man. I started seeing things, and it had nothing to do with drugs, and nothing to do with religion. It had nothing to do with any books. It had to do with me just seriously inquiring on whether such things as Bigfoot was real. Which is also my intent was to prove that it was just another government psyop. Just more bullshit. The problem is, just like everything else, we look at like the Bigfoot community, and it's just the weaponization of anthropology and the use of just the mind control manipulation once again, the power suggestion over and over again, and it just twists everything. Just like UFO community, it's just always the same thing, right? I mean, there's something there. There's something in the sky. What it is, that's another thing, and but and just like when it comes to Bigfoot, what it is, I saw a damn thing. I saw 2 of them that day. One got 15 feet in front of my face while I was standing next to that Crow Indian medicine man. And I don't give a shit if you believe me because it's not a religion. And I don't plan on making money off it. Nor do I want to be part of any community. I just want to know the truth. And I understand the price it is that one must pay for the truth. And the truth is lonely. In which there's not going to be you're going to lose a lot more friends, money, resources, opportunities if you go down the road of truth. But if we really want this world to change for the better, it's not going to be through religion, not through belief systems. It's going to be through get honest with oneself, honest with one's circumstances, and honest at what's going on outside of one's circumstances to the best of one's ability. And that means to really check yourself when you're bullshitting and lying, to get honest about stuff, to correct oneself, to correct one's course. Even if that means you're going to lose friends, followers, money, whatever it may be. And most people don't have the balls or the guts to do that. That's one thing I discovered. And mind you, I think a lot of it, like at myself, it took time. The desire. I had to really want it. And I was willing to lose whatever I perceived to be of great value. And it turned out that a lot of things that I valued and thought were of any true worth, well, shit, they weren't worth a damn. So the numbers on the screen, you see all like these numbers, it means, I appreciate the people, follow my channel, but I understand what it's really about. And half of it, God knows, half the people don't have, there's no way to know if they're even a person. And that's just the reality of things. And it's just, what's the point? I see other guys, and they'll get it, because of, trend, just building a following over the years. And it's just number game. It's just, and I know someone makes some money off it, but honestly, if that's the reason why you're doing it, you're going to pigeonhole yourself. You can be trapped yourself, and you're going to not go the distance. You're just not. So I see a lot of guys and gals that they get pigeonholed in one particular aspect of the grand illusion that we're living in. And they'll stay focused solely on the Zionists, or maybe it's going to be the Jesuits, right? It's Roman Catholics, or maybe it's just going to be about UFOs, or maybe it's going to be about this or that, right? Or Bigfoot, or whatever it is. And yet you'll make this following, this illusion, these numbers on the screen, describing me. But do you really have the big picture? Are you able to really see from, 30,000 or 30,000 feet up, or whatever it is? The full picture, a clearer picture. And when you realize, you should, at least for me, what I see things today, it's a soul trap matrix. It's 100% something of that nature. You want to call it a simulation, whatever you want to call it. The fact of the matter, whatever you want to call it, it should recognize we're living in a giant shit show. One of the big problems is that we operate in belief systems. That's our imagination. That's a nice fancy way of saying, I believe I'm operating in somebody else's imagination, somebody else's mind constructs. It's part of the prison. It's part of the mind constructs. It's part of the matrix, excuse me. And so, once you realize that television is bullshit, and then you realize that 99% is on the internet is bullshit, and that religion is bullshit, and that politics is bullshit, and on it goes. In corporate world, in your workplace is bullshit, and the people around you are full of bullshit, and you learn to develop some empathy and compassion for people, because you realize everyone's fucked, totally fucked from the mind control, the manipulation, and you're just like, okay, that's what you believe, and people get violent about it. They want to kill you over a belief. It's insane. But that's part of this whole place. Now, is it solely mankind's fault? That's the big question. And a lot of people are bringing this up, late as usual. And of course, they want to steer you into religion. And of course, they'll say otherwise. I mean, Christians and Jews are fantastic at this one. I mean, oh no, it's not a religion, and they got the million different. It's just like there's 45,000 plus, more than that, different Christian denominations alone. It's different ideas. Basically, these are different gangs of men, pastors, priests, and elders, and they create their own fucking religion to make money. and power and influence, and gives some kind of purpose in this, in the giant reduction camp that we live in, the giant concentration camp, which eventually, if people don't wake up, is all going to be like Gaza. Gaza is just a very small. I mean, it's 35 miles by 5 miles, and it's open air concentration camp, and there have been many of these. In North America, Central South America, replete with these sort of things, even before the Europeans showed up. Mind you, this also was going on in Eurasia and Africa and blah, blah, blah. And so the thing is, I really think it comes down to, do you really want to know the truth? Because they say they'll set you free in the scriptures, right? But what does that actually mean? You know, the reference has something completely that most people think about. But if you really want that, what is that freedom? That freedom is the shackles, some of the shackles that you're loosened from mentally and psychologically and maybe even spiritually, right? Physically, it's not going to improve things in a lot of ways for most people, because you will be ostracized by the people around you, first and foremost. And you'll then experience that in the internet. And if you're not going along with it's always the same. It could be in a club or in a workplace or religion or your family, in your immediate life. But even on the internet, it's just a reflection of that. I see that these cliques, these limited hangouts, constantly forming, and then it's like, well, do I lose these people too? At least we have something in common. But the moment you question things and challenge things, and you don't have to be a jerk about it, but people are going to be offended by it anyways, just by the fact you asking questions. And a rational person, a person who cares about logic, and really wants to know the truth, you should be grateful, at least in my attitude, that if someone comes in your life and wants to ask you questions and challenge what you believe. I mean, seriously, not just throw out ad hominem attacks or just one-liners, but actually has a conversation. Because, as religious people talk about, sharpening iron, right? Iron against iron. Even though when it comes to religious people, there's no sharpening of iron. It's just more delusion. That's all this. So that iron turns into rust, and it turns into very flaccid looking, Anyways, so the fact of the matter is truth is a lonely warrior, and it's if you're gonna get sucked up in the group, if you care about what other people think about you, you're gonna get lost in the matrix. And that's just clear as day to me. I have yet to see anyone else, because I do a lot of listening and observing, believe it or not. If I was a big time talker, I'd be doing videos 2-3 times a day, like a lot of other guys, right? Being Alex Jones and just ramble on. And there was poor Alex Jones. I'm going to tell you something. He's supposedly going off the air and all that, and and they're saying, "Oh, you got to take $1 billion from him." He's being fined and all that crap. I guarantee you, when it's all said and done, he's going to walk away with money, and it's all good, because he's part of the problem. You see, if you're really pursuing the truth and you really want to share the truth with people in your journey, there ain't going to be a big following. There is no money in it, because the moment you find the truth about something else and you bring it up, it pisses people off. Next thing you know, another bunch of groups leave you, then there's new groups show up, and then they'll leave you the next discovery that you make, and you start sharing it. Because listen, the truth is frustrating. It is brutal. It is unfair. It is maddening. It is absurd. It is a giant shit show. And so, when you live in this world that we live in, it's a giant shit show. It really is. And, when you end up, you're spending your life thinking you believe, or something, right? But it's just a belief, just someone else's idea, another man. person's construct that you operate in with the illusion that you know the truth about anything. And when you finally really come to truth and you realize the circumstances that you're truly in, that's, you know, I can't blame people who end up being drug addicts and drunks. I really can't blame them. And a lot of you, and myself, I became one, you know, years ago, right? I became drunk. And I understand a lot of you guys who end up using this stuff. So, you know, a lot of us recognize there's something fucking wrong with this place in our teens. And because of an inability to really recognize the big picture, we usually end up blaming the parents for it, right? Or somebody who did us wrong, or maybe somebody violated us sexually or whatever it may be, right? Beat you or whatever. Okay. And it could have been continuous type of thing, right? Or just once. Sometimes just once. There's a lot of excuses that we make, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that they're not things that don't affect the psyche and don't traumatize you. The problem is that what happens for most of us, just we're not offered useful coping skills, skills to adapt and to overcome. And so, but we are offered a whole lot of fucking porn and drugs and you know, and absurdity and lies and make believe, and whether it's from the religion to Disney World, Disneyland, you name it, you know what I mean? And this is truly profound abuse. And when you step back and you realize the only way to do that is you have to literally let go of this shit. You have to spend time literally reflecting, let go of stuff, observe your personal environment. Like, you know, I brought up earlier, you know, the neighborhood. I live in a nice neighborhood, although it's some white trash just moved in and next door. And this is like the first time in the whole neighborhood, in the whole freaking town, that someone didn't bother to mow their lawn for a month. Got two bull dykes that moved in, and they're a little out of shape. And, you know, they're from the south side. They're from another part of town where no one mows the lawn. You know what I mean? So I don't think they realize that you need to mow the lawn every week, especially at this time of year. And so they got, you know, foot and a half high fucking grass and weeds growing everywhere. And I got a feeling it's going to take a lot longer than that. So it is what it is, you know. What's my point in all this? My point is once again, to bring up the fact that, you know, it's a very nice, orderly neighborhood. You know, you go further west and around, you have the more fancier, you know, as you go further out, it be more fancier homes. And it's nothing like other places, but it's still a nice place. It's a nice place to raise a family is what it is. So a lot of people end up coming here to raise their family. I call it the Shire, you know what I mean? It's just like nothing fucking happens here. It's a great place to fucking, I think this place has maybe had 2 murders in the past decade type of thing, you know what I mean? But, you know, you walk around, you just observe your neighborhood, and everyone's got a nice manicured lawn. And it's a bed of death is what it is, because there's no worms or any insects anymore. And it's amazing that birds still exist. I mean, I remember it used to rain as a kid. After a rain, all the red worms and night crawlers would come out, and they'd be all over the grass. And there'd be hundreds of them on the sidewalk and in the street and all that, right? And that's a sign of a healthy soil, and there's none of that anymore. In fact, the only people who has any wildflowers at all is me and my front and back. But everyone else has the typical yews and barberry and everything that's a death. You can't eat any of it. If you do eat it, you're either going to get thorns in you, or you're freaking going to get poisoned by poisonous berries. And everyone's complicit about it, and they're complicit in the destruction of the environment around you, and everyone's mindless. And it's all part of the cult. You see, this is the problem when you go along with the herd and the group think, is that it's an endless. It's like the onion that they talk about, and you're the center of that onion, if you will. But then there's all these layers upon layers upon layers, and you have to break through one layer after another and another, and to come to the realization of even where you're at in your immediate surroundings, and then to come to this realization that you listen to all these people who claim they know what the fuck this place is. They know 100%. And, you know, my favorite Hegelian dialectics show is it round? Is it flat? Flat earthers, heliocentric model, you know, or your globe head, or is it the geocentric model? Is it flat? And you know what? The truth of the matter is, you and I, unless you are privileged enough to have access to planes and boats and travel and able to go and somehow circumference the globe is, well, we'll just go with the globe and go over the North Pole and go all the way around and then all go over the South Pole, etc., and then go and it's just world travel. Go every place to even really know what this place looks like at a greater level than, say, myself or some guy who, let's say a guy never fucking even left the town and stayed in the same town his whole damn life. Because the truth is, you and I are never going to be, you know, let's say 100 miles. It should be probably great. Need to be greater than that. Let's say 10,000 miles up into quote unquote space to be able to see down and look at what this place looks like and to see whether it's flat or sphere or blah blah blah. You're just never going to know because you're never going to have the privilege to know. And so that's why they have these. They give us the shit to us, right? So they waste our precious time arguing about whether it's flat or round. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, it probably is a ball. It makes sense. So but then again, you look at a glass of water and it's water. It's finds its level, and maybe that's the case too. You know, and people argue and say you're just an idiot. But you know, the thing is, the honest answer in all this, the real, truthful answer to the question is, I don't know and you don't know. Because we've never seen what this place looks like, period. We've never been in the position to truly navigate this place. Now, sure, we have a lot greater technology today, the satellites and Google Earth, and we're finding things like star forts everywhere and strange anomalies and structures everywhere and LiDAR and all this kind of stuff. And we're finding all sorts of, amazing things on just 10, 20, 30 feet in the ground type of stuff that not supposed to be there. But there's still a long ways to go before we even have a clear understanding of the shit show place that we live in. You know, this is the absolute truth. And so I think we all should be a lot more empathetic and compassionate to each other and realize that we're all of us are different degrees and levels of deception, and we're all operating at a great degree in deception. There's some extremely smart and intelligent people that I've met and run across and have listened to, and they don't have all the answers. They might present themselves that way, and they might be a hell of a lot smarter than you and I, and might have a quote unquote higher IQ, but that doesn't fucking mean they know everything or they're fucking God. Gee, that's the problem. So the problem is that it takes an immense amount of time to figure out something. It really does. And at some point we have to let go, say, even so YouTube and all the different videos and wherever it may be, and there's lots of videos and a lot of things you might learn and might see and hear from somebody else, but until you crack open those books and you do your own journey and you as the old saying goes, from boots on the ground, you actually do the shit that, and a lot of us are limited for whatever reasons, but you do the best you can, right? Unless you do your own work, as you hear over and over again, don't trust what I say, go find out for yourself. And that's the truth. I mean, and then you realize, well, that guy or that gal that I used to listen to sure seemed like they had their shit together, didn't it? But now that I know more, I realize that person doesn't really know what they're talking about. But it should start to turn on yourself, and you start saying, you go inward and say, well, how about myself? Do I really know what the fuck I'm talking about? And most people don't have enough guts, and especially you get like an old man like myself. This is if I was 20 something, it's acceptable. in your mid 50s and saying this is not acceptable. But then I'm telling you, the more and more you learn stuff, the more you realize how little you literally, and you've heard this 1,000 times, how little you know. Except that this place is fucked up. 100% giant fucking shit show. Don't like my language? Okay, that's fair enough, but I can't think of any more descriptive group of words. Oh, the word in particular. 2 words, fucked up. Because it is. Because, it's like nothing is as it seems at all. Except that it's a very violent place, very prodigious place. Everything seems to want to feed off everyone else. From the smallest of organisms to the largest of organisms, something's trying to eat something else. We're no different. That's on the biological level. Then if you start going and thinking about something in the supernatural, God forbid you do that shit. Oh my gosh, it's supernatural, and spiritual. Fuck, man. Because that's a clusterfuck in its own right. Because then you start experiencing things and that you can't, no matter what you want to do, no matter what, you can't prove to the other person that what you're saying is true unless they share that experience. And even then, this is a lot about this place. I mean, this is one of my favorite videos. It's not the whole thing. I wish they had the whole video, because they had the whole video of the guys fighting, getting chased. But and I hate that little TikTok, music. But there's something to pay attention to here, and it's fascinating. Look at that. That reminds me an awful fucking lot. Like, you know what? Bigfoot. In fact, when I saw the Sasquatch or Bigfoot, and the first time was standing next to Cronius Management, I saw 2 of them. The one was crawling up that ravine, had an awful lot of similar body features. Except it was more darker and much black, and it shimmered like it had static electricity running through it. Which, when you look at was it the Last Judgment, the painting in the Vatican, and it has those things that kind of look that they're guarding the cave there, the bottom center of that painting. And I wonder how much of these things that we believe is Bigfoot or Sasquatch are actually spirits. We call them spirits. And I know people are like, oh my God, he's talking about this shit. Damn, he's crazy. It's like, hey man, go out and find out for your fucking self. Get off your asses. Go out in the woods by yourself. Go out in your woods. Go start paying attention to trees. I guarantee you that very few people have ever spent even a minute of their lives staring at a tree. That sounds so strange, doesn't it? But very few people have done it. If they're honest. But the problem is getting people to be honest about anything. It's just, but if you pay attention to the tree and you really then get maybe halfway decent like camera, like you're gonna film shit. And then you're gonna have to go, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on? By the way, this is not the only video. I've seen several other videos just like this, in which something like this entity, a larger than life entity, pops out of someone else. And then, so then all these people start laughing at and mocking you and saying, oh, he believes in spirits and demons. And I'm like, well, why does it have to be a spirit, a demon, or an angel? Why do we have to have placeholders for it? Why can't we say there is something like this going on, and that I seen something like that, and instead of giving you, because it's like giving people an out, right? Especially the judgmental people, the people think they got everything figured out, like I was when I was in my 20s and in my 30s and my 40s, and I had it all fucking figured out. And and then I saw what I saw more than once because I started looking. And the funny thing about these things, whatever you want to call them, archons, spirits, demons, ghosts, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Once they realize that you know, the game is on. And this is important reality. This is the truth. Now, I can't tell you if I'm honest, I can regurgitate and pair it with somebody else is saying it is. Fuck off. What if it's us? What if it's actually us? The power, the energy, the thing that's inside the meat suit that we walk around in. That we're, there's the avatar, the meat suit that we have, the flesh and blood thing. Maybe there's something else inside us. It seems that way, right? There's, it's a lot of circumstantial, corroborative, quote unquote, evidence. It's not satisfactory for most people, reasonably so. But that's how this place is designed. For those of us who have seen stuff like this, it brings up some real questions. And the questions, and the first thing that one should think about is, what is this place really? I know, that professor and all that money I paid for that professor to tell me what this place is, or what all that time I spent listening to that pastor or that priest, and realize they don't know what they're talking about. I've wasted all my precious time listening to these ass wipes, and that's the nice thing. That's the fairest thing you can say, because they know that they don't know deep down inside, but they can't admit it. Because the moment you say and get honest and say, I don't know, well, there goes all your quote unquote credibility. Right? And so people, because people want that credibility, want people to, they want people to admire them. They want people to like them. They want people to recognize them in a positive light. But the more and more you pursue the truth and you're honest about it, the more you realize, I can't do anything about it. I can't make the other person happy I can't give them or him or her the things that they want, because I can't give them to myself. And so they'll laugh at you and mock you and say it's CGI and all this other horse shit, even though they don't have a clue what they're talking about. They haven't bothered to find out if it is CGI, which, by the way, there's software out there for you to find out if it's CGI or not. And it's free. You just have to apply yourself. But people are going to do that. What they're going to do is just fucking judge. Because that's what we do. We're all conditioned to judge each other and dismiss everything. It's like, how many seconds does it take for a person to judge you before you even get to know you, just by your looks? Or, a few things that you say, and they already got you to 100% figured out. And people, and the vast majority, when I say majority, we're talking 99.999% of the world operates that way. And that's part of the reasons why we have the problems we have. But the biggest problem of all, if humanity is, our lack of honesty. Our inability, it's one thing to be, and I'm not talking about your beliefs. I'm not talking about, well, this is how an honest belief, because who gives a shit what you believe in the end day? If you want to know the truth, it doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is, can you be honest about yourself? Can you criticize and critique yourself and tear yourself down to the point that you can be honest about really who you are? And usually, it is very rare is there somebody in their 20s or 30s or 40s, they're in that position. It's usually, you have to be at your latter stages of your life to get honest about things, to really be reflective of your life and the world around you. The other time is there's a small group of their teens that seem to be able to do that, or in their as a kid and in their teens. Maybe it's because they've had a really rough life and they've seen the hypocrisy at church and at schools and around their friends, and they may somehow figured out a way to manage their hormones. It's just an awful fucking thing to go through, if we're honest about it. The hormonal changes as a teenager. I mean, it just fucks you up. In fact, that brings up the question about this kind of place and the soul trap matrix. And whatever designed us, it gave us the mind that it has, as imperfect as it is, this questioning mind, and yet they gave us this body, this avatar that has 5,000, allegedly 5,000 genetic defects, possible genetic defects. How poorly designed the fucking spine is, the hips are. How poorly designed we are. We need, shelter and clothing, and unlike there are the other mammals, lower species, as they say, they're all equipped to live in the environment, but we're not. And I'm going to bring this up over and over and over again, because that's the brutal truth. And you say that it's not the case, I would challenge any of you to spend 24 hours in the elements, butt fucking naked, in the woods or on the beach or whatever it is. That's 24 hours. That's going through night and day and all the things. And whether it's raining or snowing or whatever it may be, and see how fucking comfortable you are. You'll be finding shelter. You'll be finding, something to cover yourself with. You'll find something. That's because whatever designed this meat suit that we live in fucked up, or deliberately designed us this way so that we could generate as much loosh as possible, as much of this negative or these different energies, these emotions, the suffering, right? What all the logic is there? Maybe there's something more logical about it. Maybe they just literally fucked up whatever designed us, and they were so bad at it, and they just left us here to rot because, it's kind of like one of those things. It's like, if you're an artist, maybe your sculpture, and one of your first sculptures, your beginning sculptures you do, you're on the right path, the right direction, but it's still shit. And, it's not something you're going to waste your time holding on to, or you just throw it in the garbage or whatever, just throw it to the side. So maybe this great creator, the sculptor that made us, if we designed us and fucked up and then said, oh man, I really fucked up and I better, what am I to do about these things? And so they tried, in the imaginary story, the flood and all that, which, sure, there was something that cataclysmic that happened more than once. And let's just say, let me just go along with the story. It says, what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to wipe them out with flood. But being the imperfect thing that it is, the creator, it decided, I would just leave it here. Fuck it. It's just these things are like cockroaches. These are like, bacteria. They're just what do I do? Unless I completely just zap the fucking place, they're just going to keep showing up. At least something out there wants us to believe that, right? But I know, and I think most of us know that there's something inside us. It's not the same thing as the meat suits that we're in. When the meat suit is not completely dominating us, it usually seems to be in times of when we're out of body experiences, or, astral projecting, as they say, or just in a dream. And even the dreams are all fucked up too. You ever notice that? But there's lucid moments in our lives, right? When the body, the meat suit, is not interfering, when hunger's not interfering, when having a bowel movement is not interfering with piss, or to, just the pain and the suffering, is subsided enough that you can almost think clearly. You know what I'm saying? And we spend a lot of time trying to avoid this. We entertain ourselves, or as research or study, do all those other things, right? We try to avoid the meat suit and what it's going through, right? If we're lucky, we'll be halfway decent looking, and we'll find a halfway decent looking partner, and we'll relieve each other with some, the power of sex, right? And procreation, or until they actually procreate, and then you start having a kid. Then there's another layer of that stuff, right? I mean, it's so hard to be cued in, really dialed in It's extremely difficult when you think about it. Now we can do it in just one, like maybe we can focus on one thing, one aspect. Maybe as a boxer, extreme fighter, maybe could focus on that, defeating his opponent and all the moves and thinking about that. But in order to do that, he can't focus on the crowd. He can't focus on the lighting. He can't focus on much of anything except that. You can't be focusing on your kid, or you're focusing on the girlfriend, or what you're going to do next week. You got to focus right there on that thing. You know what I'm saying, right? You hear what I'm saying? The way we're designed, we're not designed to be multidimensional in our thinking and in our perception and everything. It's all fucked up. It really is, because it'd be one thing if we were just flat out animals, right? I mean, I could accept that, except there's a problem. Of all the other animals around us, we're the only ones doing what we're doing, thinking what we're thinking, creating what we're creating, warring the way we're warring, genocide just for the killing, just for the sake of killing. I mean, it goes on and on and on. So to say that there's not something uniquely special about humanity is being pretty disingenuous. I know whether or not you want it. The part of the problem is the people insist that has to. Well, are we saying there's a God there? And it's like, well, why don't we just be honest about shit? We don't fucking know. What's up, Sitzel? Hi, Mike. And Angie are watching the show. Good show. Thanks, man. Nice. We don't know. And so living in uncertainty is like one of the most frustrating but most essential things one has to get to. In my book, you have to be able to say, I don't know. I don't really have an answer. Somebody else gave me an answer. I tried to qualify it, quantify it, prove it, and demonstrate. I have to see some way to be demonstrated, and I couldn't do it, and nor can they. Can I live with this? Even though the person next to me cannot. This place is totally frustration. It's total frustration if we're honest about it. And just be speaking this way, people can say you're negative and you're out of line, and that I don't want anything to hear it. I don't want anything to do with it. I want to live in my fantasy or somebody else's fantasy, make believe. But nothing's going to change for the better, perceived for the better. And then what I mean by better, I mean is that my life improves, your life improves, our future, our children's lives improve, the community lives improve, everybody's life. We're not interfering with each other in our progress and our journey. We're not lying, deceiving each other. We're not manipulating each other. We're not trying to outdo the other person. We're not trying to get fucking money off them. We're not trying to sell them something that they don't fucking really need, that we're not dependent on this magic talisman called the dollar bill or any other currency for that matter. And on and on it goes until we have some semblance of freedom. I mean, how are we to move to the next level if we're still living in the prison state that we're in, flesh-wise, psychologically, spiritually, physically, at all levels, all aspects? If we're honest about it, but nobody wants to be honest about much of anything. What they want to do is to convince everybody else that they know what the fuck they're talking about. They got a book to sell. They got, whatever gadget to sell. They're focused on going from one box and one cage, say wherever they live. Maybe you live in the Midwest in the United States. And, the focus is I'm going to go to the coast. Say we're going to go to Florida. I'm going to go to the beach for a few hours and then spend the rest of the time in one box after another box. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know why anybody can't see the fact that we're living in a giant concentration camp already. And they say, well, the new world order is going to come. It's coming down the road. The new world order will be here next year. Well, I have to disappoint you, but you lived your whole life in the fucking new world order. Because the new world order is nothing more than the old world order. And the old world order, and it's just like the new, is that you're a slave and you're in prison. And as much as you want to think otherwise, your actions are limited, your thoughts are limited, your opportunities are limited, your opportunity to go in any direction. People say, oh, I'm free, I can go anywhere I want. No, you fucking can't. I mean, this is how fucked up the whole thing. People believe in black and white, right? I'm a black person, I'm a white person. You know what? I think it should be mandatory that people should walk around with 2 pieces of paper or something, whatever, cloth, a hat, one's, you know, like black and white checker, 2 pieces of paper, one's black and one's white, and walk around and then literally look at somebody else and straighten face and say you're fucking black, or you're fucking white for that matter. It seems to me that people are colorblind. Now, how did that color blindness happen? Well, it's all part of the soul trap matrix. You see, we can't even recognize the tone of our skin, the pigment of our fucking skin. I mean, do you understand where I'm getting at? People's perceptions is totally fucked up, and we've just perpetuated, and we do it to each other over and over and over again. And this Hegelian dialectics, this Hegelian dialectic, this whole thing, this opposing forces, right? Yeah, left, right, male, female, even our brain. Think of that left hemisphere, right hemisphere. And everybody's like, yeah, this is the greatest thing. This is awesome. And I'm like, you know, do you understand how fucked up the whole the body is really, the brain is like a reduction valve that it keeps you from thinking fully, to even be able to use the capacity of your thoughts and reason, the mind. It's like a giant trap. And what you need to do to quote unquote exercise that muscle. Just think what happens to you through dehydration. What's going to happen to that fucking thing called a brain, let alone the heart and everything else, or too much water. Not enough sleep, too much sleep, too much work and activity, not enough work and activity, not enough starvation, or you know, have you fed yourself to the point that there's I mean, you ever think about that eating? You ever notice how many times you eat something and the whole body and the brain shuts down? The whole fucking thing, even if you're doing it perfect, and you're doing everything right, you're having the most perfect paleo diet, perfect whatever carnivore, whatever the diet is, just right for you, and you look like $1,000,000. Still, that freaking meat suit, still that avatar is fucking up everything. You know what I mean? I mean, when I was a young man and I was in great shape and really healthy, you know what was happening to me all the time? The sex drive was happening to me. Think what I'm saying. And so now you're like, shit, I get my girlfriend's pants every freaking night. I mean, this is, you know what I mean? Thought just left. And I think it's important to talk about these things honestly, because when we start really being objective about the shit show that we're in, the poorly designed meat suit that we're in, what might be possibly be in our meat suit, we might start getting to a closer to maybe some reality, maybe some answers. Because I tell you right now, organized religion, no matter what these religious people say, and I was one as well, don't have the fucking answers. They just believe they have the answers because they haven't challenged their belief system. They acquire these belief systems, these mind constructs, but they never bother to challenge it. And I don't care what religion it is, and it will fall apart before your eyes if you do. And then you have to ask yourself, What's the next thing I do? Am I willing to pay the price? Because either once you realize that you're living in an illusion and a lie, then you have to make this decision. Do I go along with it just to get along? Or do I insist that I deserve something better, even if it means everyone around me is going to now become my psychological, emotional, possibly physical enemy? Not because I want it. I don't think they even have a choice in the matter. From my observation, most people don't. I don't think they're even. I think free will is very limited. I think people are very limited in their ability to even use their mind or their body. I think this is important. I think it's not something to just dismiss. And I think that's another reason why the oligarchs and the plutocracy and the manipulators and all those parasitic people, they realize this, right? And they want to tap into that. It's like a gold mine of power, influence, fuckery. And a lot of people get off it. They get off messing with you. In fact, they love messing with you. Because whatever's inside them is possessing them to do so. And, religion itself has hijacked this. Trying to, we're going to take responsibility. We'll tell you what it's all about, right? It's demons, it's angels. And then again, there we go, operating out of somebody else's mind construct, somebody else's construct. And instead of like saying, wait a minute, there's something seriously wrong here. Whether these are demons, angels, whatever, God itself, there's something. I mean, God itself has got serious issues. And I know you bring that up and, oh my gosh, he's an unbeliever. He's an atheist. He's a pagan. He's a reprobate. He's a blah, 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 blah. Instead of just being fucking honest about things. We can't afford doing that. You can't be honest about anything, Mike. Don't you understand? That's not what this show is all about. It's not being honest about stuff because this mundane, boring, and really, it's fetching annoying, isn't it? I mean, you think about what we have to go through. And we can try to dismiss it with your belief in God. Right? You can say it's all about God. There's a God. Or if you say otherwise, you challenge, you say, well, I don't know if there's a God. Or if you say you're agnostic. Oh, man, that's just unforgivable, right? You either got to be an atheist or you got to be a religious zealot. All right. Why can't you just be honest and say, I don't have a fucking clue. I've tried and tried and tried. I did everything I was supposed to do. I prayed over and over again. I did this and that. I was told I was supposed to do greater works than him. And the only thing I've been able to do is just recognize how fucked up I am and how fucked up everything else is. Now, that doesn't mean we can't be decent human beings. What else? I mean, you have an option. If there's any choice, is that you can be decent to a human being today. You don't have to overreact or be like a nightmare to them, or, you know what I mean? Or you can be there for your children or, for people, do something good for others, you know what I mean? Be of use to others. But at the end of the day, those are limited options to things that you really can't do. And they have an option in it, right? So you can try to be as decent as you want, say to your spouse, your girlfriend, boyfriend, your chick, your kid, whatever, but they just might decide they're not want to do it. They don't want to reciprocate. Now what are you going to do? Well, then you get pissed off, mad, and angry, start yelling and fight, or do you just shut up and just suck it up and move on and say, you know what, I can't do anything about it. I'm very limited what I can do about myself, let alone anybody else. Yeah, life is hell. In fact, we're going to learn some hypocrisy. We're going to listen to Mark and his channel. If we introduce you guys to him, Forever Conscious Research, the real truth about the soul trap, prison planet, Earth, and astral plane, corruption, experiencers. It's Mark and Dan. And Dan, I can't think of his channel right now because I got to pee. But we're going to listen to this, and it's going to be, I hope, worth your time. At the bare minimum, hopefully it makes you think. These guys don't have all the answers, and they're honest about it at least. But they do ask the questions. And I think that's part of the process of getting honest. Check this out.
So freaking odd. It was in Windows. Happened out of nowhere. I've never changed those settings. So, of course, it's always something, right? Hey, everybody. Great to see y'all. Welcome to Forever Conscious Research Channel. And it is June 9th, 2024. And so, some of you may have been familiar in the past with me talking in response to, sorry, hold on, guys. I'm just trying to change that a little bit. Me in response to some of Melissa's videos, goes back, I think, a couple years. I just to kind of give an encapsulation, and before I even start this, I want to preface this by saying to everyone here, don't send shade her way. She's doing her thing and making her own conclusions that, in my opinion, it's a fact that they just fall in line with the matrix-driven narrative. And, that it's her journey, right? And I'm referring to Melissa at Love Covered Life podcast. Again, don't harass her or anything like that. But Melissa, if you're listening, I'm sure you eventually will, or probably the next few days. You still have an open invite to come on and talk about it, or I'd even gladly come on your channel. So the open invite forever. So if you ever want to talk about this and just hear things out, even though I think you've heard quite a bit at this point. But so in short, just to kind of give it a little background, I don't know if the mic's too high or not. Hold on, looks like it might be getting a little high. Anyways, if it gets distorted or something, let me know. Anyways, so the history we have is, I think there was like some pre-birth memories, like a guest that she had on, and I responded to it. Needless to say, within less than 24 hours, she requested that I take the video down, and that, for her, it wasn't, for her, it was for her guest, but, I said, no, I wouldn't take it down. Everything falls down under fair use. And then ever since that day, she has been on a mission to insert herself with the Soul Trap. And, it's her channel. She can do whatever she wants, but she also kind of puts words in my mouth and says a lot of things that I don't say. Like, everyone's forced and this, that. And, maybe it's just other people that she's seeing commenting to. It might not have everything to do with me, but the whole ball started getting rolling after I covered one of her interviews. And so it, it's just, she's put out a lot of videos on the topic, or at least they seem to pop up regularly enough. And there's some other ones that I'll be responding to in the future, but this one that we're going to talk about with Dan when he gets here, and I'm going to start it in advance, but she has a life between lives, past life regression, hypnotherapist on, and she's talking about her findings. Now, I don't know if she republished this video, because I remember seeing certain portions of it last year, maybe, or maybe earlier this year. So I don't know if she republished it or what's going on. But anyway, some of it may be even familiar to some of you. Some of you may have even seen it. So I know I got a bunch of messages about it. And I want to shout out to everyone who left the message. I saw it the day she posted, but I always appreciate any heads up too. And so let's get into this. So she's, like the title, she's doing kind of like a few of these videos, you know, the truth about the soul trap, the truth about the soul trap, you know, is the world a soul trap? But everything falls in line with the cookie cutter matrix narrative, you know, the light's cool, everything's fine, you know, everything's about love and this and that. And some of the stuff that you're going to hear, not at the beginning, but later on, it's, at least from her guest, it's pretty, I don't even want to put a word to it right now, but it's offensive to pretty much anyone who incarnates here, regardless of what you think this whole realm is. And there is a lot of evidence, actual evidence and data patterns to support that something is very wrong here. Not that it's this whole love and light thing. Now, some may come from the New Age in general, or maybe even some sort of other religion or godly type narrative where everything's okay. And so it just doesn't fit in combination with what's going on here. And that narrative is pushed and pushed and pushed. And the data patterns show that that's what the system is also trying to sell us in the astral. Okay, at the time of death and, you know, going down the tunnel into the light. It's the same narrative. So it's not like this is just some hoity-toity BS. No, this is there's actual facts behind it that this is what the system's selling outside of Earth. And so all it takes is just a little bit of like critical common sense analysis of what happens here and how it's completely nothing of the sort like love and light. So I do see that Dan just joined us, so I was happy that I was able to at least get a little introduction into this, and I'm going to bring him on right now. Okay, hey Dan. I'm hearing some feedback, brother. Can you put on some headphones, please? Dan?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hey? Hey, Dan, can you hear me?
I can. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, sorry about, yeah, I can hear you good. Yep. Okay, great. So yeah, I want to welcome Dan from Overwatch channel and overwatchproject.com. Be sure to check him out. He is got his own YouTube Odyssey channel and a great website, and is a good friend of the show, a good personal friend. So how you been, man?
I've been doing much better, and I hope you're doing okay, Mark. I know you've been having some issues lately, and I hope you're feeling better.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Hanging in there. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, this is very exciting. I sent you this video. It turns out you already knew about it, which doesn't surprise me. I made it with the video is like 58 minutes long, and I made it, I don't know, a little past halfway, and there was one point I told you about. I had to actually stop it because it was like, wow, this is really...
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, man, she's like, you know, again, don't go throw shade at her channel, you know, don't attack her or anything, everybody, but you know, she is on a mission to destruct any narrative that questions this reality in the form of the soul trap. But it's like religious persecution. She I think in the first response she said to me, what was the term she used? Basically like almost like a cult or religious cult or something like that, as if, you know, sovereignty and liberation's a cult. I mean, it was crazy.
Are you with your first I understand that unless people have a kind of like the ability to learn how to investigate something, or they have a career where they're investigating things all the time, you can be easily, you know, not understand information and analyze it like an intelligence officer would analyze information. And then the other thing, of course, is I've said it, many times in the past. Cognitive dissonance allows people to believe whatever the hell they want. It's just an amazing mind virus that was baked into the human design. I think on purpose. It's the only explanation. There's no other. It's sort of, as far as I can serve. What useful function does it serve to allow people to deceive themselves?
No, exactly. Yeah, and to go against themselves in every way, shape, or form about questioning things. And what's interesting, look. I feel bad for her. I do. Like, she had a rough go at it, and her channel's doing well now. And she's got some decent content on there for research purposes. Again, the channel's called Love Covered White Podcast. I love you. And but the only thing I said to her, we had a couple back and forth, not many, and then there was some comments I put on her channel. Everything cordial and everything, and they were deleted, of course, but. Even though they were kind, but when I said to her, I said, what's the problem with like a sovereign approach to all this? See, like that's where people can't respond to that. When you put that out there and say, hey, look, instead of just going along with everything, going down the tunnel, going to the light, believing that everything is as it's cracked up to be and as it's presented in all these experiences, why isn't using your intention and for a sovereign resolve of liberation? What's wrong with that? And you once that's brought up, you just can't get you can't get a response, because it's like the default programming is going right back to what you're saying, the cognitive dissonance. What else could it be?
Cognitive. If you, they always say that the old saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. But honestly, no, because with cognitive dissonance, it's endless fooling going on. Endless.
George Bush said, a fooled man can't get fooled. Whatever he said.
But the thing is, if humans, if when we incarnate as human beings, if you didn't have that ability, or you had the ability to control it, and believe me or not, I always thought that I, wasn't subject to such thing. But then as I was going through the research that led me to make the Overwatch project, I found that I was running a cognitive dissonance program because of religious brainwashing and indoctrination, and it was shocking, because once I caught myself doing it, it's kind of like you're aware of what you're thinking, and then you're like, wow, I'm blocking information out without even realizing.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't aware I was doing it. I wasn't consciously aware. Mm-hmm. Once I became consciously aware that I was doing it, then I had to, deal with the fact that I was doing it, which, it's humbling. It's a humbling experience when you realize
absolutely.
You're just, because the ability to fool yourself is astonishing.
It is. Yeah, as you go through this awakening process, you really see how deep the programming is, and the things that you need to kind of check yourself on. Got to humble yourself too.
Yeah.
And be okay with being wrong, and be okay with confronting the crazy beliefs or maybe the things that you fell for in the past.
Yeah, I believe this is what it's called. Like, isn't it encompassed in shadow work or dark night of the soul, 100%. That kind of stuff? Yeah,
100%. And even when I was going through that dark night of the soul, and I've gone through it a few times. It wasn't just like a one-time thing for me. But like when I first was going through it, I was still, even though I was like having these incredible experiences and this awakening process, I was still very, very behind in realizing what was going on.
Oh yeah, it's easy to get sidetracked. It's a miracle you don't end up in another, which most people end up doing. They simply swap one official story for another one. Most common phenomena is, there'll be an atheist who becomes a religious fundamentalist, or a religious person that becomes an atheist. They swap these positions without ever stopping for a moment to go, hey, maybe both these sides are wrong. Maybe I should look first, maybe I should actually investigate something, come up with a model that fits the totality of the information.
Yeah, and the Matrix has a bevy of options available for us to choose from. it's crazy.
Yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, and if you live in the Northeast in America, we have a lot of diners. And if you've ever seen a diner menu,
massive.
Massive menu, right? The amount of things you can choose from, you could spend an hour just reading the menu, trying to figure out what you want to eat. That's what the belief system menu is like. It's like a diner menu. It's like it's full, and the problem is that everything on the menu is actually bad for you in this case.
So true, man. So true.
And you will not find reincarnation soul trap in the menu item. Anyway. that one isn't on the menu. It'll be everything else. Everything else is on the menu, but not that one.
All right, so let's get into this, because I have a lot to say, and I'm sure you have a lot to say. I mean, I think this could end up going a while. So let's try to dive right into this. Okay, all right, so here we go. And welcome, everybody.
Very excited to be here again with Stephanie Kraft. Thank you so much for joining me, Stephanie.
Melissa, thank you so much for having me.
I really appreciate you coming back to continue this conversation, because the last hour that we talked went by so quickly, and I realized we had so much more to talk about. So I'm really grateful that you were willing to come back and do this.
Yeah, I'm so happy to do this with you.
Wonderful. So I know we got into this just a little bit in our last interview, but for those who are maybe watching this one first, could you just share how you got into, like, how did you get interested in life between lives therapy?
So it was actually a client of mine, or she was a friend too, but who brought it to my attention. So I had become a hypnotherapist in 2004, and I was just doing, everything you can think of with hypnotherapy, including past life regressions. And I didn't know anything about the life between lives. But I had been obsessively pondering, what happens when we die? I really want to know what it's like on the other side. What do we do? What happens? I was just obsessed with those questions in my mind. Nobody knew that. I didn't talk about it. I was just constantly wondering about it. So, but anyway, one day my friend sent me an email, and the subject line said, I want to do this. And so I opened it up, and it was an article about someone who had had a life between lives hypnotherapy session. And I read it, and I was just astonished that it existed. And I thought to myself, okay, this is why I became a hypnotherapist. I never really understood why, what's the reason, but that day I was like, this is the reason. And this might be the answer to all of my questions. And so I wrote back to her. Well, I looked up the training. So I was like, well, of course I'm going to get trained in this. And it was going to be in several months, like later that year. And I told my friend, I'm going to go get trained in it. So I can do this with you. And she said, no, Stephanie, I'm not waiting. You have to do it with me now. And so Michael Newton, who developed Life Between Lives hypnotherapy, had written 2 books, Destiny of Souls and and Journey of Souls. Well, Journey of Souls was the first one, then Destiny of Souls. But he also wrote a third book called Life Between Lives, Hypnotherapy, and that's for hypnotherapists to kind of learn how to do sessions. I mean, you have to get trained in it, but at least there's a book he wrote about it. So I got that book. She said, I'm not waiting for you to get trained. Do it now. Get the book. Figure it out. So I ordered the book. I read the book. And then I did a session with her that was phenomenal, perfect in every way. And then several months later, I went to get trained in LBL hypnotherapy. And I was so lucky. That was in 2007. I was so lucky because Michael Newton had retired, but he came out of retirement for my training. My training was the last training that he was present at. And so it was an amazing experience, phenomenal week. It was a 40-hour training week, plus then I had to do many hours of sessions before I could get certified. You have to do all of these sessions and record them and write them up and send them in, and they get reviewed by people at the Institute, so at the Michael Newton Institute. So that was the process of learning Life Between Lives hypnotherapy. That was in 2007, 15 years ago. So I've been doing it ever since.
Wow, it's amazing to me that Michael Newton was at your training.
I know, I was so lucky.
Yeah, because as I was telling you off camera, I love his books. I just devoured his books.
And I just got to insert a few things here every once in a while too, even on the early parts. I'm with her on this. It's Newton's work is huge, and what's interesting is that his approach is one of the best that I've run across. Now, are you going to believe every single story that's out there, especially in the most recent book that I did a cover of a commentary on? It was more done by other hypnotherapists that work under his tutelage, so we should say. And there's some questionable stuff in there, and I brought those up. But that aside, the main books, I think there's a lot of value there. I like his approach because it's designed to not be fooled with, but you're always going to have any possibility of a hypnotherapist taking those courses and twisting them and inserting things into a session that shouldn't be there. And that's the biggest problem with hypnotherapy. Regression, anything, suggestion, while someone's in a hypnotic state, can be extremely detrimental to getting, in this case, valuable information, like from something like a past life regression, a life between lives, those types of things. But overall, Newton's work is a tremendous value and helps with the data points. It really helps just kind of drive more things home. And then, of course, there's other modalities too. But any thoughts on that, Dan?
Yeah, well, you before I even knew who you were, Mark, I had read, actually listened to audible versions of Michael books. And it was of the whole thing for me when he was reporting and these people's past lives. That's, when some red flags started popping up and they're like, this doesn't jive. The conclusions that people were coming up with from the reincarnation data simply wasn't matching like a cohesive or logical common sense like deduction. But it's hard for me. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Like when you're just seeing what these people are describing and telling, and the intel you can get from the life between lives, and then you're trying to make this into a positive, loving, learning. You're coming up with these conclusions, and I'm like, those two things just don't go together. This doesn't match that, and these people are very. They don't want to they're very delicate. Like this woman here you have on the screen right now. And I'm not saying this is an insult. Some people, they're very delicate, and they have to maintain a kind of like a Stockholm syndrome, positive view, positive relationship with whatever entities are orchestrating this behind the scenes. It's they're loving. It's all loving. But we're gonna get to that good scene. Everybody stick around.
Yeah.
Because when we get to that one, your mind's gonna be blown.
It's gonna be blown. Yeah.
Actually, I just never heard it said so giddy with such. I've heard people gloss over it, that what they talk about, but I've never heard it said like, like it's funny.
It's I have heard it before, but not a lot, but it has popped up here and there, where like we'll get, when we get there, we'll talk about it. We're not gonna ruin it right now.
And I almost forgot to mention, after we started to get to know each other, I listened to your whole series, so it's kind of like listening to Michael Newton's works twice with your analysis. So there's a whole section on Forever Conscious Research channel of Michael Newton books.
Yeah, I did. Thanks, Dan. I did Journey of Souls and Destiny of Souls, and it's really good to listen to his books in order. So, and what's interesting is in both those books, this is really important, everybody. Michael Newton, there was one case where he was I'm not going to drone on too much about this, but it's really important. Some of you have been watching and listening and maybe heard the series are familiar with this, but in one of the books, or actually both books, but one book he was at a conference, and he was giving, I think, a lecture or something like that about the work. And some guy just out of nowhere in the lecture goes, I knew it. I knew something was wrong. Something like that. I don't remember his exact words. But basically, he had figured out and basically kind of already knew that there was some sort of big deception going on, like something wasn't right. And of course, Newton brings it up. Like, to his credit, guys, he put it in the book. And then he also talked about in another book, I believe it might have been the first one, where there were some people that were like sending him mail or something, or maybe coming up to him. Either way, it was brought up twice in first two books, where there were people questioning whether, whoever was in control or what's going on here. If it wasn't basically, if it was a deception, like something seemed off to them. Of course, unfortunately for them, they grew up in the wrong time period. Hopefully they're still alive and came across the information of the soul trap now, but this was, a couple decades ago, at least a few decades ago. So anyways, it's really important to point that out. And of course, Newton just, goes right along with the show. And it's really, really important to preface all of this with saying, with Newton's work, he openly admits to working with entities or quote unquote guides, okay, in his work and with all the information that he put out in conjunction with his past life regression. So that can't be said enough. So he was chosen in his life script. He picked this life script to do this work, spent a long time doing it, and became really well known, came up with a good system to help others extract this information and share this information. But at the same time, all this is being interfered with too. And so certain narratives are preserved. I do, I'll just say one more thing and then we'll move on. The only thing I was always really kind of iffy about with Newton was the color coding system that he came up with. I don't know. Although I have run across some other information in the past that kind of confirmed a little bit of it, but I'm talking about a very small subset of information. Nothing that could say, oh, definitively, like, oh, Michael Newton's right when, someone has a certain color to their, astral presence or orb-like presence in the afterlife or their life between lives, that they are, quote unquote, like a higher or lower kind of soul, which when you really think about it, it also kind of makes sense that something like that would exist in some way, because then it's like it also makes people kind of fall into class lines, like what happens here, So I mean, I don't know, but that was the only thing that was kind of like, But he said it was there and talked about it a lot. So make of that what you will. But and there's a lot of other regression therapists that worked under his modalities and talked about it too. So I don't know, but I just want to put that out there. Anything else you want to say, Dan, before we move on?
No, I think you covered everything. Let's keep going.
Yeah. But, yeah, I agree. So could you share with us, and I'm going to ask you questions based off of your professional experience with regressing people and what you have learned from these different people's experience. Could you share with us what happens to a soul after they pass on? So, yes. So the way, maybe if people are curious, should I explain what the session is like? And sure. Yeah, that's a great idea.
People probably don't even know. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, some people do, but basically we do a long induction. That's to get the person into hypnosis. And then we go into the womb, which is fascinating because when you take a person into the womb, they're not yet crossed over to this side. They're still on the other side. And that's when we can even start asking the life between lives questions. So when someone is in the womb, a soul is in the womb, we ask so many questions about, when did you, the soul, merge with the body of the baby? And the answer to that is fascinating because it's so varied. Some souls merge with the fetus, maybe in the 4th or 5th month, or some in the 8th or 9th month. And I always ask, do you come and go, or do you just stay there? And most of them say, I come and go and I leave, because it's really boring. And so the soul is not always present in the body of the baby. It's visiting on the other side still. And because otherwise they're just literally present in the body. And we always ask, can you feel your mother's emotions? And they always, there's always responses to that. What about your father? What's the family situation? Why did you choose his parents? Or did you choose your parents' family members? All these questions, right, in the womb. And sometimes, or I will always ask, why did you choose this life? Why did you choose this body? Why did you choose this family? What are you coming here to learn? What's your purpose? Why did you come into this life? How do you feel about the life you're about to live? Things like that. So we do the whole womb experience. And sometimes people don't have a lot of answers. And some souls do, some souls don't really know that much. It's varied from person to person. And then in this session, we take the person back to childhood just to do some memory warm-ups of her earliest memory, happy memory as a child, just to keep going with the deepening and regressing. And then finally, we take the person we guide. It's all guiding. It's not, a hypnotherapist doesn't lead. I mean, we guide, but it's more of an allowing. So we guide them and then to another lifetime. So a past life. Sometimes I don't like to say past life because they're all happening at the same time, but that's the terminology we all use, right? So another lifetime. And so then they arrive.
What do you think about that? Everything's happening at the same time. I mean, this is, look, you're experiencing it when you're experiencing it. That's how I look at this stuff. I think it's I don't know. It just, I mean, I get it. It's like, oh, the time doesn't exist type thing. My mic levels are changing as I talk to you. It's driving me out of my mind. I'm sorry, everybody, if there's an issue.
You didn't get that fixed, unfortunately.
I did, and now it's happening again. So,
Windows.
Explain that. I mean, I don't know.
Microsoft seems determined to make everybody who still hasn't hated their operating system hate it. The whole thing with what were you saying there, Mark? You were asking me.
I kind of forgot.
Oh man, wow, Matrix moment.
That's a Matrix moment for sure. Well, let's not worry about it. It's wow.
Okay, I was on track and now I got off track.
That's all right. Sorry, the number you've dialed is not in service.
It's unfortunate.
Dive into that lifetime, and we go through a long exploration of that entire life. And we ask, do you recognize any of these souls as people that you know in your life now? And always, yes. And always the past life is so incredibly relevant to this lifetime. It's like a continuation of a theme and story
Mark, can you stop
that
it?
just has sort of twists.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, it was about time. So
time. Yeah.
Okay, so as somebody who's had the OB, NDE, whatever you want to call it, when I was in my heart surgery, and I was in that place with the orange grove, I did notice that there is time, and yet it's just different. It's not like it doesn't exist. It's just different. And I can't explain it in human language why it's different. I just know that it is different. But it's not like everything happened. It's not like this whole thing. It's always at the core level. At the core level of all this is people. They insist on this. One of the things that the Matrix peddles down here is this bullshit that. And everything is one, and there's no time, and everything has already happened, past, present, future.
Yep.
I think that's all BS. This whole thing that we're all one is BS. Trying to completely remove the experience of time. Individualism. It's always about removing individualism and corrupting what it means. But personal sovereignty and individualism is. They have all kinds of philosophies out there that kind of yell out this stuff, but they don't really mean it the right way. And then this whole thing about time kind of like not existing, that's also a bunch of BS. It does exist.
I just want to add something really quick. I hate to interrupt you, but Adam brought up a great comment. He says, utter nonsense about the past life continuation when there is a memory wipe. Exactly. It's like, hello. I mean,
exactly.
We don't, all these people, everyone, even including me, I've extracted past lives and connected with them and stuff like that. But the fact is, they're not in this current existence that I am now, and they are of a different time period. Period, point blank. It's non-negotiable. So I don't want, getting into the whole technicalities about what everything is and all that stuff. No, let's just get it down to brass tacks. I died multiple times in different bodies, different areas, different situations, and now I am here. And have no
every time
any of it.
Right, and every single time you incarnate as a human in the earth, in this the earth realm, the time is quite linear. It's very linear here. That's the only way to explain it. It's what we experience. A lot of this stuff has to deal with not only cognitive dissonance, but the ability to disregard information because it doesn't fit whatever crazy model you happen to have latched onto. A lot of these people have these crazy model realities or these crazy understandings, and they they can easily just disregard the information when it contradicts whatever they're saying. And so that's it about time. I just want to say that.
Yeah, and understand too, like in being outside the body, I agree with you just based on some of the experiences that I've had. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's that it's different. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion, but you'll hear experiencers swear up, down, left, and right that time doesn't exist, yet they came back to a realm that has time. Just because someone's experiencing having an experience and it's, they're able to condense and have many different types of things occur in a very condensed amount of quote unquote time, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist outside the body, at least in the context of the Matrix overall system, not just Earth. So I hang a big question mark over all of that. And, I don't know, but I don't believe that it doesn't exist.
Oh, it definitely existed when I was in that place. It just didn't exist in the same way.
Steve says, outside the void, I can see no time. See, I've been in highly, highly meditative states, like in void-like states, and it does feel like time doesn't exist. Going outside the body, time feels like it doesn't exist. But again, you're coming back here. And it's just a different experience of time. That's kind of my opinion. I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, anything? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But
no, let's keep going. I can't wait to get to the good part.
And turns, variations on the theme, like, oh, that was my husband, now I'm the wife, or just roles are switched, father, daughter, all the different family members are friends. A lot of times people have, their best friend is now their daughter in this lifetime. Just so many continuations of having lifetimes with the same souls, and then the same kind of situations or situations that need to be resolved, or karma playing out where, one time I did this to you, this time I'm doing this to you. It's fascinating. So
I mean that, I'm sorry to stop it again. That's a really important part too.
Yeah,
I think the switching of the roles, or even kind of being like a friend, not even necessarily like in like the family unit, but you can be like a friend in the neighborhood, or you can be a relative, maybe in a couple states over, or you meet in college or something like that. In having those roles reversed or karmically switched and messed with is just wild. And it's true.
Yes, it happens. It comes up all the time. Now, this is one of those moments where this is a really good piece of information here. A lot of these reincarnation investigations or data points, have this phenomena where you're swapping roles. She brought up karma. That's another pile of bullshit. Karma. The thing is that now, let's say you're kind of like in an acting class or something, or you're one of those improv things where you can play different characters. And how many times can you play different characters before you're done, learning from that experience? I'll be the bad guy this time. Next time I'll be the good guy. Next time I'll be the victim. Then I'll be the perpetrator. You're going to run out of combinations pretty quickly, especially if you're doing it and then swapping roles. And then, of course, in order to learn from that experience, the only way to do it is to remember, because otherwise you won't learn anything. If I gave you some kind of like in that show Blind Spot with they had this substance called Zip or whatever, it would give you complete mind wipe you and would give you amnesia. You'd still know how to talk and all the other stuff, but it would just give you that typical amnesia where you didn't remember who you were. you wouldn't remember where you came from, anything like that. Now, suddenly, you're not learning anything. And then the whole thing with karma, again, if you can't remember, which that show Blind Spot is very good to show people, the kind of like moral issues you run into with pure amnesia.
100%.
So, yeah, because you can be like a villain, and then your mind is wiped. Now you start to get all new connections, and you're with different group of people. Things you're picking up, you start to develop a different personality traits.
Yeah, different meat suit that's programmed differently based on the environment you grew up in.
Exactly. So now you're a completely different person. How can you have any karma from the last time, because you don't remember? That would make any sense. It doesn't. It just doesn't. It's so frustrating because there's just no way to make sense of that.
No, you can't. You can't. You can't. You cannot make sense of it. You just can't.
But everybody else in the reincarnation study field seems to casually just gloss over this data point and just say, yeah, well, the next time I'll be the bad guy, and karma, and then you'll get me. And well, what good is that? What on earth are you accomplishing? Because you don't remember. So you're not gaining anything. And then when you find out people have done it thousands of times.
Yeah. And who knows how many times any of us have done it. I mean, I feel like I've been here a while, and I know of, a handful of past lives that I've tapped into. But, and it really made sense when I looked back at the things that I've explored and done in my life. It just fit like a glove. But at the same time, again, like everything leads back to the memory wipe. How can you learn, grow, resolve karma if you are coming here lifetime after lifetime with no recollection of what you need to learn and grow and work on while you're here, or what you need to make amends for? It is the most asinine bullshit narrative that's out there. It defies logic on every front possible.
Every level. Think of it from a gamer perspective. You obviously game. I'm sure a lot of our audience out there games. I love gaming. If you are playing a game, the only way you're going to improve is to be able to remember and develop your skill set, and you keep getting better, and you get to higher levels in the game. And it's sort of like this whole thing that people are kind of told about, like, oh, our consciousness is ascending to this whole ascension thing that keeps getting promoted around, like actually there's like an awakening or this, that, the other. No, when nobody can remember anything. Imagine if you wiped your memory every time you're in the middle of a game, and you've got, say the game has 10 levels, you're level 5, you're getting really good at a certain point, and then now your memory's wiped, and what happens? You'd have to start at level 1. You wouldn't know anything. You wouldn't even remember you played the game.
Yeah. You start at level 1 every time.
Yeah, you start level 1 every time, and you never accomplish anything.
And then when you die, they send out the welcome wagon at death, good old granny and grandpa. I mean, you should have seen the thumbnail things I was trying to put in there, but it looked ridiculous. I had granny and grandpa in there, like, oh, hey, come here. But, like having like that, that hand out there, just trying to suck you into the light, get you. Remember, everybody, near-death experiences, those who are kind of new or otherwise on the fence about the soul trap thing, you listen to enough of them, you hear over and over and over again how it was the most bliss, the most loving, the most amazing thing. I was talking to God. I was talking to grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, the dog, whoever, the cat. They are overwhelmed with euphoria. One of the most common things you hear is that it is the most loving experience that they've ever had in existence, okay? Nothing that can compare it to Earth. And the reason why I bring this up all the time is that this shows how deep the deception is. When someone has a precursor for what love feels like, what love like, happiness, joy, like the pinnacle moments of their best of the best while they're here in the physical. And then when they cross over and those barriers are not just exceeded, but exploded beyond a point of comprehension. And what you're seeing there is someone who is basically being drugged up. Okay. There are energy fields. There's something going on there. Frequency fields being blasted at them. But that's because they have just gone along for the ride. They haven't stuck up for themselves. They haven't questioned this reality enough because they have precursors back here on Earth that they've dragged with them forward and decided to say, oh, well, everything's going to be fine. God loves me. God loves us, blah, 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 all this stuff. And, everything's going to be fine. And when you hit someone with that kind of overwhelming experience, a love that cannot be compared. The one I like to bring up a lot, and I'm going to shut up in a minute, I promise. The one I bring up constantly is what you hear from mothers. A mother's pinnacle moment is when they are giving a pinnacle moment of love for a female is when they're giving birth to their child. I've heard it over and over and over again. And then you have mothers who have near-death experiences, or just females who have had near-death experiences, not necessarily during birth, but there are plenty of near NDEs out there of mothers who have had those experiences while giving birth, and they're incredible, the most loving explosion of love possible, but yet they kind of go over to the next level. And it's not, you can't even put it in words. What's up with that? What's up with that? And it literally is like a drug dealer. It's like the drug dealer at the corner of the street saying, hey, here's some free samples. Let me get you hooked. You're going to, have a grand old time that first time. And then we're going to be, poaching your wallet, and, you're going to be doing all sorts of, horrible shit to try and get, your next fix. I mean, that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you think about it, like if you loved somebody, would you let them go through this confusing mess and suffering, and then douse them with unconditional love when you get them out of here, and then just want to put them right back into this mess? Mm-hmm. It doesn't make any sense. I believe, as you know, I was completely left alone during my time period in the astral realm, or wherever I was. It was a beautiful orange grove, and I was the only being there. Absolutely nothing interacted with me. We've talked about this before, and I absolutely knew for a fact the reason is they didn't want to waste their time.
Yeah. Yeah, and everyone can check out that that interview we did that like after you came back, and it's incredible, and it definitely is because of your intentions, like what you put out into the field. You weren't meant to die then. That's the bottom line. You were not meant to go then, and so you were kind of like in a holding pattern. And left alone because of your intention that you put out there as a creator being, like we all can.
Yeah, I absolutely, because when people bring up things, and I'm having in-person discussions with somebody, and they bring up one of these stupid arguments, I quickly give them like as if like if I had heard that in the afterlife, this is my reaction, and my reaction always like stops them from talking any further.
Yeah.
Because the logical smackdown that I come back with, and then they have to like pause and think and like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense anymore. They don't want to mess with you.
We're done with you, Dan. They're like, all right, we're okay. This guy's figured out the whole scam. It's time to move on. We'll leave him alone.
Yeah.
I just want to point out a comment that stuck out from T. Coy M. Now. He says, or she says, was convinced by Tom Campbell's theory in 2010 and stayed that way for 10 years until I found your video 3 months ago. And remember, we did that series, 2-part series together, Dan. Yeah, Tom Campbell was a big part of my journey too, my friend. So I'm glad you were able to see through his bullshit, and that Dan and I were able to kind of point out his insanity.
Yeah, it was necessary for me to read his gigantic, voluminous books, but it's time I'll never get back.
I know. My big toe is still crying after having to deal with it for so long. All right, let's go.
Explore that lifetime all the way through, and this is when we get to the life between lives part, right? When we bring them to the last day of their life. So when we say, okay, be at the last day of your life, and then we ask, how are you dying? Who's there? What's happening? Describe the situation. And then when it's time, once we get through all that and whatever information is coming up, I say, okay, leave the body at the time of death. And always leaving the body at the time of death is like nothing. It's just like a non-occurrence. There's no trauma, nothing. It's just, oh, now I'm looking at the body and I see everybody around me and they're crying, and this is generalizations, right? Because sometimes people are alone, but it's just a general overview. And then, I'll ask, did you stay and linger? What are you doing now? Or do you leave? And then the ones who leave right away, they don't linger behind. They don't try to console anybody. They just shoot out to space or whatever you call it. And I ask, like, are you moving? Are you being pulled? What is it like? What does it feel like? I don't lead. I mean, to talk to you about it, and the audience who's listening, I'm using a lot of words, but it's better for a hypnotherapist to sort of keep asking the questions, what's happening now? What's happening now? So even though I'm sharing like words that might be, we would call it leading a client, I don't do that in this session. Just, what do you feel like? What's happening? So it's hard to, I can't just say that to you, like, but this is what they tell me. I'm being pulled, or I'm slowly moving, or I'm fast, or I've arrived, or, it's all the different ways to get there. And sometimes they're surrounded by just darkness, but it's very comfortable. And sometimes it's light, but sometimes they are met by a guide. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they meet with their soulmate that they have missed, that either from that lifetime or this one. It's really interesting because when the person crosses over out of that past life that we just visited, the themes are usually relevant to that lifetime. So it's, I'm meeting with my husband, and then we go through like themes related to that life, and then I ask, question. They always bring questions, right? So then we kind of shift it to this lifetime. So we have both going on. And sometimes even while we're there on the other side, I will say, because once they're there on the other side, their soul is channeling through them now. It's not the person anymore so much. There's both happening because of our consciousness, but the soul is now able to speak through the person. And I will ask questions directly to the soul. Do you want to take Melissa did you want to show Melissa any other lifetimes? Even though we've crossed over already, they can say yes or no, and then they'll send the person right back to another lifetime to explore. I keep that open. I don't know if other LBL hypnotherapists do it. I mean, all the sessions are so different, but I like to ask just in case there are more lifetimes to explore. So we'll do
See, like I personally, like, again, this is just from an amateur researcher perspective. I think when you are opening the door in a session for a specific lifetime, that kind of blending in a lifetime in the middle of a past life, other past life recall, that can be a bit, not right. I mean, again, I'm not a professional in this stuff. I haven't spent any time in hypnotherapy classes, something like that, but I feel like, I don't know. What do you think, Dan?
Well, I did do some studies in psychology, and I dabbled in self-hypnosis, and I did try to have a hypnotherapist work on me, but I really just couldn't be hypnotized by them. I did have some success with self-hypnosis, but as far as like memory of past lifetimes, I just had like an accidental flashback kind of thing that I put on my website during the Revolutionary War. You know about?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's like your microphone went crazy there.
It's giving me problems.
Anyway, it's very important as far as I know, not to lead anybody on during a hypno-regression session. You want to just kind of like pull the information, or let them give out the information without you distorting it in any way. So if you're mixing lifetime with another lifetime, I don't know what the heck that's going to do. That's probably not a good idea. Hello?
It's muted.
I'm sorry. Knack sent a super chat, says, why do we keep repeating school for the soul, or why do we not have memory? I get it. We are here to suffer, for fuck's sake. This owner is the Harvard for the soul. Thank you, Knack. I appreciate the very kind super chat. And I want to welcome Kev F to the Last Timers Club. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And just so everybody knows, the Last Timers Club monthly members live stream will be on Sunday, June 30th. That's the next meeting.
Do that. We'll come back. But that was a long answer. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask. No, that was perfect. Just to give people a background on what you do in case they're not familiar with it. But it's fascinating for me to hear your process, because I think, like you said, everyone does it a little bit differently. So one thing that caught my attention is you said you ask the individuals first of all, what their purpose is in coming to this life. Do you find that there's one overriding similar purpose, or is it all over the board? That is a great question. And a lot of people do have this question, what is my purpose? And a lot of times I think that people think it's about doing something in this lifetime, but really it's always the virtues. It's always to love, to forgive, to have compassion, or resiliency, things that to endure, to not give up, it varies from person.
No, that's the scam. Let's get it right. That's part of the scam. To love. And come on. Look at the way the world is run, everybody. Let's just be honest with one another. Let's stop beating around the bush and trying to, sit back and pretend like everything is on the up and up when everything is like up shit's creek. It blows my mind. It's so easy to just say this stuff, but yet, some of the information that comes out through Newton and other past life regression therapists, you hear this, but it's an insult to all of us. It really is.
So we come here for love, compassion. What else did she say?
love, compassion, and forgiveness and stuff along those lines.
Right. Because this is a world,
and like trying to
right,
whatever, the same old stuff.
Because this is a world of love and compassion, and
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be delusional to not see. Look, we're kind of lucky. We live in a part of the world at the moment where we don't have to deal with some of the absolute complete insanity as some other people have to deal with on the planet here. Like in some of these areas where you can't even get any food to eat. There's no clean water. You could live in absolute squalor. There's all kinds of really, really bad stuff happening on the planet. And just because I'm not partaking any of of some of this really horrific stuff that's going on here doesn't mean I don't feel an incredible amount of empathy and pain when I even just think about a dog suffering. It just bothers me immensely.
Same, man. Same thing.
So this is not a world, right? The only love that exists here are from good people, but even those people that exhibit a lot of that stuff, they don't have a firm foundation in some genuine spiritual connection with themselves, with their consciousness. Because if they did, then we wouldn't have seen some of the things we've seen around here in the last 3 or 4 years, where everybody suddenly would, how easily things get turned on their head, and everybody turns on each other.
Yeah, Drone's Another Tone says, she said endurance, meaning enduring pain and suffering. That's a virtue, folks.
Sure, if you had to do it like one lifetime to learn from it. But if you have to do it 1,000 times and you have amnesia each time and you're not learning anything,
that's the difference. Yeah, that's where everything falls apart. Where you can't justify the memory wipe. You just can't. Like we've talked about in the past. Like if there was full disclosure about what was going on here, and when we passed, we said, okay, well, you did this, and you want to go another round, we're going to memory wipe you, but you're free to leave if you want. But no, you gotta kind of figure things out, under the guise of the memory wipe. And I think it all has to do with those terms of service that we talked about when we initially got here, and so they can kind of throw these curveballs, and we fall into like the whole sensory experience while we're here and get lost.
Sure, it's just like all the online services that are free. You are the product. You on the surface it kind of seems like you're getting something out of it, but in reality you're the product. That's why the service is free.
Yeah.
So
the lady says, I wondered why Dolores Cannon always says Earth is a school while she's doing past life regression. Earth is 100% soul trap because reincarnation is real. Yeah, there's also a reason why I never covered Dolores Cannon, because I think she's a complete plant for the Matrix. And that's not to say that a lot of others aren't, but she is really bad. Really, really, really bad. I mean, as far as getting any sort of reliable information on it, I've never once covered her because, she had agendas. She said completely wrong, provably wrong information that was out there many times. So, I think whatever modality she was working with or came up with, she let the money get to her head, and also manipulated a wide variety of other individuals out there who took on those hypnosis modalities and unfortunately weaponized them in the form of the New Age. That's my opinion. Okay? just to prevent any legal possibilities that may be thrown my way, by the Dolores Cannon Empire.
Person, some people have had lifetimes, well, it can vary. So they'll have a lifetime with a lot of people around and family. So then they test out lifetimes alone, which can be really hard, but they do it again and again to get better at it. It seems, and based on my clients, and it's just like, I think they're just trying to prove it to themselves that they can do it. So things that are really internal. Can I do this better? How well can I do this? Being traumatized and then learning to love unconditionally or forgive or protect themselves or use their voice, speak up for themselves, whatever it might be. But it always comes back to generally these virtues and of how well we handle situations. I've never heard a person say, oh, it's to write a book or it's to become a stock, trade in the stock market, or it's never a thing to do. It's always these internal processes of becoming a better, more refined human.
Wow, that's fascinating and right in line with what near-death experiencers say also.
Yes, there are the similarities between lives hypnotherapy sessions and NDEs are.
Yeah.
How can you refine? How do you get better at something with amnesia? No one has ever been able to answer that question. How do you become better with amnesia? Why would you need to repeat this over and over and over again if you're trying to learn something?
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Why do reincarnation therapists have to give people basically therapy for the trauma?
It candidly says, I knew Dolores was a plant when she said Earth couldn't wait to shake us off like fleas. Yeah, real love. The other thing is like the whole, just to kind of put this out there, the whole New Earth thing, which she was a part of, and many before her, it is many, many decades old. That New Earth is coming. Everything's going to change. Everything's going to be great. Just hang on a bit. Kind of like the Kali Yuga, right? That whole plot that's out there, right? Oh, the Earth goes through shifts and changes and everything's going to be all right if you just hang on. Well, when you start to look into this stuff, it's like, okay, let me keep looking at my watch. How long am I waiting? How long am I waiting for all this to improve? Things are not improving. They're getting more insane by the day. And that's not to be a fearmonger. That's just common sense by looking at what's going on out there. So the whole New Earth, the New Age, do you guys know that the New Age goes as far back as the late 1800s? That's how long this whole thing has been going on. It's not new. It's old.
I actually think it's another one of those core things, like the removal of individuality.
Yes.
The whole, you have to be saved, and the earth is going to end and be renewed. You can actually trace that all the way back to Zoroastrian religions.
Well said. Yeah, very true.
This is a repeated thing that goes back, as far back as we have records of any historical myths and, ancient civilizations. This is just a recurring thing. I'm sure it's gone on longer than that, too. It probably predates Atlantis and, everything else.
And even Monroe's thing, right? Monroe talked about, just not to veer off too much, but Monroe talked about how they, they were tweaking things, right? Like there was, like a highly kind of loving, not as a parasitic type experience, like we see today, but like a more, fake loving timeline, should we say, or epoch that was out there, and that they had to adjust it because it was too obvious for those that were in it at the time. I mean, that really stood out too, because you're seeing an open admission of how they, have tried different modalities and different kind of scams to keep this charade going.
Sure.
That was here we are today.
Sure, that was even in the first Matrix movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The,
Matrix. Yeah, you're right.
Mr. Agent Smith tells Neo that, we tried, giving you a better Earth, but you people work, like humans work best, or we can keep you under control better when you're just like constantly in chaos.
Yeah.
It's much easier that way to keep you corralled into the system.
Astounding.
Yeah. Another thing that caught my attention is
She
that you
agreed.
said you'll ask them how they're feeling about the life. So I'm just curious if people are excited or are they scared, or have you ever run across somebody who feels like they were forced into it?
Yes. So this is very interesting, because for many years in the beginning of doing this, I had so many souls saying that they did not want to be born and they were forced to come here, and they would cry and they would say, I don't want to come, I don't want to do it, they made me, and they were dreading this life and this world. But then it's weird, and I don't know why it changed. So after the first several years of experiencing souls like that, and honestly,
I just want to say that I think she's making all this up, because, so just before we continue, where she's going, there's a number of videos that I've had tucked away for a long time from the New Age, right? Where they talk about how, like when the soul trap started to kind of take a little bit more of a prevalence in the internet world, shall we say, a few years back. And to be honest, a lot of it had to do with me covering NDEs and Dan and Wayne, like kind of just ramping up the exposure of all this stuff. And so she and a number of other New Agers, I'm not going to name the channels, but there's a number of them out there. When confronted with the soul trap, their go-to narrative is to say that, oh, well, things are changing. Or like the soul trap has been shut down. Or, this was the way things were, but it's not like that now. This is a common narrative that's out there, especially among like the New Age, actually exclusively among the New Age crowd. So I think it's really, really important that is said, because it's damage control. And I see no difference in what we're going to listen to here.
Yeah, it's a very common thing. It's, I don't know what else to call it. It's pulling something out of thin air and then pretending like it was always there.
Yeah.
And it's real. So, I mean, you can point out like what Zechariah Sitchin did with the Sumerian tablets. I mean, when I first read his material, I wanted to try to verify it. Then I found that you can access these tablets online, and you can go through the actual official, archives and translations, and then you will find that 50% of everything he talks about in his book is absolute complete bullshit. That's just made up.
Yeah. And he's the leading translator of Sumerian tablets.
Not really. You can learn how to do it yourself, and you can look up all kinds of tablets, including completely mundane ones, like I gave you 3 chickens and they gave me a donkey. I mean, they kept a lot of records in the Sumerian Empire. Anyway, it's like that. It's just like, oh, the Matrix has been shut down. I'm just gonna say it, and that's it. I'm an expert. I'm just going to pull this information out of the ether, and, nobody ever says where they really get that information from. Nobody ever explains, like, why, something so drastic would be changed. It doesn't make any sense. It sounds a lot like That reminds me of the old show Get Smart, when he would get caught and then he would come up with, would you believe, would you believe the Matrix has been shut down? Except in this case, the bad guys do believe it, or we're supposed to believe it.
I love Get Smart.
Yeah. Would you believe, you're surrounded and there's no way out?
Max is great.
Yeah. So it's kind of like that, it's kind of like suddenly, the Matrix said, would you believe, we're not doing that anymore. And then you go off and you're like, see, they said, they're not doing it anymore.
A lot of those were trying to get back. When I would be doing the womb part of the session, some of them would be crying and so afraid to be born that they would be saying, I'm trying to get back. I'm trying to go back home and they won't let me. And they're making me go through with this lifetime. And I would ask who, and I don't know who they are, but they would never really be able to explain. And I don't know why it changed, but then after many years of that, all of the souls now that and it's the same age, still just a few years later, it's the same age as like, our lifetime, right, of people saying, I would ask, these questions and I would say, how are you feeling about this life that you're about to be born into? And almost everybody now says, I'm excited. So I don't know if I changed timelines or what happened, but there have been shifts in Life Between Lives hypnotherapy sessions from 2007 until now, not just mine, but across the board that's another thing that has changed. I don't know if it's the consciousness that has changed on the planet or what has happened, but before, and especially in Michael Newton's work, and then subsequent, the trainings of LDL therapists after that, the way that he described the sessions would be the way that they would happen in a way, like you would be met by a guide, you would meet with your soul group, you would go to these different places. At some point in the beginning of when I started doing this 15 years ago, my sessions became automatically somewhat different, where they would just be in their soul state and channeling their soul information and not needing a guide to meet with them and not needing to go to these different places. It became very much pure dialogue of the soul sharing information. So that's a change that has happened since he wrote the books. And it's not just me, it's the LBL hypnotherapists are experiencing the same thing, similar things. And I can't speak for everybody, but we've said that this has been happening. Wow, that's fascinating.
Do you have an opinion, like a personal opinion on what that shift might be?
That to me immediately just says that we're becoming more aware and that we may not need as much hand holding, because sometimes before people would say, I don't know where to go or I don't know what to do. And I would say, well, look around, do you see anything? And or a guide would come right away. Sometimes there's a light in the distance and we just help them let the light come closer or go closer to the light. And it always usually turns out to be a being to help or something.
So I want to interject here. She said 2007. What happened in 2007? I bet you most of you don't know this, but I'll remind you. Once I remind you, you'll remember this. 2007 is when what book came out? The Secret. Did it not come out? At the same time, what else was going on? The 2008, the banking crisis, right? The housing bubble crash, right? That was deliberately created, right? By the Zionist banksters, in which they gobbled up a lot of more land and your money and made everything else cost more and blah, blah, blah. But what they offered you in return was the secret. Now, the secret is fascinating because you can manifest stuff, but what they don't tell you and they don't remind you is they don't talk about the fact that this manifestation there's a trade-off. There's a dark side to it. So you get what you want, but there's a payoff. There's always a payoff in this place. Nothing's for free. Not a damn thing. Except for pain and suffering and loose production.
But I think it must be the expansion and evolution of the human consciousness that must be translating into when we cross over, we feel more confident about just being there and knowing what to do. It doesn't really.
You hear again, like it's just always with the false hope. It's like, just hang on a little bit longer, Dan. Everything's going to be okay. Just hang on. Everything that the system advertises is completely on the up and up. Don't question it.
And you know what? This is the same thing in everything. Look at politics, same way, isn't it? Finances or the markets, financial thing that will improve. It never does. The war will end, but there's always a new one. You name it. There's always this empty hope, this hopium, right? The president of the District of Columbia, right? He's going to save our asses, when really he's just a representative of a certain criminal class, and they don't give a shit about you, and they're going to keep on taking shit from you, and taking shit from you, and taking shit from you. Opium, the secrets, right? How you can manifest things, right? And this whole thing, because we know there's something wrong, and this whole damn thing, this place is wrong, but none of us want to pay the price, the real price, and making any drastic change, which means a whole lot of pain and suffering. And that's how this place is set up, one way or the other. See, the managers of the giant plantation, they don't have a problem producing the loosh, the suffering, the pain, the human sacrifice, the wars, because they benefit from it at your expense. Think about what's really going on.
We're just going through a shift right now. We're just going through a little change right now. Everything's going to be okay. Just believe in everything that the system is selling, and you will be fine. I promise.
It's that, and also this whole premise that there's some kind of expansion of. Now there is a small amount of that because of
the internet. Yeah.
Because of the internet.
Let's just get real, right? Like, let's just talk turkey, okay?
Yeah. Because people are able to connect with each other like never before in recorded history anyway. I'm sure that this has happened before, where technology has risen and then everything gets reset here. But in the meantime, right now, we have this incredible ability to communicate like never before. So people from all over the world that are, if you search enough, hopefully you can find like our channels and stuff. And then if you were looking for these answers, these are the small amount of people that have, because we want to know. But as far as like there being a general expansion of like the whole human race is going through some kind of awakening.
Total bullshit.
Not only is it beyond, we're witnessing what a lot of people out there is the exact opposite of what most are.
Yeah.
I mean, has anybody, this is kind of like a little off topic, but they can't even write entertainment anymore. Like the writers can't even write cohesive scripts for stories anymore. I mean, just when you think like something like a giant franchise like Star Wars couldn't get any more broken. Has anybody seen the new Acolyte show? I mean, holy crap.
No, I haven't. I'm happy I haven't.
I mentioned it on my video earlier when I was telling people to tune into this show tonight. There's some links there so you can see what the heck's going on. It's mind blowing. You wouldn't believe what they did in the show unless you actually looked at it for yourself.
And again, like I'd like to refer people to what happened a few years back, right? What happened there, right? I'm not saying we, us, everybody in this chat complied with what happened, but the point is if there was this grand, amazing awakening process that was occurring, what we saw a few years ago would not have been allowed to occur, yet it did. And yet it continues to go on. And people think that, these show hearings, like you saw that the clown that was at the center of all this appearing at hearings. My family and this and that has been threatened and this and all this stuff. What a joke.
It's beyond
my words. Everybody listening here today, mark my fucking words. Nothing is going to happen. All of these things that you see when the system is put like Bezos popping up there at these hearings, or Mark Zuckerberg, or any of these people that they put up there for public consumption, they are there as a show trial, and it's not a trial. It's to please people like us, to get you sucked in and think that things are going to change. But one thing that we've seen over and over and over again is that nothing changes. And there's a reason for that. Everything is by design. I can't tell you, and I'm going to do a video on this. I don't give a fuck what YouTube thinks about it. I'm going to do a video on this. The amount of clowns that are being pushed on us, that are wearing masks, all right? These are individuals across the board that are wearing masks and pretending to be whoever the celebrity is or the authority figure is. It's unbelievable how deep that conspiracy goes. It's massive. So look out for that video, because it's coming. I am so sick and tired of seeing it. You know how ridiculous it is to see on the internet every day everybody fighting about Biden? It's not even him. It's not even him.
I haven't really paid any attention to any of this. I don't get involved because the way as you know on my channel, I've started covering magic and the occult. And one of the things that I'm really convinced that is that if you're focusing your attention and getting all emotionally upset in when a lot of these people that participate in all the political banter and everything like that, you're actually participating in kind of a controlled magical session where you're feeding this system, which is very similar to the way. You're just helping parasites feed themselves.
Yeah.
And just forget about the show trials. Just look at how many times does somebody have to see the same when they always have in America here, if you're watching American television with any kind of any of the news services, congressional hearings. And they always swear somebody in, and then they go through this whole questioning process, and they're all really tough. Oh my, you did this, or you tortured beagles to death. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, of course.
You did this, you did that. They will list out a gigantic. They will expose and confront somebody on a gigantic list of what I can only describe as immoral and potentially felony and criminal activity. You will never, after that, ever see anyone arrested, charged, brought to trial, nothing. This goes on over and over and over again with different people. I believe we had an agency recently under questioning because they killing someone. And they weren't even following.
So Mark was bringing up the mask. Let's check out the mask. And I think that's what Biden, he's talking about Biden and whoever's there. Biden, I think he is actually wearing a mask. Somebody's wearing a mask and pretending to be Biden. Possible, but let's check this out. This is one of many videos that are out there. I've shown this stuff before, and this is all part of the shit show. So check this out. So I've shown this one before. I mean, stop. Watch this. Watch her facial expressions. Watch her mouth moving. I noticed the plastic face. Just watch this. They're so good now. Look at that. Look how good they are now. How would you know? But there it is. And part of things you just see by the. Look how fake her face is. Now, these people are getting older now, and they're trying to look younger and more appealing to everybody. But come on. Look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that. Look how fake the neck is and everything. Look how fake the face is. Look how plasticky. Look, there's like no wrinkles in the forehead or anything. No, nothing. And then there's Biden. Biden has his own. And of course, this is the guy from the French dude, Macron. Look how fake. Look how fake his face is. Look how it's not moving like normal. There's the wrinkle. How fake the ears are. Look how fake the hair looks. It looks too perfect. It's or like a mannequin. You just see that somebody's wearing a mask. That's what it's getting at. It looks like they don't look like normal human beings. They don't have the more than they're not normal to begin with, but see, is there anyone? Are they masks? Persuasive that one is. They certainly are fake people to begin with. Now look how strange Biden's hair is and everything in his forehead. Look how his facial, you ever notice that Biden's face expressions don't work right? I mean, look at that. Look at that. Look at these. Look how fake his hair is. Look how his hair's sticking out. It looks so fake. Oh my God. Oh, you remember this guy? Remember this one? Look at his neck. Maybe it's a health condition. Maybe it's not. Maybe he's got. Well, what is going on with that neck? Now, the question to be asked is why? Why do they bother to do such things? Well, if everything's deception to begin with, and it's all about mastering the craft of deception, look at that. Definitely looks different than the other images, for one thing. Whether that's a mask or not, it looks more natural. So anyways, let's go back up here again and watch that video. It's one of my favorite videos. The old mask. These masks are so fucking good. This is so this chick is so bizarre. Now, it could be a trick of the camera. This could be deception because they're just bouncing around. This mask guard now. Very strange. For whatever's worth, May's not worth a damn. But what the hell?
Their procedures. And there was another congressional hearing about that, and they're really questioning. I'm like, oh my God, you're in such trouble. As soon as you leave here, you're not going to be in trouble. But right now, we're going to talk to you like you're in really big trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Dan.
How many
times? Look out for that video because it's coming. I am so sick and tired of seeing. You know how ridiculous it is to see on the internet every day everybody fighting about Biden? It's not even him. It's not even him.
I don't pay. I haven't really paid any attention to any of this. I don't get involved because the way as you know on my channel, I've started covering magic and the occult, and one of the things that I'm really convinced that is that if you're focusing your attention and getting all emotionally upset in when a lot of these people that participate in all the political banter and everything like that, you're actually participating in kind of a controlled magical session where you're feeding this system, which is very similar to the way. Yeah, you're just helping parasites feed themselves.
Yeah,
and just forget about the show trials. Just look at how many times does somebody have to see the same when they always have in America here. If you're watching American television with any kind of any news services, they'll always have these congressional hearings. and they always swear somebody in under oath, and then they go through this whole questioning process, and they're all really tough. Oh my, you did this, or you tortured beagles to death. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, of course.
You did this, you did that, and they will list out a gigantic. They will expose and confront somebody on a gigantic list of what I can only describe as immoral and potentially felony and criminal activity. You will never, after that, ever see anyone arrested, charged, brought to trial, nothing. This goes on over and over and over again with different people. I believe we had an agency recently under questioning because they ended up killing someone. And they weren't even following their procedures. And there was another congressional hearing about that. And they're really, questioning. I'm like, oh my God, you're in such trouble. As soon as you leave here, you're not going to be in trouble. But right now, we're going to talk to you like you're in really big trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Dan.
How many times can America? Now, see, this is where cognitive dissonance comes in, because
they're sitting up there with fucking masks,
right? And
with masks,
right? And as you're listening to all this kind of circus going on over and over and over again, you would think that eventually the general American television watching audience would catch on to this and go, wait a minute, I've heard this thing like 100 times now with 100 different people, but I've never seen anybody actually get into trouble after they've been yelling at it.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything happen.
And it just goes on and on and on again.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. It's just on. And this has been going on for decades, folks. This isn't new. Decades. This has been going on. All right.
That's right. You go back to the 1970s. They had a guy on there from the CIA questioning about their heart attack gun.
Yeah.
Did anything ever happen?
No. Okay. Everything's fine. Oh, it exists? Okay. All right. Well, everyone should be appalled. Oh my God, the heart attack gun exists. Oh, okay. What happened the next day? All right, business as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those hearings are out there. Everyone can go through them and look at them. Everyone can go through the Mockingbird and the MK Ultra hearings and all that stuff. All that stuff's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And we're talking decades, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Right, and it's almost like they have like a thing. Okay, you're gonna sit in the chair, and we're gonna swear you in, and I'm gonna yell at you, and then I'll meet you at the bar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm gonna play all kinds of names.
And the blows in the bathroom and the blow and the hookers in the bathroom waiting for you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so sick. So sick.
But
But humanity's waking up, right, Jen?
Well,
everybody's waking up. And new Earth is coming.
Yeah, the new Earth, I'm telling you, goes back thousands of years.
It's just
thousands. Actually, about half the planet has been waiting for a new Earth for 2,000 years now. Any day now, it's coming soon.
It's coming.
According to the Holy Book, it's coming quick.
Really quick. We're right on the prefaces of it happening. Just hang on, everybody. We're getting there.
Yeah,
it's just unbelievable. I want to thank Knack again for the very kind super chat. Second of the evening, he says, "How do we move beyond the black hole singularity that traps us here? The event horizon of our own consciousness once it's freed. We keep debating." Why the memory wipes? We know it's real. What's next? Liberation, my friend. Liberation and natural death. At least that's my opinion. And, just continuing to work on, I hate to use the term expanding your consciousness, but, meditating and being able to get in your firm resolve that you're you're in control, that nothing's going to prevent you from, taking back you when your time comes. I think, at least that's my opinion. It's something I continually work on, and or not even work on, but like put out there. It's not something I'm gonna, even though I think about it a lot, it's not something I'm gonna let ruin my day either. And my intention's out there. It's clear. It's unrelenting, and when my time comes, it comes. But I don't know. Any thoughts on that, Dan? I mean, I don't know what we can really.
No, I think we covered it all,
except what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Make logical sense to me. My answer, even because how did anything change from one year to the next, and haven't we always done this? So I don't know the answer, but it is interesting to observe.
Right. Yeah, it's fascinating to me to hear about that. And I have another question related to this topic. And I know you said you don't know the answer, so that's fine, but I just figured you seem like a good person to ask. On the internet over the last few years, I've been talking about near-death experiences I've been studying them for a long time. And I didn't see this until very recently, but like over the last year or two, this idea has been like gaining prominence in the near-death experience community, that this idea that Earth is a prison and the guides are actually malevolent beings and they're forcing us to come back here over and over and over. Based on your experience, do you see any evidence for that?
Forced.
I did start to see that, and I did start to wonder about that. Not that I did start to see that concretely.
Yeah.
But I started to wonder about that, and I had read a lot about that. And early on, I have an interesting journey with this life between lives hypnotherapy, because when I discovered that concept, and it really did relate to all of these clients, that almost all that were saying that they were forced to come here and that they didn't want to, I actually stopped doing LBL hypnotherapy. And then because of that, this was in around 2009 or something. And then my soul, I'm guided by my soul. So whatever my higher self or my soul is pushing me to do, I'll do. And eventually it came back around because people were calling me a lot for sessions. And I finally ended up starting up again. I was only on a short pause. I don't know if it was 6 months or a year that I decided not to do them because of this, but then everything kind of changed, like I told you. So I don't know, it could be that the concept is that the astral plane, it's like we leave this earth and the other side immediately after would be like the astral plane. And that's what they're saying was corrupted and would recycle us back, and they would be.
Let me take a guess. Things are going to change.
There would be the controlling forces there. I almost feel like perhaps there was a cleanup of that, and that
perhaps there was a cleanup. Then things are getting cleaned up in here.
Yeah, who's doing the cleanup? Why is it
about it? It's just happening. Stop questioning things. The cleanup's happening whether you like it or not.
I want to make it clear that under no circumstances will any of these people change their minds about anything. Even if they saw all of our videos and went to my website and went through all the books I post in the library there, and they went through all the material I've gone through, they would never. It is not possible. This may come as a shock to some people. You cannot change anyone's mind about anything. Only an individual can change their own minds.
Yeah.
And if somebody's committed to a way of looking at something, there is nothing you can do about it. So there's no, and this is even heightened in when comment sections. Like sometimes somebody will post some completely Looney Tune comment, or maybe they have a religious perspective and they post something, and then I watch everybody else in the comment section and they get into this giant argument back and forth. You will never change anybody. There are things, psychological things, like besides cognitive dissonance, there's the backfire effect, there's a giant list of cognitive filters that kick in, and only a person that wants to know will be able to change their own mind about anything. And these two people don't strike me as wanting. I mean, when you get confronted with a barrage of people that have testified to their personal experience that this is a crappy place to be and they didn't want to come here, and you're able to brush all that off, plus what's coming up soon.
Oh yeah. Alien Hybrid said I turned her video off right about here. Well, buckle up because there's the turning point's coming. It got to get worse.
Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going.
Okay.
And that's why the sessions may have changed, because it was crossing over, it was into the astral plane where those beings were, and then that's what the sessions were like, kind of like the way Michael Newton wrote about them. And then when I started up again, people were bypassing that whole realm and going directly to probably like a higher level where there weren't the things that he would describe in the book. And so, you know, what's interesting too is that I'm a rebel, and I don't follow what mainstream says or anybody usually. And so I had discussions with Michael Newton about things that I didn't agree with because I wasn't having them in my sessions. And I don't want to stir up controversy, but we did have an online forum for the hypnotherapists, and he was part of it. He would participate with all of us. And this is where I would have my discussions with him in our forum. And I would ask a lot of questions and say, this is not happening. This is what it's like in my session. So I'm not a rule follower. And a lot of the things that he wrote about seemed like rules, like this color equals this level of soul evolution. And in my sessions, it was completely different. So I had a very interesting session one time where the soul this was a level of a guide. The soul was a guide. And also, I think he even says guides don't incarnate, but that's not true in my sessions. Guides do incarnate. And so this soul was with their soul group, and they were all guides, and each one had a different color. And so when you're on the other side, you're a light being and you have a color. You can change colors or, be a mixture. But this client, it described the meaning of each color, and the purpose. Each color had a different frequency or purpose. And it was to guide people. This one is compassion. I don't remember the colors, but this guide helps, with the theme of compassion. This one is for inspiration and creativity. And they each they're all, and I would ask, are they equal like levels or yes, you can't compare or put it in a hierarchy, what color is higher than another or what theme or quality is more important than another or higher than another. So I have found, and a lot of other hypnotherapists, LBL therapists have said this too, that the colors that he wrote about are not like the way that he says in terms of an evolution of a soul. They're all equal and just have different purposes or meanings. They're healing. There are colors for a healer soul, and they can even vary. So soul groups are so varied and different with their specialties. So going back to your question, I went on a tangent there, but I feel like perhaps there has been a cleanup of some of that, and that we are going directly to a higher realm beyond the astral plane in our sessions. And I think that's
all right. There's so many points in this video where I could have stopped and just ranted and ranted and ranted. In so many of my new sessions, people they're just going beyond the astral now. I feel like they're going beyond the astral. How? I mean, there's a very, very small segment of the quote-unquote soul trap population out there that make these claims to kind of put this narrative out there that I've been beyond and I know what's going on and you don't. So this is how things are. Even William Buellman, a long time OBEer, right? I've read all of his books, consumed all of his lectures, and I know Dan has probably gone through all of it, if not more. Okay? He talks about how it took him a long time. And if I recall specifically, he said about 10 years, if not more, to get to the point where he was experiencing things that he felt were possibly outside this reality or outside, should we say, the Matrix? I don't know. Okay, but he said it was a lot of trial and error for him to get there. And we're talking about someone who has like a very clear expertise in this field, okay? And then there's others as well. And he talks about kind of like things you can't describe, like even varying different colors or different, but the different colors things are also situations that pop up in NDEs, like colors are more vibrant and incredible, which NDEs are OBEs, but they're on people who have their life on the line in the moment. They're not meant to die at that time, but they have something where the Matrix kind of defaults to a certain program and provides them an experience that can be verified with data, or at least line up with data. Let's not say verified, but at least lines up with the data patterns. I do not believe for a minute that what Stephanie is saying here is true. I think she's trying to cope and present a narrative of love and light and say that, hey, everything's, okay, everything's all right. We're just going through this shift. It's okay. I'm seeing a change in my clients right now. And, and they're going beyond the astral. I hate to say it, Dan, but, I think between Melissa and Stephanie, they've consumed a lot of what I've talked about, probably a lot of what you talked about, a lot of what Wayne's talked about, and they're crafting certain narratives that protect their individual empires. That's just my opinion. I'm not going to say anything else. Opinion for legal purposes.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Everything we do here is our opinion because we're just presenting deductions that we've made based on the totality of the information we've looked at. That's all.
That's right. Everyone should do their own research and come up with their own conclusions.
Yeah, sure. As long as you I recommend that you first learn about things like cognitive dissonance, and then you be willing to confront and control that when you're doing the research. Because I guarantee you, it can be very deep in there. But also, she said, it's nice to hear anybody, because I'm like that. I don't like to go along with the status quo. I want to question things all the time. Even as a young child, I drove my teachers crazy. The problem is that for somebody who wants to be a rebel, she ended up basically lining up her conclusions with the status quo. So I don't know how that is rebelling. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, when I heard her say, I'm a rebel at heart, again, it just seems like, again, opinion, everybody. it seems like things are conveniently crafted against the soul trap. And then when you have titles, video after video saying, the truth about the soul trap, the truth about the soul trap, the truth about the soul trap, and everything is about just making you convinced or trying to get you convinced to fall in line with the systematic narratives that are out there. Well, something seems off.
Yep.
Regardless of what anyone believes.
I need to go out of the room for a minute.
Yeah, I do too. Let's just take a 5-minute break, all right?
Okay, I'm good.
And we'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. We'll be right back.
Heavenly Realm.
Currently,
and we're going to continue this extravaganza into tonight's video.
It's actually the answer to the question that you had asked before, and this one, that why did that change? And I think I can only assume that that's the shift that happened. Maybe our consciousness became aware of that prison type of situation or that trap, and that we broke through. Because if we are humans, but we're having a spiritual experience on the other side simultaneously, and maybe our soul said, no more of this, and maybe we took care of it in some way, because I really have experienced the change in my sessions. They're not like the books anymore.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes.
So,
going off of that,
The degree of lying.
She never followed.
The problem is the degree of lying, and it's got a pretty face and sweet talk and smile and all that's supposed to reflect and manifest honesty, and unfortunately, none of that does. All that are great ways to deceive a person. Now, let's remember these two women, unlike the two guys and myself. So 3 guys, we're not getting any money. We're not trying to make any money off you. We're just trying to warn you. These 2 gals have clients. And when you have clients, that equates to money. And there's a separation. They're pretending to be the authorities, the experts. Now, I want you to seriously listen to the experts and see how many times they're just making up stuff as they go. This is pervasive. It could be the New Age movement. It could be Christians, Jews, Muslims. Everyone's just fucking making up stuff. Atheists, everyone's making up stuff. And you know what? And we have rationalized and justified that we could all just walk around in this world and make believe and belief, all right? Be like a leaf tossing to and fro all over the place. It could change anytime you want. And yet we use those beliefs, that make believe, to judge each other to the point that we're even willing to genocide each other or do all sorts of evil things. And I want you to think about this. And these women actually think they're doing something right, noble, but in reality, they're just manipulating their clients and everyone else, because this is what happens to everybody. And you get your numbers. You get 10,000 subscribers. Oh, it could be 1,000. It could be 500. It could be 500,000. It could be 1 million. And there's this desperation to keep pumping out the same old shit. Some people are better than others. Some people are better at questioning what they're pumping out, adapting, changing, but there are the exception. 99% of everybody that's out there is just pushing shit to fucking either hopefully make a paycheck being a frickin' internet celebrity or whatever it may be, or be the next Alex Jones. God forbid if we need another one of that. Or maybe there'll be a replacement of frickin' CNN or Fox News and the mainstream media. The problem is when you really start deep diving this stuff and really questioning things, you start realizing even though people are dying from this stuff, people are having their land stolen from them, their future stolen from them, their identity stolen from them, all sorts of things. The crimes going across the board. It's criminals that keep on getting away with the crimes, and we're just watching crime syndicate after crime syndicate exploit the shit out of us while we disconnect, do nothing about our reality, do nothing about the immediate surrounding, and learn helplessness under the illusion that we're fucking learning something. And we do need to snap out of this illusion 100%. Or then we do, if not, then collectively, in quotes, we'll get what we get one way or the other, right? Either we take control of our destiny ourselves, or somebody else or something else will. There's no exceptions. Nothing's free. We can pretend that, and it's fascinating, the New World Order with the internet and the start of the television. I just started with the radio, right? And maybe even started with printed word, the Bible itself, the holy books, right? Whether the Abrahamic faith or others, right? And going to the church and being just complicitly being brainwashed because in the desperation and the confusion, the trauma that we're all going through, because we've all been slaves for generations after generation. It's a different type of slavery, but we're all fucking slaves, the vast majority of us, right? We don't have freedom of movement. We don't have freedom to do much of anything. So we'll learn all this stuff in this darkness. But it's important that we look at this stuff and look what these guys are saying, because there's something they have to say, if you can find it, that's profound about what's going on with the shit show we're in.
What's that? Yeah. Well, no, it's just she said something very profound there. We're not okay. I think William Buhlman, Monroe has probably commented on this also, but it also becomes quite obvious if you do enough of this research. We are consciousness, individual souls, currently occupying a human body. We are not human. We are simply currently in human form.
Yeah, we're at a rest stop. Well, not a rest stop, a parasitic stop.
Yeah, basically. It's a rest stop in New Jersey.
Exactly, the armpit of the nation on the New Jersey Turnpike.
And no,
but at least they pump the gas for us, right?
I used to be from there, so I can say that.
Yeah, I drove through there many times. The only thing I enjoyed about New Jersey was that they pumped your gas for you. But I remember, like, when I was a teenager driving through there, early on when I got my license, and I went out to like pump my gas, and like, no, it's illegal for you to pump your gas. I'm like, what? I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, get back in your car. We're pumping your gas for you. And then it's like, oh, okay, I got to tip the guy. It's like, I'd rather just pump my own gas,
That's right. But remember, you live in a free country.
Yeah. But don't pump your gas. Not allowed.
No.
If we're no longer part of that system that he wrote about in his books, which for anybody who's not familiar, he writes about this like whole like heavenly realm where people go on the other side to continue their learning and have all these experiences, ultimately with the goal of having their next reincarnation on Earth. So if we're no longer part of that system, are we still here for the same reasons? Did we ever really need to come here to grow spiritually, or is that just what we were being told?
What a question. That's the ultimate question that maybe none of us know. But I do want to say, and I'll talk about it in a second, but I also want to say that even though we've just said what we said here, the souls do still experience some of those same things, like going to the life selection room and watching the movie of the different lifetimes that they could choose from. Maybe they're given an option of 3 bodies and lives, and they can watch the movie of that life or go into it and exceed, like, to make the decision and feel it. And so these things do exist still. It's so I don't want to say that that we as souls are not still doing things like that. And then to get to your question about what it's confusing to me, because aren't we perfect? Aren't we loving and more knowing as souls? And so then why do we come here? I still think that we come here for the experience. Mm-hmm. And I always ask, this question. So, for example, on the other side, we're in total love, bliss. We don't have a physical body. We don't even have an emotional body, because the emotional body of the human.
Wrong. You don't have an emotional body. No, like the life review proves that that's incorrect. So let's get that out of the way. If you have a life review, you're going to have the bliss, you're going to have the overwhelm, you're going to have the overload, but you're also going to live through the transgressions, the positives, the negatives, all that stuff, and have an emotional component and compassion and empathy for those that you may have hurt or affected in a positive or negative light. So I find that to be completely false, just based on what the data shows. Your thoughts, Dan?
Yeah, she was bouncing around a lot in this last segment that you played, and she even said, I was confused. Now, sometimes you can be confused. You can be confused because you're trying to figure out what truth is, and you're getting different opposing pieces of information and you don't know what to believe. Or you can be confused because you have to use your cognitive dissonance to maintain your premise, and you have just received conflicting information. And so now you have to get rid of that information, which is what I think more of what likely is going on here. She is a good data collector for hypnosis, probably, but she's really, in my opinion, really bad at interpreting the data, because these people have made up their minds as to what the data means before they even analyze it, and it has to mean that it's a loving thing. Everything's love, all good, it's light, which doesn't really jive with actual love. No. Like, I was thinking the other day, I was taking my dogs for a walk, and, they have to do their business. And I was thinking, if I was creating a place, a realm, if I was, imagining what some body which people, or consciousness could occupy in a physical place where they could experience physicality, to different degrees, I would not. The disgusting design of life here, the way we have to consume and expel waste and all this other stuff. I just thought about it for a minute. What would I design? Well, I think, it would be more like charging a battery. So it would be like your body would be able to absorb energy when it needs to fulfill itself, and the energy would be this like different, like energy balls that would float around or whatever, and you could just choose different colors, and different colors will give you different experiences or different flavors. And, and something clean, something simple. We've even designed stuff that works that way, right? We've invented batteries so that we could put energy into something, contain the energy, use the energy, and then refill the energy. And there doesn't have to be any disgusting waste that comes out of the battery to, when it's done feeding. It just comes back out as energy. I mean, why do we have to be so gross?
Oh, don't even get me started on that. Don't even get me started on that. You know how often I think of that too? Like when I'm not, no, it's like I don't even want to talk about it. It's just, it's so insane.
It's a really bad design.
Well, it's not even like a design. Like it's well, no, I'm with you. Like it's a horrible design, but I think I'm gonna just put this out there. I think it's a reflection of the system. Let me just say it: taking a dump, taking a leak, right? All that stuff, like just how nasty it is, right? How it's something we all have to do. I think it's a reflection on the day-to-day life that we all live, in what this whole system, what the puppet masters think of us. It's a really like sadistic thing. That's just my opinion.
It is. It's a way to humiliate.
It's weird, man. It's really weird.
Humiliation. Yeah. It's just. I don't know. I would never think. I would never create this. And that's the thing. It must be created by some kind of all-knowing, all-loving being. I would never create this shit show. Just would not be. It would just not be made this way.
We'd never allow children, men, women, whoever, dogs, cats, to whatever, either work in slave factories or to be whipped and abused by owners. None of that stuff would be allowed to occur. Dogs are, and cats are some of the most amazing beings and creatures on Earth, right? They provide much love and assistance and necessary, I don't know what, like leveling. They're just incredible.
Yes, and yet they're made to suffer in great numbers here.
Yeah, huge numbers. Like, for instance, I'm not going to drone on about this too long. I've talked about it before, but like, I adopted a pit bull when I graduated high school. And I went to a inner city kennel, and I looked at probably like 17, 18, 19, 20 dogs, something like that. I looked at a lot of dogs. And the last dog that came up to me, she just came up to me and like put her head in my lap and just looked up at me. And I said, I'm taking her. And that was Angie. She's my baby. I loved her. I loved her to death. Like, she was just a sweetheart. All right. And she lived for 18 and a half years. 18 and a half. She was a freaking warrior. She was a sweetheart. All right. And, she was with me a long time. And, a lot of dogs don't live that long. Like, it was, it was a really special experience for me. And when she passed, and even while she was going through the ends of her life, like, you can tell she wanted to live. And she wanted to live for me. She wanted to live to just be there. I mean, like, the loyalty that dogs have.
So I want to interject here, too. We had a dog growing up, Charlie. We used to call him Bounder. He was always getting the neighborhood dogs pregnant, right? Because that was back in the 70s. And back then, we let the dogs run around. But here's the thing. You watch what's going on in Gaza, and you see a dog who's starving and hasn't been fed by its masters, and it starts feeding on the masters or the carcasses of the masters, or the infants or children, and you're like, well, there's the other side of it. Dogs are a wonderful pet as long as they're taken care of, but if they're not taken care of, they'll get in packs and they'll turn on you. Or a dog itself will turn on you. That's the other side of the shit show. Just something to think about.
The love that dogs have, it's endless. And cats, right? I mean, like it's just endless devotion and love. Like, and they're not humans, right? Humans are nothing like dogs. They're nothing like cats, right? I've had family, I've had friends, I've had acquaintances, and none of them stack up to what a dog can give you. None of them.
Well, Mark, that's a hell of a statement. In a way, I understand what he's saying. You know what I mean? If anybody's been around the block, you know what it's like to be in broken up relationships, breaking up, someone telling you that they love you, and the next moment they're not with you anymore, they're with somebody else, telling you they're never going to leave you. But this is all part of the Loosh production. This is all the reason why all this stuff, because the real purpose why we're here, from all I can tell, this is my best guess. That's part of the reason. That's part of the problem with this place, right? Either you follow what somebody else says is true, or you go try to figure out the self. And God forbid if you do that, right? You'd be called everything under the sun instead of just, I'm just another critter in the forest trapped in this matrix just like the rest of it. Well, one thing I discovered is that this place, it's a soul trap. It's some kind of trap, at least. Everything's an illusion. Everything's a lie. And I mean everything. And even the things that you believe in. And the people that you follow, you know what I mean? And yourself, and what's going on between your ears, the constructs. Most of us, our heads are so full of, we all are, let's just be honest, we're all are suffering from this. Our heads are full of fucking lies, make-believe bullshit, stuff we can't confirm or make or verify or prove at all. Yet we'll argue and we'll beat the shit out of each other about it. We'll insist that we're right about a belief or some kind of the dogma that you're under. And then, but if you're honest, no matter what you believe in, it's going to fall apart. And you're still left with the same uncertainty. And most people can't handle uncertainty. And they can't handle the fact that most of the things that they believe in are bullshit. And they can't handle that. They can't. They'll project it on each other. They'll beat the shit out of each other. Verbally, emotionally, intellectually. But it doesn't matter what you believe in. There's someone out there that can prove, if you're willing to listen, or disprove what you believe in. That's why it's a belief. Faith, blind faith and stuff is dangerous. That's what's got us in all this trouble all these years. And let's think about the design. He was talking about waste and consumption. We live in a very predacious creation where everything's feeding on something else. Something bigger is feeding on you until that big thing. So for instance, the lion feeds on the frickin' deer. The deer feeds on the plants. And then eventually the lions are fed on by the dung beetles and the maggots and the flies and all that. Everything's feeding off each other. It's just constant and gross, and everything's defecating and pooping. Think about it. All of the diseases, the large part of the diseases that man faces is due to the waste that comes out of them. And if it wasn't for plumbing and for the things that we have today to deal with the waste, we'd all be right now, especially in the West, be sitting and living in our waste. We'd be dumping it out of windows, out of convenience. We'd have some outhouse somewhere, whatever. We have to deal with all that kind of shit. Now you can use that to fertilize the plants and shit like that. But the problem with the shit we eat, it's probably not a good idea to use our shit to fertilize the plants. And here's the other thing. Why is it that when we take a shit that it should be a problem at all? We should be able to take a crap somewhere and it just dissipates and a flower pops out. None of that happens. What happens if you're around too much? There's gonna be flies, and then the flies are gonna get your food and get in your fucking eyes and on your hair, and it's nasty. This place is fucking nasty, is what it is. And we go out of our ways to manage and control it because this creation is fucked up. Whoever created this thing, you would call it God, you want to give a name to it, whatever these things are, they either fuck this whole thing up, or they design it specifically, that's at least I see it, so that for suffering, pain, and misery, so that a whole bunch of shit would be made, and they feast off it somehow. They benefit from somehow. But we're so disconnected from reality. We're so disconnected from everything that's around us. It's absolutely shocking when you finally wake up to it all. And you realize you actually have empathy and compassion for the first time, because you realize we're all under the mind screw. We're all under the lies. You guys were talking earlier about karma, and they're talking about reincarnation. If we do come back, do you know the problem with all that is? And we're supposed to learn something. But, we have forced amnesia. None of us remember anything in the previous lives. So if that's true, then there really is no lessons to be learned, because in order to learn something, you have to experience it, go through it, actually learn the lesson, and then apply it the next time. And you have to learn the lesson. You have to know what lesson you had to fucking learn. But that doesn't happen. If there's previous lives, we don't remember what the previous lives were. If it's true what the Abrahamic faiths have to say, then we have this awful, nasty God that if you don't believe in it, you're going to hell. Across the board, they believe that. What kind of a shitty God is that? If you create it, let's think about your children, if you're a parent, or, whatever it may be. Let's just say, go with parents. I have a son. Would I ever punish my son the way God wants to punish us if we don't believe in him? And we don't believe him in the right way, the way somebody else says, some book says. The same religions condemn idol worship. Their prophets are idols, their fucking books are idols, their flags are idols, their symbology is idols, their characters are idols. They'll deny it. They'll make all sorts of rationalizations. But the truth is, it's an idol. What kind of God is out there that you need to have to read a book in the first place in order to have a relationship with it? Or you need to have some other human being to lord over you to teach you how to have a communication with God or the spirits and all that, instead of them interacting with us personally. Think about it. Genuinely question whatever you believe in and what people believe in. You don't have to be mean about it. You don't have to hate on everyone else, because everyone's fucked. Doesn't matter who you are. We're all fucked in the shit show. That's where the empathy comes in, when you realize we're all fucking screwed. Think about it.
I've had great loving relationships with humans, but you know what? At the end of the day, the dog's not going to judge you. The cat's not going to judge you. They love you and care about you to the end.
As long as they're fed. And if most of them, they're not fed, Mark. And there's plenty of images, and we saw the past 9 months what's going on in Gaza, and these freaking dogs running around with freaking people's hands and babies and everything in their mouths. And then what? You see? Even the dogs will turn on you in this shit show about creation.
And how anyone can abuse that loving relationship is just, it's beyond me. It's beyond me.
I agree. Yeah. Yes.
And you know what? And kind of going off what you just said, Dan, as far as I can't tell you how many times I've thought of this, and I hate thinking about this, but it has to be said. It has to be said. I can't tell you how many times I have been with my dogs and you have the knowledge of what's going on here and thought to yourself, well, the dog, the cat, the compassionate, empathetic animal that is loyal and loving to you.
As long as it's fed.
What if that's all part of it? That's not to take away from those experiences at all. At all. But it's a hell of a good hook. I came into this world. I've never not had a dog in my life with the exception of 2 years.
So this dog, right? Let's think about what I'm saying here. So a dog is a wonderful companion as long as it's fed, as long as it's taken out to go to the bathroom and take a leak. If you're lucky, maybe you got healthy, you can take it for a walk and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a great pet, right? It's a wonderful pet, and they're wonderful companions as long as they're taken care of. The moment they're not taken care of and their needs aren't met, then it turns on you. It's kind of like these archonic forces. If these archonic forces are real, which it seems to be a possibility, a strong possibility that they are, these archonic forces, these entities, these beings, these energies, these things that are all around us, who feast upon our, what Bob Monroe called Loosh, it's the energy that we emit from our emotions or pain and our suffering, right? They all seem to be wonderful and good as long as you're feeding them. But the moment you stop feeding them, they turn on you, just like a dog will, just like a human being will, just like any other damn fucking thing will. I'm not saying that, we just throw up our hands and say, screw it, not have a dog or not have relationships and have, a loving, try the best I can to have a loving relationship with a partner, et cetera, and be decent to our neighbors or friends. The greatest law of all, and the only one that matters at all, is to love thy neighbor, or to love thy neighbor as thyself. Do unto others as you like done unto you, the golden rule. That's the most important thing in all of this. Because without that, there is no society, there is no culture, there is no progress. And you don't need a book, you don't need a religion, and you don't need a God to understand that. Now, you're a guy that I don't consider myself, quote unquote, an atheist. But I am an agnostic in what exactly this super force, this thing that influences life, and I disagree with a lot of what it is. And if there is a man or an entity or a being, whatever it is, on the other side, I'm going to give it fucking hell. I'm giving it fucking hell now. God, you're a piece of shit for all the fucking things you have allowed to happen, and you just jack all with any of it. Jack all. You just allowed it all to happen. And the blame, and God is the most perfect example of a victimizer blaming the victim over and over and over again. And that thing needs to be worshipped. It needs to be worshipped and prayed to over and over and over again. And what is the result from it all? Just more and more fucking suffering and pain. As evil and as nasty as that sounds, I'm not making up anything. I'm not lying. If it is fucking real, if God's real, if Yahweh's real, if Allah's real, if Jesus is real, if any of these things are real, they're all condemnable and they all should be judged terribly. Not us. Not that 5-year-old kid right now in Gaza or in Sudan or the one that's in Congo that's fucking working in a goddamn mine naked with guys all around him with machine guns probably doing all sorts of horrendous things to him after they're done fucking, slaving away so I can have our fucking cell phones and our, you know what? That God's a piece of fucking shit. And that's the same God that everyone claims they're fucking worshiping. You don't like it. And you'll damn judge me for what I didn't do. I didn't do this to you. I'm just telling you the truth. Apparently, the God that all you guys believe in can't bother to tell you the truth about anything. In fact, it hides behind his religion and his books and his mandatory acts and dogma that you have to fucking follow. And then in the end, if it feels like it, if it even gives a shit about it, yeah, it might give you some crumbs off the fucking plate. Yeah, more like the crumbs off the table that you'll have to fight with the maggots and the fleas and the fucking flies to have. That's your fucking God. You can say anything you want about me, and you can condemn me. It won't mean a fucking shit. You talk to your God about this shit. And stop acting like a goddamn pussy to your fucking God. Because if your God is worth a damn, then you would think it would want to have warriors, priests and priestess. You know what? Kings and queens, not fucking worthless, frightened slaves. They fucking don't know what the fuck's going on. Your God wouldn't confuse you about every goddamn thing and give you empty promises. None of you know what heaven is. None of you do. Try to study and research it and qualify. Really, you know what you have to do? Just like every other son of a bitch has to do. You write all these fucking books and you make up shit. What is on the other side? What is all around us? You know, get off your asses and start filming the trees and use the camera. Use the camera, start filming shit. You're going to film shit. And you want to call them jinn, or you want to call them demons, you want to call them whatever the fuck you want to call them. The fact of the matter is somebody else told you that's what it is. You didn't figure it out for yourself. And therefore, you and I, anybody else that falls in line with what somebody else fucking says, you are the slave to that human being, not to the God. The most evil son of a bitch I know is the fucking Pope. Hey, the rabbis are pretty fucking bad too, aren't they? The imams aren't much better, are they? They'll fucking make up stuff. And you know what those imams will do? If you don't freaking believe in what they say, they'll just tell all their followers, just ostracize you and say, oh no, he's a non-believer. Don't waste your time with him. He's going to hell. Righteous and loving God's making sure you're going to fucking hell because of the creation that it made. And it's going to blame you for all this bullshit. And they say, well, it's your fault. You shouldn't have fucking done it. Instead of taking any responsibility for its own actions. Do you understand how insane it all fucking is? But oh, you're an apostate. You're one of the profane. You're evil. That's your way. You're guided by fucking demons. Am I? It's interesting. If that's the case, the demons seem to be more fucking honest than your fucking God. Do you understand? Now we're having this, I'm listening to this very interesting conversation debate because it hopefully will make you think about other things. Most importantly, stop fucking following other people. And when they fucking tell you this is the way it is and they fucking can't verify it and prove it. If they have to use brute force, they have to bully you. If they have to ostracize you, if they have to reject you in order to make you believe that fucking belief system, that belief system ain't worth a fucking shit. And that's the reason why, a big reason why we're living in such a corrupt society, because the goddamn foundation of Western civilization and the Abrahamic faith is all based on fucking corruption. It's all based on fucking lies. Demonic lies, if you will. Evil fucking lies. Lies to justify murder and genocide and fucking slavery and all sorts of horrendous fucking things. And all the double talk and all the contradiction in your holy fucking books, and you won't be honest with any of it. And you'll spend hours and hours rationalizing, justifying all the goddamn contradictions. Now, if this is the word of your mighty God, there's something fucking wrong with it. Or the realistic thing is, some dudes got together, very clever guys got together and fucking gave you a holy book for you to follow so that they can control you, so they can exploit you, so they can tax you, so they can cause you to fight their fucking wars and be your goddamn slave. That's what it's really about. But we won't talk about that. We can't talk about that. If you do talk about that, you're an evil person. Isn't it interesting? In this world that we live in, everything's reverse. You tell the truth, you're evil. If you lie your ass off people with a fucking smile and a grin, oh, they're wonderful people. They're sweet and loving. And you know what? I want to tell you something. After all the years I've been on this place, I don't trust a smile. Smiles don't mean anything except one thing. There's a good chance someone's going to bullshit my fucking ass when they fucking smile at me. And there's one thing to listen to a good comic and have a good laugh, to let go of some energy. But that, you know, the smile that they want you to do, it's a manipulative smile. It means nothing. Except that someone is about ready to fucking screw you over. What kind of a creation is this?
When Angie passed, that's the pit bull I adopted when I came out of high school. She, you know, like I was so crushed that I said, I'm never going to get another dog again. But I'm not going to say that, you know, it hasn't crossed my mind that, you know, having that loving, incredible experience is not a setup. That doesn't take away from the experience and the incredible gift that it is. But at the same time, given what we know about how the system works, I think it's important to put out there. And you know, a lot of people aren't going to want to hear that. You know, they're just not going to want to hear that. Your thoughts?
You never know. It's always a possibility.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's move on.
Yeah, sure. Let's keep going.
It comes with the human form, and so we don't have those extremes of emotions.
Too dark.
And so we want to. Every time I ask that, the answer is that it's fun. And so I think it's a challenge. I think maybe it gets boring. I don't know if it could possibly get boring on the other side, but it's the contrast. And so I even had a client that it was hilarious. He and his soul group thought that every single thing that happened on earth was hilarious. And even murder, trauma, the most horrific things from their perspective in the soul state, they thought it was all hilarious.
It's all hilarious, Dan.
This is where I stopped the video.
Yeah, how can you not?
I had to stop it here. I haven't heard anything past this point because, you know, it's one thing if you're watching like a fictional movie or television show. Deep down, you know it's fiction. There's a lot of violence in the story, whatever. But you always know that it's staged, it's choreographed, it's not real. So you can sort of get out your, you know, like maybe you're watching a revenge movie and you know, or like a Jason Statham movie or something. And you can enjoy even though there's all this mayhem going on, you can still enjoy it because deep down, you know, hey, that's not really, it's just acting. But here we know that because of amnesia, because you're incarnated into a human body, you're jacked in, your brain now is processing your consciousness. As Rupert Sheldrake puts it, your brain is basically a reducing valve to reduce you down to this pathetic level. And then that's me saying that. He just says it's a reducing valve without considering, the implications of that, and why would that even be a good thing? And then we're put into this environment, so you can't remember anything before or after, and then you have to go through this experience of suffering, whatever, and you might be a victim of some horrific crime or some atrocity or, you know, something like that. And then to think that this is in any way, you have to really be, you're getting close to being narcissistic here, where you can just casually say, oh, isn't that hilarious? That is so funny.
100%.
All the suffering and murder and mayhem and atrocities and heinous acts that it's just, you know.
It reminds me of Robert Schwartz, and I covered him number of years ago, talking about Stockholm Syndrome, aka cognitive dissonance. And one of the things he said was, and I quote, and this quote may be a little off, but this is what he said. And funny enough, Melissa interviewed this guy too. He said, we think of those with AIDS or those who are drug addicts as losers. That's what he said. And he just, and this is a guy who is, well known and propped up by the system in terms of, pre-birth planning, pre-birth memory, stuff like that. And one of the things I noticed about him, and I'm not gonna say much more. Again, this is just my opinion. He doesn't smile. He smiles on his book covers, and all he does is talk about his books. And he makes up excuses and says some really horrible things that prop up the atrocities that happen here. And, if you guys want to check it out, feel free. Stockholm Syndrome, it's a 2-part series, probably 2-3 years back. And I go over what he says, and it's appalling. It's horrible. Horrible.
It's no empathy. There's
none.
Thought that every single thing that happened on Earth was hilarious. And even murder, trauma, the most horrific things from their perspective in the soul state, they thought it was all hilarious. And so, not everybody's ready to hear that here, but and it was funny. We were both laughing a lot because of how funny they were perceived.
You notice how she admits that, I'm laughing too.
There's not a laugh about that.
There's nothing to laugh about.
Absolutely nothing to laugh about this. This is where, you can really see, like, if you ever wondered how far cognitive dissonance, if there's a limit to it, there is no limit. You can literally justify anything. I think human beings were created to be containers for consciousness for some type of slave purpose. And cognitive dissonance is like a programming baked into the design because it makes it absolutely easy to have people believing whatever nonsense you want to have them believe.
Well said.
Doing things as souls. So I had another client. This was a fascinating story. She and her husband, they had been married for, I think, 25 or 30 years.
Wait till you hear this
and this was all in the plan that he would then have an affair and their marriage would end. And the souls explained that they had made this agreement in order because they thought it would be fun. They thought that her being so devastated would be fun, and him being so regretful and alone after that, because it wouldn't work out with the affair, and then she would leave him, and then he would be alone. He thought it would be fun to be devastated and alone for the rest of his life, and then she actually had another love come into her life that was planned, and she would find love and happiness, and he would know about it. And
can you believe this shit?
Really, can you believe this shit? This is fun. This is fun for these entities, these beings. You suffering. If it's God, it's fun for it. It loves that you suffer. Oh, and everybody argues. The Old Testament says that Yahweh created good and evil. Imagine that. And then everyone argues about whether it's true or not. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. Whatever it is, if there's something on the other side, whatever these things are, these archonic forces, they're sick as fuck. And these soul agreements, if they are real, it's sick as fuck. What do you think? You think this is a great idea? That would be fun having this guy suffer. Or the gal. Or the child. Here's a fun little fact. Jesus said, if you're a follower of him, that you do greater things than him. He went around healing people. How's your healing doing, folks? You should, your amazing powers and your skills and everything, you should have been able to stop the suffering in Gaza, or what's going on in Sudan, or over a dozen other places in this world. Major suffering going on. Where's your magical powers? Well, you're supposed to do greater things than Jesus. Jesus promised that. He also promised he's come back in his generation, not fucking 2,000 years later. So I'll either wait for Jesus or your Messiah or your whatever it's going to be to show up. It ain't fucking showing up, because if it did, it showed up. If you believe in the words, and if you believe in Jesus, if you actually believe in Jesus, then you have to believe in what he fucking said. And I'd be more than happy to debate any of you of what he actually said and what his apostles said and his disciples said. Because throughout all the Gospels and Thessalonians and all the other, and Paul was expecting to say, we're expecting that the Messiah is going to show up in their generation, which culminated with the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, 70 AD. So you're waiting for something that already did happen. But maybe you don't believe in your God. You only believe in what you want to believe. This loving God of yours is not loving. These things that you believe in don't give a shit about you. In fact, if anything, if they do exist, they want your misery, your pain, and suffering. I know you don't want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. But that's where the evidence goes and leads. It doesn't lead to any learning. There's no lessons to learn. No, it's all about suffering. You won't like it. You don't like to hear the truth. You'll rationalize. You'll make all sorts of shit. You'll get together with your group and your tribe and your little group of believers and rationalize and suffer with your cognitive dissonance and rationalize things. But if you be honest about it, guess what's going to happen? There's no more group. Now you're on your own. And then can you handle being on your own? That's a damn good question. And she's smiling and laughing. They think it's real funny, the suffering. And this is one of the things about New Agers. They are so disconnected, and their empathy and their sympathy is so disjointed and so disconnected. They don't have it. They think it's funny. They blame you. They say it's your fault. You chose all this stuff. You chose the circumstances you're in. So they say that there's one of the videos floating around on the internet. Go look on Twitter, and there's a kid, and there's numerous kids. And you know what? This kid, because half his arms, his hands are amputated, and his feet are amputated, walking around in stubs in the fucking goddamn fucking beach. And everyone pretending, here, I don't know who you are. This dude's pretending there's some kind of fucking resort going on in goddamn fucking Gaza. They're just having a great old time on the fucking beach. I hear other people saying, it's all just a psyop, it's all make-believe. There is no, it's all just, fake bodies and all that, and everything's going on in Gaza. I hear all sorts of shit. That's what I hear. That's what I hear. But what I see, too, is a terrible, evil fucking shit show in which the worse you are in this place, the more evil you fucking are, the more likely you're going to fucking succeed. It's like that cream that rises to the top. Well, that cream is just pure fucking evil is what it is. It's blood-soaked. Exploitation. about everybody around you, whether it's through the banking system, whether it's through politics, whether it's through war, through religion. The bigger the liar you are, the bigger the scumbag you are. But as long as you believe in God, everything's okay. Except the truth is, in this place, the worse of a human being you are, the more you fucking get. That's the truth. I still can't understand these people who idolize fucking like the president of the United States of, that's right. It's not the United States of America. It's the United States. He's the CEO of the District of Columbia. And in my lifetime, they've all been freaking just members of some fucking gang. Criminals. And we just go, wow. And then we just nod our head like fucking dumb animals. And we go, wow. We know they're lying to us and they're deceiving us and they break every fucking promise and they exploit each other and they all become filthy rich and they do all sorts of horrendous things and they serve just the worst of the worst. Let's just pay attention to the past 4 years. Just pay attention. And the shit show that they offer to us on a styrofoam plate with some shitty ass plastic forks and knives that fucking break on you. Here are some of your breadcrumbs, you stupid slaves. We're gonna do whatever we want. This is too negative. I can't handle this. I'm gonna go back to my fantasy, my La La Land thing. Oh yeah. The next president, Trump will change every fucking thing, won't he? Yeah, he will. He won't do shit except make another $1 billion off our dumb asses. And he loves, you worshiping him, making it out to be. So you say Biden is better? No. How about this? How about you stop fucking believing in the make-believe? Why'd you tell them all in their system to fuck off? Why'd you all give every one of them in Washington to see the middle finger and fucking do your own goddamn fucking thing? How about that one? Well, that's being socially irresponsible, is it? How responsible it is to spend all this precious time on who's the next the president of District of Columbia is going to be, who the next criminal is going to be to steal, kill, and destroy in your fucking name. How much responsibility is that? How much civic responsibility is that? We watch this stuff, we've seen the shit show. Biden can't even get fucking 2 people to watch him in a fucking rally. So you have to pay people. People are fucking wearing masks, like whatever it is. Who knows who Biden is? And then you got the gangster Donald Trump. And he is a gangster. He's a privileged fucking gangster. He went to the most privileged school in high school. He grew up across the street where the Al Smith dinner is. He hung up there. Him and his daddy did. You don't hang out at the Al Smith dinner unless you're part of a very powerful clique of people. He is a #1 fucking insider. Oh no, he's not. Look what they're doing. They're prosecuting him. They put him in jail. Or they want to put him in jail. They ain't gonna put him in fucking jail. Unless it's part of the show and they're trying to fuck with you and try to wind you up for some godforsaken reason. Like maybe you actually fucking believe that you live in a goddamn democracy. That your vote actually meant anything. But you know what? You never selected anybody. You never selected a goddamn person. And here's the other thing. Then you're going to go over there like a stupid slave and you're going to push the lever and think that you fucking did something. And you find out last election, it was all corrupted and it was all stolen. The election was all rigged. And you know what? It's been that way for the whole fucking time. Why don't you study about Tammany Hall, the history of Tammany Hall? Why don't you just study about fucking politics in this country? You're going to find out it's always been corrupt, just like the media has always been corrupt. It's like everything's been always corrupt. I'm sorry. If that's what you want to believe in, if that's what your faith is, then be the sucker that you are. But don't look down on me when you fucking buy into this bullshit and you have another 4 years of fucking bullshit. Because that's exactly what's going to happen, as it always has fucking happened. It's never going to fucking change, except you're going to idolize this person until that person lets you down and he walks away and all that billions of dollars, and he's going to hand it over to his cronies and to his son and privileged son. And, you know, he'll probably end up being a goddamn president too, and big fucking deal. When are we going to wake up? We're never going to wake up. That's what's going to happen because we don't want to fucking wake up. Oh, we'll talk all day long about a bunch of pedophiles that are running the fucking government. Yeah, and that's absolutely the fucking truth. And you know what's going to happen? Jack all is going to happen. You're going to waste all your fucking time. You're going to fucking bitch about how everyone's a pedophile and a crook and a scumbag in politics, and they're all fucking a bunch of Zionists and are slaves to the Zionists. And it's that fucking true. And guess what's going to fucking happen? Not a goddamn thing's going to fucking happen. Nothing. Because your voice doesn't mean shit. You aren't in the club. You're just learning about the club. The club that has a big club that will club you over the fucking head if you try to do anything. Now, you see, we like, well, shit, you're so negative, or terrible negative. What are we supposed to believe in? Why don't you start believing in your goddamn self? How about that one? Why don't you start believing in yourself and stop believing in somebody else? Especially a jackass that walks around in a goddamn suit and tie. I want to remind you once again what a suit and tie is. That tie that joked around that slave's neck is just that. And you know, it's kind of in the shape of a fucking obelisk and a snake, and an obelisk and a snake. And you know, it points to your snake, your fucking penis. It's Osiris's penis. It's a symbol of Osiris's penis. You think I'm making it up? I'm not fucking making up. You're just too damn stupid and dumb. He's blind. You're so blind. We're all so blind. It's hidden in plain sight what it means. When I see a man in a suit and tie, you know what I see? A dickhead. And you know what that dickhead means to me? That means he's a fucking slave to this fucking system. He ain't worth shit in my book. He'll pretend to be a big shot in a man. He might even use some of the force to abuse me or you or whatever. There's a good chance it's going to fucking happen. I don't have any respect for a 6'4" clown fucker walking around in a suit and tie. I see a goddamn criminal there. I see a goddamn slave to the system. I don't respect it. Nor should you if you had any common sense. You know, whether it's this whole stupid thing about the president and everyone's grifted on it and trying to make money and trying to get a following and other stupid freaking spaces and other group discussions and all that, blah, blah, blah. I guarantee, I tell you, this is what I do. Everybody, this election, left, right, whatever, none of you fucking vote. Just stay home, make a commitment to each other. Don't fucking vote and see what fucking happens. Because nothing's going to fucking change because you didn't select those motherfuckers. That's the truth. And the moment you get honest about this shit, maybe things could change because it don't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Well, this guy might be better. At least they're both Zionists, but maybe he'll do something for our country instead of fucking Biden. Look what he's fucking doing. He's destroying the fucking country. Is he destroying the fucking country? The guy can't even fucking wipe his own his ass. He can barely fucking walk. He's the one destroying this country? Honestly, he's not even in control of anything. He's just, his control at this point is making sure he doesn't shit his pants in public. That's what it's about. I mean, God, it's ridiculous. If it is even Biden. And you must ask yourself a question. What kind of people would present that guy as the commander-in-chief of this so-called country? And you can blame the left all you want. You can blame the Democrats all you want. You can blame whatever group, because that's exactly what they fucking want you to do. Is focus on, except with the reality of things. You know as well as I do that these are fucking nothing more than puppets. And they're out there for you to project your fucking hate and your adoration to. While the people that are really running this show are going to keep on running this goddamn the show, this shit show, and whatever's motivating them. And it seems like in particular, there's two groups. There are the Catholics and the goddamn fucking Zionists, the Jews that are running this show. And neither group's any good for you. They don't care about you. They never did care about you. You know who's got to care about you is you got to care about you. When you can stand toe-to-toe with a fucking Donald Trump, whether you're 20, 18, or you're fucking 88, and you look at him and you say, whether he's fucking a foot taller than you or you're 6 inches taller than him, and you look at him as a man, you looking for what he really is. He ain't fucking anything. Except that if he so chooses, you know, he could use brute force on you, send to Guantanamo Bay, and fucking be tortured and all that kind of shit. Oh man, where did all that shit happen? Oh, that all got brought about by the Zionists. The neocons. In our lifetime, we've seen all this shit fucking happen. There is no democracy. The best thing you ever could do is give them a fucking middle finger. Maybe start paying attention to who your local sheriff is, who your fucking mayor is, who your fucking politicians is here. Maybe you ought to run for them. You might as well exploit it. They're not any better than you. They just got a faster mouth. You know, they're lawyers and they're fucking, that's what they are. They're just a bunch of corrupt politicians, lawyers, and businessmen. That's all. They have to walk around in a goddamn suit and tie. And if they're not in suit and tie and they're women, they wear their stupid power suits with their fucking heels. They're like fucking cows. Both uniforms that they wear are uniforms of submission. Submission to what? To you? No. Do I sound radical? The truth is, I'm not radical at all. I'm just using some fucking common sense. The rest of you aren't. Got to believe in something. Yeah, you got to believe in something. So why don't you believe in you? Because that's the only thing that's going to make a fucking difference in your life is you.
Can you believe this? And I've heard this in something similar in Newton's first or second book. I don't remember which one, but this is something I've seen pop up. Yeah. It's going to be great. We're going to go down there together, and I'm going to cheat on you and make your life miserable. And you know, it's going to just, when we get out of here, we're going to be laughing up a storm down here. Can you wait, honey? Let's get down there as soon as we can.
This is what's funny about this is actually that people can believe this, that this will fly, and you know, and then that there's people out there that would rather believe that version of the explanation than what we're presenting, which is, hey, you got to figure this stuff out, assert your individual sovereignty, and then you can get out of here by simply willing yourself out of here, because they can't really keep you here if you really want to get out. And if you understand what's going on. That's our version. Our version's that, you know, this place is screwed up. It's very parasitic. You're not learning anything. Whatever you could have learned, you've learned by now. The only way to win the game is not to play the game anymore. And then, you know, you could choose to do that. That's our version. It's not really that hard. We don't have any groups you gotta join. There's no membership fees. There's no churches or doctrines or dogmas. It's basically just you and just, you know, your will. And that's it. It's really that simple. You're in charge.
Exactly. And coming to that realization,
right.
One of the things, you know, I've talked about it, I know you've talked about it many times. If you had no power, everybody please listen to this. If you had no power, if we had no power as individuals, why would the system put as much effort into this deception like it does. It goes way beyond Loosh. It goes beyond like just completely. The whole point is to take away from your individuality, and that it couldn't be more clear. Why would they put so much effort if you didn't have a choice? If you didn't have a say in any of this, if you couldn't reclaim your essence at the time of natural death, why would the system put as much effort as it does into fooling you? Why? It makes no sense. Even if you look at the backlog of history and everything that's happened, regardless of what you believe about history, and we know it's skewed and all that stuff, but there's certain things that we know, like certain trends, certain, music, certain things that happened that was laid out to the public and tried to and pushed onto the public. Why are they putting certain narratives out there that, in my opinion, strong opinion, revolve around implied consent? I feel, I see that information is there, and it's all designed to get everybody here sucked in to believing a certain narrative. And as long as the system has the collective, I've theorized about this before, and I don't know if it's true. Like, maybe it only needs 51%. I don't know. I mean, I'm just talking out of my ass. But what we do know is that, and especially with what we saw a few years ago, is that the vast, vast majority, regardless of how they feel about certain things, at the end of the day, they're going to fall in line. They're going to do whatever they need to do to preserve their safety and security. And the human body, the human meat suit, is designed in a certain way that it requires survival mechanisms. So, I don't know.
Well, look, the real, like, I explained our simple idea, but most people will listen to this and, oh, she really knows what she's talking about, and then they just buy into this whole idea where, hey, it's a great idea. Let's plan a lifetime of misery and suffering. Isn't that going to be a good time? Isn't that what you look for when you want to go on vacation, Mark?
Sure.
You want to get, you know what? I want to plan a trip where everything goes wrong and it's
the flight's delayed, the hotel is, you get the wrong floor or the wrong room.
I get food poisoning.
Yeah, you get food poisoning.
I think we're gonna check off food poisoning. This is gonna be great. I can't wait. Cannot wait to go on this trip because that makes sense, right? That makes a lot.
The water.
I'm just following the logic here. That's her logic. Her logic is that's how you plan a vacation.
Food poisoning. Yeah, food poisoning, exactly. That happens so often too. I hate to laugh about it, but you're right. It's just so screwed up.
And they thought that this whole dynamic would be fun.
Wow.
I know. So really, I think the answer is that we come for the experience. The emotional body here is so intense, and we can't get that on the other side. The physical experience is so intense. And we want to know how well we can do with things. Another thing is that we love the progress. We love the healing progress. So it's good and process. So if we have a wound, like a broken leg or a broken heart, or we've gone through some major traumas, we as souls love the process of going from that devastation through the healing process.
Now that is the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard in my own goddamn life. That's what we love. We love all the devastation, right? The pain and the suffering and the healing process, and we're addicted to it. Isn't that freaking interesting? Not that I believe anything that woman's saying. Remind you, she has clients. They have YouTube channels. They're trying to make a name for themselves. And they're trying to make money off this bullshit. Just like a pastor and a priest and a pope and an imam. They all want to make fucking money and have followings. Yeah, that's what they want to do. And they'll say whatever they need. I guarantee you, and I've had followers before, and anybody who knows me in the past, if I had freaking 2 million followers on Twitter and everything else, I'd still be saying the same old bullshit. I'd be telling you, get the fuck out. Drop out of this fucking nonsense. Go fucking find your own sovereignty, be your own person, your own man or woman, and tell everyone else to fuck off. You say, well, that's not very sociable. Oh, is it? So instead, you want to fucking just be part of the fucking giant, the hive mind and just follow the nonsense in the next round of BS. Oh, we love the process. And mind you, she said, I think. That's what I think. Doesn't that she knows? That's what she's speculating. That's what she's, making up. This is what she's conjured up for all their clients. All her desperate clients to probably spend outrageous money to listen to her bullshit. That's what's going on. Now, when you hear this and you hear this woman, her nonsense, now that transfer that to your fucking priest, to your fucking pastor, to your fucking rabbi, to whatever it may be, your politician, to your boss, to, maybe your goddamn wife or your spouse or whatever it is. We love the process, the pain and the suffering and the healing in the end. Oh yeah, it's such horseshit. What about all the people who go day in and day out with pain and suffering? What about, let's think about the worm children, right? The ones in Gaza, the ones that lost their fucking limbs. And you know what happened? It happened in goddamn fucking concentration camp, the Israel fucking camps. They're the prisoners of war, quote unquote. And they fucking end up with fucking no limbs. And they're the worm people now. And they walk around and die. They don't walk. They fucking crawl around, worm around with fucking diapers. And that's going to be their lives. And some of them are going to fucking live decades like that fucking thing. Love the fucking process. It's insane. And that same dismissive attitude you'll find in all the other cults out there. It's your damn fault. You believed in, it's just like now everyone's Hamas. When you really study it, and there was the Hamas was fucking created by the goddamn fucking Israelis and from Netanyahu and the Mossad. It's all the same fucking thing. It was all just a goddamn excuse to fucking get rid of the people. Ethnic cleansing, get you out. It's always been the plan is to get rid of those people. So their group of people, they can hang out on the fucking beach. And guess what? It's going to fucking happen. And just remind your fucking God what it's allowed to do. And by the way, what's happening, the people, the Palestinians, has happened 10,000 times before. Probably 100,000 times before. Probably millions of times before. How many thousands upon thousands of cultures of people have been just wiped out, exterminated? We don't want to talk about any of that. When is anybody going to get honest about any of this shit? Everyone's playing fucking games with each other. And I see what's going on with the grifting and everyone trying to make a name for themselves and get a following. And they have these fucking their spaces and all the other horse shit on Twitter and then the shit that's going on and all the other platforms. It's just fucking a way to, everyone's exploiting each other. Oh, this guy really knows what he's fucking talking about. He read a fucking thing, interviewed a few people. He don't know shit. If you're not talking this way to everybody else and say, listen, stop fucking following all this shit. Stop following those freaking swinging dicks out there with their fucking suit and ties. Fucking just whispering sweet nothings to your fucking ears while they make a shitload of money. Why do you believe in this shit? What is wrong with us? What is wrong with this creation? Now, you know what? When I say that, I mean that what is wrong with us, because we're all fucking victims of this fucking system. Every last one of us. This system, this world, this creation that we are in is the worst fucking design creation that ever was, unless it was designed to reward evil and to create nothing but suffering and misery. Yet you will have periods of time of relief from the pain and the suffering. Maybe it's through orgasms or drugs or alcohol, or maybe it's fucking just hanging out with someone, or this delusion of love and everything, until that one person who told you love you every fucking day runs off with your fucking best friend's woman. Or yeah, it probably will be that, right? It's, well, I decided I want to be a lesbian now. In fact, I had an uncle that had that fucking happen to him. Dumb motherfucker decided that he wanted to have a threesome with two women. And guess what? The women decided they liked each other better than him. One woman moved in. Next thing you know, he got kicked out. And it's not the first time that's fucking happened before. He wasn't just a nobody. He was in a very powerful position in the city. Still fucking happened to him. Everyone say there's certain rules you got to follow, and this is the way, and that's where you're going to get what you want now. And you know, it's all horseshit. It's all fucking horseshit. It's all fucking horseshit. The worse you fucking are, the more you will be rewarded in this shitty fucking place, because what you're doing is you're helping to produce maximum amounts of fucking loosh. What these entities fucking feed upon, these archonic forces, these beings, and they fucking love your goddamn misery. That's your purpose here. If it's not that, then there's no other goddamn purpose. Either way, like they said, and whether right or wrong, the more smartest thing to do is to say fuck you to your idols, your gods, your prophets, and all that, and say, you know what? I'm going to be my own fucking god. I'm going to be my own prophet. And when I get to the other side, and when something entity's waiting there, it's going to freaking lead me into the goddamn light, I'm going to say fuck you. I'm not going to be a part of it. And with the love bombing shit, because you experienced that before in any cult. If they come in open arms, they love you, and once they got you, then all the gossip and all the other bullshit starts happening. It's the whole same thing all over again. And this is what's going to happen if you go on the other side. If it's even true, if there's life after death, then this is what's probably going to happen. You get to the other side, there's going to be these entities that are going to pretend to be something that you want it to be. A mommy, a daddy, a fucking prophet, the Jesus, whatever it's going to be. And it's going to give you that Cheshire Cat smile that you never learned to fucking have any defense on, and that fucking warm and fuzzy feeling, and says, you know, that's bullshit. I don't need that. And they're going to say, come with me and come to the light. And they're going to send you right back. And if that doesn't work, then there's going to be these pretty horrendous looking fucking things that apparently they're going to scare the living hell out of you to force you to go back in the light. Unless you realize this is all fucking a goddamn show and a simulation, and that I say I have my own sovereignty. I have a damn right to have my own sovereignty. I have a right to you know what, to say no to all this bullshit and say I want to create my own creation. What does that mean? Fuck if I know, but I know one thing: it's got to be better than being a dumb fucking slave and following every damn fucking construct that is thrown in your way. I've heard nothing but speculation, guesswork, pondering, whatever it is, all this stuff, make-believe bullshit. I believe this. This is my faith. I believe that. Blah, blah, blah. And none of it anybody can substantiate at all. None of it. Except what I'm telling you. Open up your fucking eyes. These things don't... The people around you who want to rule you don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about their own kids. They don't give a fuck about their spouse. They don't give a fuck about anybody but themselves. But you're going to blindly follow these motherfuckers? And they're two-faced and all their lying is, well, it's politics and this is the 4D chess and all the nonsense. Bullshit. This is all about fucking manipulating you so they can get as much as they want out of it. And a lot of these guys, and gals, the most important thing they fucking want is to fucking have their egos fucking fed. I'm somebody important. Well, guess what? We're all of us are just as important as that kid that I talked about earlier that had his feet blown off and his arms blown off and is walking around in fucking stubs in the fucking beach. You're just as important as that kid. You're no more important than that fucking kid. And if you're in the fucking way from those people who have the fucking bigger sticks and the bigger guns and they want to fucking get rid of you, or they want what's under your goddamn feet, which, by the way, you don't own anyways. In the United States of America, none of you fucking own anything. You know, we hear about this whole thing, you know, the World Economic Forum and this, you will own nothing, you will be happy. Guess what America is? Guess what? Wake up, folks. You don't fucking own anything. If the government, if whatever the guys, what government is, in quotes, or these are just gangs, these are just people with more power and bigger guns, right? If they want to take your fucking shit, you ain't going to do shit about it. I mean, you can go ahead and fucking get a court, get a lawyer and go to court for fucking your whole life. And maybe at the end of the day, waste your whole life and fucking get some of the stuff back that you don't really have. They'll still be able to take it from you. And yes, it is. That's the way it is. For 99% of us in the United States of America, you don't own shit. You don't own your fucking house. You don't own your fucking property you live on. You pay a property tax. You don't even fucking own the car. Did you know that? If they want to, they can fucking, if they want to, with all the goddamn laws they have, which doesn't mean it's just paperwork and just make believe, because at the end of the day, they have bigger guns, they got more of them. If they want to, they can send a SWAT team in at any time and just take all your goddamn shit, and ain't a damn thing you can do about it. You can bitch about it, start a YouTube channel, maybe you can start a website and maybe expose all these motherfuckers, but this motherfuckers are still fucking there and they haven't fucking left. And there's always a new group of motherfuckers waiting to do the same damn fucking thing. What about the Constitution? What about the Constitution? What about the Constitution? Since when does any of these people who have any power ever fucking apply or seriously took this Constitution in the first place? The only time it matters to them is if it applies to them. It doesn't apply to you. You know, the American Revolution, who were the big winners? Besides the king himself. It was the oligarchs. It was autocracy. It was the ruling class. They just got a bigger piece of the pie. The rest of us got fucked and still being fucked since then. That's the reality. But we can't talk about that way. We can't say that. We have to say what the group says. We got to say what they say. We got to say what the hive mind says. We got to say what they say, or else you're not a citizen, right? And you're negative. But the problem is reality is negative. And all our energy is being put into this shit that doesn't matter. Because they're still going to do whatever the fuck they want. They're going to keep doing whatever they want. And you can bitch and moan about it. And you can focus all your energy on them. Or you start focusing your energy on yourself. And realize they don't fucking give a shit about you. You're not even in the electoral college. You're not even the one who's going to select who's going to be president. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. It probably would be some freaking Jewish princess who end up being the president of the District of Columbia. And they'll do whatever the fucking their masters want. And it's always been the same way. But because we've been brainwashed and indoctrinated and then believing all this nonsense and being part of the kind of club, the damn club, the cult of personalities, we believe in this shit. But it's all belief. It's not reality. It's not truth. They don't have a problem lying to you. Just like this woman and the other gal. They're going to make up shit and they feel good about it and they're going to have no problems. And if you have a conscience, though, you're going to feel bad about fucking lying and you're going to feel bad about making up stuff and you're going to try to check yourself and you're going to actually, if you really got integrity and you're really honest, then there's this whole thing about making amends and you're going to tell people, you know what? I was fucking wrong. I'm sorry. I thought what I believe is real. I discovered it's not real. I told you, I misinformed you. Maybe this informs you. I was wrong. I'm changing direction. And you know how many people have that guts to do that? And this is what fucking happens when you do that. You guess what? The following's going to go away. The only people who are going to actually follow you, guess who are going to be? the censors out there, the people are looking for people like myself. You say, what are we going to do about this guy? What did they do with me and others? And January 6, 2021, they just took down my fucking YouTube channel. I knew they were going to do it anyways. But you know what? My thinking was I'm going to tell the truth. And if I save someone's life, then it's fucking worth it. Because who gives a goddamn about the fucking YouTube channel or any other stuff? Who cares if you got fucking 1 million fucking people or 20,000 people? Who cares how many times you're fucking going to be interviewed? Who cares? Because at the end of the day, if fucking's not going to change, if everything's going to be the goddamn thing, just going to be more people informed, but nobody's going to do jack shit about anything, which is the most important thing is to take back their own goddamn sovereignty. What the fuck does it matter? What does it fucking matter? It's just make believe. It's just to make yourself feel good and make yourself feel important. Well, guess what? I went down that road, and guess what? It's all fucking illusion. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks about you or myself. Honestly, you have no control of your reputation. People are going to lie and make up shit anyways. The only thing you have control over is this shitty existence is whether you're going to conform to this shit show or you're going to say no and be willing to pay for the price one way or the other. If you enjoy the shit show, keep going and keep perpetuating, keep feeding it. For me, fuck it. I know better.
Okay, let me give you an example of something that I experienced as a child. I loved skiing, loved it. My dream was to be a ski instructor or to be a mountain bum. Okay, that's what I wanted to do when I was, in my early teens or something, right? And so I was working to be on the ski team. Well, the Matrix comes along and so I have my cleats. I'm wearing cleats because we were doing like drill exercises, like the halfway, like in the mountain. And I slip on some snow, and I'm not even joking. I do a full 360 in the air, at least, maybe even a little bit more, in the air, and I land on my shoulder and my wrist. Okay, I shatter my shoulder. Okay, my dream was to be a ski bum. Okay, and all of that came crashing down in that moment. And I learned absolutely nothing from that experience except pain and suffering. Okay, I had to have a surgery. I had to be hopped up on pain meds. I had to go to physical therapy, and in my probably like 12, 13 years old, whatever the age was. And I was never able to ski again because my shoulder chronically dislocates. Okay, I learned nothing from that. In fact, I didn't just not learn anything from it. I felt like everything that I wanted to do, at least at the age of 12 or 13, was stolen from me. Like my dream was to go and ski in Colorado or Utah, and kind of be able to experience those types of things and hopefully be able to secure a job or like be able to ski competitively. All that stuff was destroyed, and I learned nothing, absolutely nothing from that experience. So, here we are. I'm just going to throw this out there and say that, what she's saying is complete bullshit because it's just hope porn. That's it. It's just trying to suck you in and get you to believe certain things. Now, maybe some of you out there can relate with what I said with something else. Like the other thing I did was I love skateboarding, right? And I shattered both my wrists. Like I was an idiot. I was reckless, and then I would jump, speed bumps and ramps and make my own ramps and do all sorts of, things that I probably shouldn't have been doing without protection. And, I shattered both my wrists, shattered and dislocated my shoulder with skiing and stuff like that. And all that stuff just eventually like had to be put to the side because I knew I couldn't do them anymore. But those are things that I loved. And I was hoping to kind of bring into, my adult life. Now, again, whether that would have happened had I been able to not have those things occur, I don't know. I mean, you do certain things at 12 or 13 years old and you don't even really think about them. And, like they're pipe dreams, half pipe dreams, yeah. So, yeah, I just find it complete bullshit what she's saying here. Did you have any dreams when you were younger, Dan, that got shattered through some sort of highly traumatic incident?
Sure, all the time. And my youth my youth was kind of rough to begin with. So actually, I lived mostly in my imagination to get by. It was the 70s were really, really, if you lived through them as a child, boy, it was quite the time, there was a lot.
Jersey.
Yeah, it was just, mostly it was in my head. Just kind of like, almost like as if I was waiting for the time where technology would finally catch up to where I needed it to be. But yeah, sure, I'd want to, I was very sick a lot as a child. I had to endure a lot of time, with fevers, with flu-like symptoms. Turns out, even though my mom, she was the old-fashioned Italian mom, and unfortunately, in old-fashioned cooking, things were overcooked a lot, so I wasn't getting enough vitamins. I was eating great. I had also a really super fast metabolism, so no matter how much I ate, I wasn't eating enough. And
total opposite of me.
They had to put me on vitamin supplements when the doctor finally figured out, things. There was all kinds of.
Did you get IV supplements?
No, just pills.
Okay.
It was the 70s, for crying out loud.
Well, did it help at all, or?
Let me give people out there a sense of the 1970s, besides what they can see from like a really, really bad TV show movies from that era. But the 1970s was a decade where, as a child, if you're bored, a good idea might be, let me get a box of matches and go play with them in the backyard. Today, let me get some scissors and run with them. That was the 1970s. Let me get in the car and go for a 1,200-mile ride with my parents, and none of us are wearing seatbelts. Yeah.
He loved that part of it. Wow, I can relate to that in my own life experience, actually. Me too. Do you think there's a sense in which it's still important that we're loving and compassionate through all of this, that we're trying to bring out that nature in us? Or is it just for the experience and that's it? It's all about love. Just like the vast majority of the NDers who come back, it's the same in Life Between Lives Hypnotherapy. The theme is always, always, always to love. So that's the number one. We are meant to love. We are meant to forgive all. We're meant to love everyone, be loving. That is the number one purpose and theme of life as a human. Amazing. Yes. So this might be another tough question. So if you're not comfortable with it, that's okay. But I know there's a lot of people freaked out because I hear from them on my channel quite frequently about this whole prison planet thing. For those people, is there any way we could set their mind at ease, when it's their time to pass on?
Is there any way for you to just for anyone that's questioning this reality and thinking about the sovereign direction to just accept that everything is okay?
Mark, you there? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any way for this whole system to just accept everything as if it's okay and just go along with the show? Is there any way to just ease everybody's mind and not question the reality that they're given?
People, is there any way we could like set their mind at ease? Like, if when it's their time to pass on, is there a way that they can tell if they're dealing with a truly loving entity that's there to help them, or somebody who might have ulterior motives?
That's a great question, and
It really is.
based on all of the NDEs and LBL hypnotherapy sessions I've witnessed, I never think personally that there's anything to worry about when we cross over. To me, it always seems loving and benign.
I never think, I think personally, oh, it's so loving and benign, and they really do care about us. And it was a demonstration here in this place, in this existence, how much they fucking love us and they care about us. They're just so warm and caring. And they'll be over there on the other side and love bomb you, our dumbasses, and we'll go right at them, fall right back to the light, and right back in the goddamn tunnel, right back into the fucking the womb. Right back into this creation. Yeah, they love us so much. You realize, people, that if there is things on the other side, they had the power to fucking do something about what's going on here. They chose not to. They'll say it's your fault. They'll say it's your choice. They'll say I didn't have any control about it. They didn't have any control about it. Then why? Here's something they could do. Say, you know what? It's a really giant shit show, and all of this is pain and suffering. We recommend you don't go fucking back. You got your experience. There's nothing going to be new. There's nothing going to be nothing new. You're still going to have to take a dump, 3-4 times a week. You're still going to have to take a piss, half a dozen times a day. You still have to go to sleep. You're still going to have to slave away. You're still going to have the misery and the pain and the suffering and all that kind of crap. And you're going to watch everyone have pain and suffering. Really, there's really nothing to be learned here anymore. Let's just move on. No, this is what they're going to do. They're going to say, hey, listen, if there's anything on the other side, they're going to go, hey, listen, come follow us. Oh, there'll be schools. That's my favorite thing. They say there's going to be schools and learning and preparation, so you come back here or to some other shit show. Well, if you've had enough of the shit show like I am, I don't want to come back. I don't want to when I go to the other side, I'm going to give whatever's on the other side, just like I do now, and give them a piece of my mind. And I'm going to tell them to go fuck off. I'm going to expose them and say, you know what? You guys are pieces of crap is what you are. You're just fucking evil as all get out. Why do I want to follow what you have to say? What do you have to offer me? And the same attitude you should have here. That's what I say. You know what? You follow these politicians and these political analysts and these fucking theologians and all these fucking banksters and all these fucking financial advisors, and God forbid, when it comes to the medical establishment, what the fuck they've proven. If anything they've proven is that the foundation of the pyramid of the medical establishment is all about eugenics. They produce more pain and suffering. Oh, they could fix some of your ailments, but they're not going to heal you. They're just going to fucking maybe give you a pig's heart or whatever. Or maybe they'll give you a heart of some poor kid that came from Palestine, or some of the poor kids that fucking were brought here from Southern and Central America, or wherever God will goddamn well be. And you know what? You'll get that kid's heart and that kid's liver or whatever the fuck they're going to give you. You know what I mean? Maybe they'll give you a pig's heart. What the hell? You're just stupid goyim anyways. You're just a profane. Do you not see what the fuck's going on? Well, what am I supposed to believe in? Well, maybe you start believing in yourself. God forbid if you did that. Stop believing in anybody else. Just start believing in yourself. Start demanding your own personal sovereignty. Say, this is where I stand. I'm not. You know what? Here's a great idea. Instead of fucking going to the polls, this is what you do. Instead of voting this year for the presidential election, you all show up with your fucking cameras. You all got billions of cameras out there now. In America, you got hundreds of thousands of fucking cell phones and cameras. You go there and you just film nobody going in the fucking polling booth. are going into to cast their vote, and you encourage each other not to go fucking vote, and you film each other, and this is what you do. You start talking to each other. You say, you know what? Instead of fucking following us, this party, that politician, why don't we start our own fucking political party? And no, I'm not a communist. I'm none of this stuff. I'm just a man who fucking can see the facade, the charade that it fucking is, the Ponzi scheme that it is. And so, you know what? We don't want this stuff anymore. It's bullshit. The entertainment is no longer entertaining. The political theater is just that. And the theater sucks. The acting sucks. We're bored of it. You know what? We're going to do our own goddamn fucking thing. And yeah, they'll come after you with a big stick and their guns and their bombs and their planes and all that kind of shit. But you know what? What else are you going to fucking do? Keep playing along with your stupid charade, their games, or you fucking stand up for yourself and stand up for each other. You know what? The best fucking thing that could happen to all of us is if the internet was just taken down. Because that would force us to wake up in the morning and hear the birds chirping, and at night hear the crickets chirping. And you know what? And maybe you start paying attention to your neighbors again and your immediate surrounding, and you might actually start paying attention to what actually is really going on. Make a statement for once. Make some kind of stand for your own fucking self. Fuck these people. Fuck all the people who are on there. They're saying this, that, or the other, and follow this clown or follow that clown. Especially anyone that's dumb enough to wear a suit and tie. You deserve better. Your kids deserve better. Your neighborhoods deserve better. Everybody deserves better. Everybody fucking deserves better than what they fucking offered us in the past, not just the 4 years, but our whole fucking lifetimes. I've been around for 56 years, and I can tell you that I deserve better, and I'm just a fucking human being. I deserve better just for the fact that I'm a human being, and so do you, and everyone deserves better. Even that stupid politician, that stupid rabbi, that stupid freaking pastor, that stupid, Zionist, that stupid freaking whoever you may be, whatever group you decide to join, you all deserve better. We all deserve fucking better. The first thing you can do is stop complying to all this bullshit. Because I'm going to tell you right now, nothing's going to change as long as you fucking play along with their stupid games. Instead of worrying about the pain and suffering that's inevitably going to happen in this soul trap matrix and the giant Loosh farm, you know what? You say, you know what? Fuck you. That's what I say. Fuck you. For real this time. When they're protesting on the streets or in the fucking campuses and all that, this is what you do. You do your own protest. This is what you say. You say, I ain't going to be part of any of this shit. I'm not part of this crap. I'm not going to be part of the shit show. I fucking deserve better. You deserve better. We all deserve better.
And absolute bliss and oneness and pure joy and love. So I would really hope that anybody who has those kinds of fears just drop it, because the fear is what's...
Just drop it, Dan. Just drop it. Dan, stop questioning things, all right? Why are you even here tonight? You know what? I'm going to kick Dan out of this chat right now. He shouldn't be here. Dan, you're a bad influence. Just drop it. How dare you question this reality?
They really want to double down on the murder.
Yeah.
Yeah. This place is hilarious.
It's unbelievable. It really is.
We really need to relax because a loving, is a loving being. Okay, so let me put it to you this way. If you think you are, a loving being, would you allow anyone to go through this process here?
Never. No. Never, ever.
Because that would be kind of it would be an evil thing to do. It would be kind of evil.
Absolutely.
100% evil.
So, so if that's the case, then what is the beings that are you're greeted by that shower you with this love drug or whatever it is, and then want to cajole you into another reincarnation cycle where you get, a couple choices, and hey, look, would you rather like take this one, and then you can, die in a horrific crash when you're 33, or
when you're 33, yeah.
You want to
33 and a third.
You want to take this one. At the end, you're going to get Alzheimer's, and you won't remember anybody. But don't worry, because after you're dead, we're going to wipe your memory again anyway. But you're going to get early onset Alzheimer's, and you won't be able to recognize your family. They're going to be suffering like crazy just because they're trying to take care of you. And one night you're gonna wander away from home, and you're gonna have to be on statewide alerts when you're gonna have to tie up emergency
Silver alert.
silver alert. It's gonna be a great time. Oh, it's only because I love you so much that I want you to know. All right, yeah. Okay, just keep going.
I don't even know if I can. Oh, that was great, Dan. That was great.
They're going to attract, or be in confusion. And I would try to work on getting really right with it here and now, and really adhere to the truth of the multiverse and the all that is, which is love.
Oh,
and
God.
So I'm a perpetually.
The multiverse is love. What is love but an emotion? Isn't it interesting that all these cults, they always push love. Then they wrestle all day long in defining what love is. The science has said, it's an emotion. Others would say it's an act. Multiple acts, different acts. It's a multiverse of love. She made that fucking shit up 100%. She had no fucking evidence that this place is a multiverse of love. None. And isn't it interesting the way we're designed, the shit show that we're in, how men define love and how women define love. And women insist that we must look at the world and the love the way, what love is, the way they see it, in a more feminine thing. But men don't see love that way. And no matter how hard they try to make us see it the way they want to see it, men don't see love that fucking way. You see, a man, you know what love is? It's commitment. It's fucking dedication. It's loyalty. It's fucking hard work. It's fucking dedicating your life to something great, something greater than yourself or to your children or all that. It's not some goddamn fucking emotion or some empty fucking words and empty Chester Cat smiles. But the women, that's all about. You see how fucked up the design is? It's so fucked up, and they'll try to pretend. Well, it's this negative and positive. It's how the women. It's like women are the feminine side, and men are the masculine side. And positive, negative charge, and all this bullshit. And the fact of the matter is, we're all. As we be honest with each other, we drive each other fucking nuts. Is what happens. Men fucking drive women nuts. Women drive men nuts. We don't fucking relate. The only time we relate is when we're ready to fucking have an orgasm, and that's about it. And the rest of the time, men are like twiddling their fingers and said, fuck, I get through this fucking night. I have to listen to this bullshit. I'm sorry. That's exactly what it is. This is love. Think about that. Just think about it seriously, what love is. In the end, it's just a goddamn emotion. So it's a universe of fucking emotion instead of logic and reasoning, logos, and all that stuff. It's just fucking love. See, they can't even figure out any things. And we'll debate and argue this whole thing all day long because at the end of the day, it's all fucking bullshit. None of us can prove any of this stuff. None of us ever proved or demonstrated at all. Not a single one of us has demonstrated what that woman just said. That there's a multiverse of love. But it sounds really good and it's tantalizing. And there's a lot of gullible women out there and some sucker men. They're going to say, oh, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Meanwhile, all around you, Where's the fucking love? It's all horseshit.
Hopeful and positive person, so it's really hard for me to latch on to anything fearful. So even though I had heard about it, read about it, and even pondered it so much, it's like
you see, this is another hypocrisy, which is saying I can latch on to fearful, this love, everything. It's us focusing on what's really going on. They'll say, this is what New Agers say, this is a lot of manipulative people say, well, you're focusing on the negative, you're full of fear. I'm not fucking full of fear. I'm telling you exactly the fucking way it is. I don't give a shit if someone shows up and fucking caps me or fucking takes what's left I have away from me. I don't give a fucking shit. That's the way everyone should be in my book. Everyone should be at the point where they're like, I don't give a fuck. There's nothing you can take from me. You have nothing. It's all a facade. It's all a charade. It's all fucking illusions. You know what? What do they have? Oh, they have a more fancier fucking car so you can fuck some stupid bitch. Here you go. Oh, you have a bigger rat cage. That's what you have. So you have a fucking mansion and I live in a fucking simple apartment. Who gives a fuck? At the end of the day, we're all in the same fucking boat. The only thing that's different is that you have a bigger rat cage. And that rat cage, in order for you to have that bigger rat cage, you had to compromise your fucking ass on just about every goddamn thing you did. And I don't look at somebody who has a mansion and say, with any respect, I just like I don't look at a man who's walking around in a suit and tie with any respect, because I see a fucking slave to this goddamn matrix and this system. Someone who's totally 100% in compliance with it, who's compromised themselves for some breadcrumbs and for the illusion of being something better and more important than anybody else. You know who I have respect for is that kid that I saw in that video and the beach there in Gaza, who had his fucking hands blown off and his feet blown off and still playing around in a goddamn beach. I have respect for that kid. You know why? Because that kid is tough as fucking nails. That kid is fucking a fighter. That is someone who's really telling the fucking Matrix go fuck themselves. Not some fucking clown walking around in goddamn suit and tie. It's the same fucking thing. I was saying this. Anybody knows me? I was saying the same goddamn thing fucking 4 years ago. Not a goddamn thing's changed. It's still the same old fucking shit show. Whether it's politics, whether it's the spirituality, whether it's religion, whether whatever the fuck you name it, it's a whole bunch of word salad, and it's just about pacifying each other and entertaining each other so we get through another fucking day. But at the end of the day, we don't know. Nobody knows anything. You're just pretending they know something. Somebody tell me I'm wrong.
Trying to grasp like water or sand, I can't hold on to fearful concepts like that. So once I went through that phase of like, oh, wait a minute, maybe it really is like that, it didn't stick for me. So I hope that other people can kind of move through that phase too of like, well, maybe that's a possibility, but ultimately, why don't we just go ahead and believe all the NDEers, right? Because nobody's coming back and saying that. They're all talking about the love and the bliss. Same for LV.
Okay, this point drove me nuts, and it drives me nuts about the entire soul trap community. Nobody comes back and tells us, that what's going on. Of course not. Who in their right mind that figures this place out is going to come back here and tell you? You've got to figure this whole scam out while you're here. You've got to figure out the whole deception while you're here, while you're in the physical. Because you're taking things, belief systems, that are obtained and utilized and pushed on you while you're here, and then applying them via your intention, aka your belief system, and carrying them over into the afterlife. That's the difference, okay? And it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And so when I hear things like what she said, it's a thorn in my side, it's something that pops up in the Soul Trap kind of communities. You know, there's like different factions out there. There's a whole set of like massive disinformation that's going on, especially over the last year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, with the Soul Trap and everything that I see. And I'm not joking. Everybody listening here today should know this. The controlled opposition, the government agents, or the matrix agents that are trying to kind of infiltrate this narrative about what's going on out there, their entire narrative is to demean you, to take you away from who and what you are, and to take away your power. Just like everything that happens here in the now. It's to make you feel hopeless, to make you feel powerless. And the one thing I've said over and over and over again, and I know Dan will back me up on this, it's that if you are able to leave your body and experience what you're capable of, everything falls by the wayside. Everything. You're able to experience something that is you can't experience on Earth. And you realize the power that you actually have by going outside the body, either through a meditative state, a heightened meditative state, or like something like an OBE. Those are the two areas where you can experience this and test it out. You can will things out of existence. You can do incredible things and feel confident in knowing that you're capable of those things. And everything here is meant to demean and diminish and stomp on everything that makes you realize that. Period, point blank. Again, I don't claim to have all the answers. Dan doesn't claim to have all the answers. Wayne doesn't claim to have all the answers. We all sit here and say that and freely say that. But the one thing you can prove to yourself is that you have more power than the system has led you to believe your entire life. That is certain, 100%. I think Dan's NDE proves what we've talked about. He was casted off into an orange field during his heart issues, during his surgeries and all that stuff when he was under anesthesia. It wasn't his time to leave, but he was left alone. Why was Dan left alone? Because that was his will. That was his intention. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Dan, but that's my opinion. It seems so clear.
No, that's true. I had a clear sort of knowing. And a lot of these things I never experienced before, and I don't have, it's not like I have a complete detailed account of everything, but I do know certain things.
You were under the influence of drugs. Propofol or whatever it was.
But I had a clear knowing of where I was, why I was there, and why there was nobody else there with me.
Damn.
And it was because no intrusion was welcome. I didn't want to interact with anybody. I had nothing to interact with. There's nothing anybody could have told me or tricked me with, or I had done so much research and my subconscious has been pretty much unbrainwashed. A lot of the programming is purged out, if not all of it. And there was absolutely not, besides that, all the tricks, I'm well aware of them, none of them are going to work. They're going to be turned around, and then they have to deal with the fact that It's not, nothing is worse than having somebody turn something around on you, and now you're on the receiving end instead of thinking you're in control in any kind of an argument or discussion. So
Yeah,
nobody,
there's just nothing. Like nothing was fighting. Well, like nothing was fighting you or giving you pushback.
no, it would have been a waste of time for that.
And we did discuss this, so anyone interested in hearing more about it, feel free to search the channel. There's a thumbnail with an orange grove and Dan and his heart in the center, so feel free to check it out. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, the Matrix didn't want to mess with you, Dan. That's my interpretation, and they're not even going to try.
That's true. It was pointless.
Yeah, hypnotherapy. So
I'm sorry. What did you want to say? So
that's it. Keep going.
in my opinion, we always go into bliss and love and oneness and joy. And I've never heard otherwise. Okay, there are people who have had hellish NDEs. I've never looked into those personally, so I can't speak about that. But that's never been the case with the Life Between Lives hypnotherapy session. There has been a little bit of darkness, actually, that I have come across in one. I only can remember one client who, or two, there might have actually been two in all 15 years of doing this. And they had agreed. They had made an agreement to embody with both the light and the dark. Those really scared me because I could feel the darkness. I'm an empath, and those were difficult sessions for me because my body responded with fear. I could feel the resonance of it in my body. So that was very strange. And so there is darkness, and many humans do have some darkness in them, but it's a choice and it's an experience. I think that we get to choose these things at the soul level.
It's a choice and it's an experience, and it's picked out on the soul level. But when we look at the way the world's run, everybody, Dan, like this whole world seems to be a juggernaut, like of a small group of individuals that continually are able to yield control against the masses. And this is something that I talked about in my intro video. Some of you may have seen it, like what's the point of living on Earth? Like what's the point of Earth? Like what's life all about? Whatever the heck the title was. And I talked about this, like this is not new. What we're going through, what we experience, what we see happening out there, it's not new. This has been going on for a very, very, very long time. As far back as we have documented history for, across multiple cultures.
Yes. Also,
there's always something stomping on us, Dan.
Yeah. Also, if you listen very carefully to this last portion you just played, this is if you study it long enough, this is a classic. This is like the full-blown cognitive dissonance at work here. Oh, there was a hellish experience. I didn't look into that. Of course not, because if you look into it, it might disrupt your premise, your blueprint for reality, which you have. But it's constant. There's a lot of, in this last clip, she's going back and forth into this very, very confused narrative where, okay, I've run into stuff that doesn't make any sense, and she's just kind of glossing over it. It's a marvel to watch when you know you're watching it, and somebody. It's a marvel to watch how it works, and it's just okay. And what did she say? She's an empath. It's just so empathetic.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of people make those claims.
Murder's hilarious.
Yeah, murder's hilarious, but I'm an empath. And what I want to say is, like, this video this video, this is really important, everybody. I really want to kind of give you an idea as to how the algorithm is trying to steer everybody away from this topic. All right. Clearly, just in the last couple of years, I mean, I've noticed it, especially in like the last year and a half plus. Like, there is a coordinated effort to get everybody who's looking at this topic to think in a certain direction. Okay. So I want to just give you I'm just trying to give you an idea. All right. Okay. So this is the view count of the last 8 videos. The last 8 videos. Hear me out. Okay. The most recent video, 17,000 views. The next one, 16,000 views. Following video, 5.6 thousand, so 5,600 views. Following video, 8,000 views. Video after that, 7,000 views. Video after that, 8,000 views. Video after that, 28,000 views. And then the Soul Trap video, 79,000 views. 79,000. And then the video after that is about a cataclysmic event is upon us and we don't recognize it. 49,000 views. And then it drops back down to 6,000. And then 4,000. And then 15,000. What I'm trying to say is that the algorithm is favoring anti-soul trap narratives. Okay? It's trying to get people to say, hey, you know, there's an explanation for this. Yeah, things seem messed up right now. Things don't seem right out there, but here's the explanation. And anything that's kind of veering you off of that path of questioning things is popular. Kind of like David Icke's book. Kind of like David Icke's book. Who watches your channel, Dan, watches Wayne, watches me. He kind of compiles information and, you know, throws it at the wall. And anyways, I'll shut up. Okay. All right. I'm going to shut up.
And yeah, so that was a little bit of a tangent, but really I would hope that people would somehow just learn to let go of fear and worry, because if you tell yourself, I am part of God and I'm going home to be one with God and the light, then you can purposefully do that.
You could just accept it. You could purposely do that, Dan. You could just accept everything, right? Just accept it. Don't question anything, just accept it.
Sovereign. We have the ability to command with our will and align with our soul and, say, when I cross over, I am going into the light, the ultimate oneness, all that is light, the benevolence, the goodness, the light and the love of God, or the all that is, whatever you want to call it. So I think I would say just command that you're doing that.
Wow. Wow. That's just like, just command that that's what you're going to do. Just fall right back in line, do what you're told, follow the matrix, stop asking questions, and everything's going to be okay. Can you believe that that's what we just heard?
It's
unbelievable.
It's a lot of confusing thoughts.
It's not even confusing. It's a direct order.
I mean, yeah, but in her thinking process is very
thinking process. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's extremely confused. It's all over the place.
Just hear this again, my friend. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. Just a little bit.
And worry, because if you tell yourself, I am part of God and I'm going home to be one with God and the light, then you can purposefully do that. We are sovereign. We have the ability to command with our will and align with our soul and, say, when I cross over, I am going into the light, the ultimate oneness, all that is light, the benevolence, the goodness, the light, and the love of God. Or
see, do you see the twist that's happening here, everybody? My channel, Dan, Wayne, we've all talked about this, and regardless of how this all plays out, I've talked about sovereignty for a number of years now. Dan's talked about it, like how having that sovereign intention is key. And she is deciding to take sovereignty and manipulate it into saying, hey, I'm sovereign, but I'm going to follow orders. I'm going to go to the light. I'm going to do as I'm told. And that is that. Do you see the insane manipulation that's going on here? And again, don't go blasting her. Don't go leaving comments and being nasty and calling her or anything like that. But this is the type of cognitive dissonance that we're dealing with. Look, how is she coming up with the word sovereignty unless she's listening to my channel? I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. Mixing in sovereignty with how this whole thing plays out and just saying, don't even think about it. Just hey, you're sovereign. Do your own thing, go your own way, but follow the rules and go to the light and do as you're told. How is that sovereign? How in any way, in what multiverse realm is that even remotely logical or sovereign? Follow the rules, do as you're told. Anyways, I don't want to rant about this too long. You got anything to say on this one, Dan? I mean,
you covered that. That's
freaking crazy.
Yep.
Or the all that is, whatever you want to call it. So I think I would say just command that you're doing that. I love that answer that you gave, and I agree 100%. My personal thought on it is that we have the power to create some of this. Even with near-death experiences, it seems that sometimes people have a part in creating what they're experiencing.
Exactly.
So that if people are going into it afraid of a certain thing happening, then I don't know if that would be enough to create the experience for themselves, but I think it's an unnecessary fear to carry with them.
Okay, so Melissa here, she brings up a decent point. And this is something I've talked about many, many times on this channel. You can't live in fear. You can't live in complete anger. You can be pissed off here and there, and just laugh at the insanity that's happening. But as far as what's going to happen when you leave this physical body at the time of natural death, don't at all let that fester in your mind and allow it to get to the point where you're questioning whether that's the right decision. I think everybody getting to the strong point of inner knowing that, hey, something's really, really wrong here. Nothing makes sense. And I'm going to do my own thing and go my own way. That should come from the fire within. It shouldn't come from something exterior rooted in fear. That's exactly what this freaking Matrix wants. And I can't tell you how many comments I've seen and received over the years, where there's just this incessant fear. Don't be afraid. Be strong. Be you. Laugh at this place. As difficult as all this is, I know it's a shit show. I know it's horrible in many respects. There's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad. But the horrible that happens, we have to acknowledge that the horrible exists, but at the same time, everybody has their own path. And for the millions and millions of people out there, millions and millions of true essence beings out there who are not ready to face this, it's just not their time. And you know what? As harsh as this sounds, it's also not your problem. You are part of your own problem, your own solution. And if you allow this place to fester and just chip away at you and let it eat you alive, you're letting it win. Because it is a Loosh-based system that's designed to just suck the energy out of you and get you to doubt yourself and get you to like just throw everything about your essence away. And it's like it's the worst mentality to come here and like allow yourself to be at. It's just not good. There have been, like, there was an individual, and I'm just going to put this out there, right? There's an individual who has watched my channel for over 3 years, right? And he has left nothing but negative comments over the course of those 3 years. And this isn't to pick on him. It's just I never banned him. I never blocked him. Like, I always just thought, like, everybody's just going through their process, right? Like, I've looked at that over time and said, you know, I think it's important that everybody has their process and learning and growing and kind of coming to a quote-unquote reluctant acceptance about what this place is. And so I respect everybody's path, and I don't want to interfere or to, you know, be like a thorn in anybody's side. But what I started to notice is also at the same time is that there is a clear combative disinfo group that is likely rooted from exterior forces that will go unnamed to kind of take down the morale, the ethics, the positivity about kind of building everybody up in the information that's been shared here. And it was all in the chat for so long. And I let so much slide, you know, like the whole freedom of speech thing and you know what, I'm down for that. But you know what, at the same time, after doing this for so long, and I don't know how you feel about this, Dan, but after doing this for so long, the toxicity stops. It's over. You want to be a toxic parasite? Get the fuck away from this channel. You're not welcome here. You're going to be banned instantly. Okay? If you have alternative views, you're welcome to share them. But if you're a toxic parasite that is doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, you're out of here. Okay? I'm not going to deal with it, and nobody in this chat should deal with it. Alternative views are always welcome, always. But if you're being a jerk, if you're being a parasite, if you're sucking on the energy of the vibe and the flow of information that's coming from here, you're out of here. Period. The end. Let it be known. I'm not going to deal with that bullshit anymore. I'm just not. And and you know what? And I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody in the chat. Deeply, deeply apologize for letting certain things go because I was looking at things like, oh, everybody's kind of has to kind of fall into their, you know, acceptance phase, or they need to look into this stuff on their own and kind of get to a certain point. And I was angry too, right? I went through the anger phase multiple times with this information. So I can relate with that, and I let so much go. But what I realized is that if you look at the chats, the live chats over the course of like a couple of years back, they were extremely volatile, extremely parasitic, and it was a target on this channel from day one and this information to make everybody feel like losers, to make everybody feel like they were worthless and that they had no choice in the matter and everything like that. And I'm sorry, I know I'm ranting, but it just, these things, I've talked about it, you know, a couple times before, but they need to be said. If you're a parasite, if you're a piece of shit that is trying to take everybody down with you because either A, you're a government agent, or B, you're just a complete waste of space, you know, probably an NPC, you're gone. And it's just not going to happen here anymore. You'll be banned instantly. You won't be warned. You'll be banned. So let it be known. Anyways, I'm done ranting, Dan. I'm so sick. I'm just not going to have it anymore. I just don't care. Like, you know, I'm not going to foster some, you know, putrid hatred environment in this chat or in the comment section. It's so, I'm done with it.
Most of the time, I just ignore
But that's the problem, Dan. I did the same thing. I don't
mean that. I mean, I do not engage with any. Look, even with people that just want to disagree or whatever,
That's
I just
no
let them
problem. That's different.
post their comments. Now, I do understand there is a psychological thing with comment sections that has been studied, and it's quite interesting. But essentially, it is the absolute, there will be no minds changed in a comment section. So if somebody, like sometimes I'll get a religious fundamentalist that'll just put a comment on there, and it'll be like some quote from the Bible that he feels, or he or she feels obligated to type in there because, you know, I have to be told whatever their religion requires me to be told about. And then fine. I'm not responding to the comments.
That's different, Dan. See, like, I'm in complete agreement. Like, I would never delete a comment like that. I would never ban someone who says something like that. I'm talking about consistent parasitic activity. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm you know, you should see some of the chats that, like, are the reason why the chat isn't on screen, everybody, anymore, is because of that. I would love to have the chat on the screen. I love it. But I'm just, like, with what happened in the past, no way, no how. And it seems to me, actually, I know it's like a targeted approach to taking away, like, the sovereign intention that is discussed here. That's just my opinion. I mean, it's just that I saw it for so long, and it took me a while to wake up. Some people that I trusted deeply too, like you know, like that were close to me, and you realize who they really were in the end, and you just kind of let it slide, and you realize who they really were the whole time. I don't know. I mean, anyways, I don't want to get into the weeds with all this stuff, but it's just the controlled opposition comes in here and tries to just take down everybody, and it's really disheartening. It hurts, and I feel absolutely horrible for letting that kind of vibe continue on for so long by a certain segment of the chatters that were out there. Again, it has nothing to do, like, you can come in here and talk about the Bible or the Quran or the, you know, anything, and say, hey, I don't agree. That's no problem. But once you start being parasitic and, you know, 24/7, you're just not welcome here anymore. You know, just don't chat, you know. I mean, go be miserable somewhere else. I just don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want that vibe here anymore. I just, you know, there's nothing wrong with disagreeing or you know, presenting your case for your religion or something like that. But, you know, I'm just not going to deal with it anymore with the parasitic stuff.
Yeah. We may have to wrap this up soon.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end, but yeah, if you, I know, I'm sorry. It's been really, wow, it's really late. I'm sorry, Dan. If you got to run, I understand.
It's just there's a lot to unpack in this video, and it takes a lot to go through it. I heard one of the reviews I posted on the Acolyte was the reviewer said it took him an hour to get through 20 minutes of show because there were so many bad things. I don't know if anybody has seen any of this show. There's a fire in space, and one of the characters puts it out with a fire extinguisher in a spacesuit.
Okay.
That is actually not
Outer spaces.
Yeah, I'm just saying a vacuum. If you're in a vacuum,
there's no
there's
oxygen.
no air.
No
You
oxygen.
can't have a fire. I'm talking about crackling fire, like a campfire. Anyway, yeah, I do have to go, Mark.
All right, brother. It's been fun. I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by tonight and joining us.
I really just loved when we got to the part where they're laughing about because that's it all. I mean, if you can't get it at that point, you're not going to get it.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I feel like when I'm talking about this stuff that it's, even though like you're trying to convince others to kind of research this stuff, that like it's a lost cause, but I know it's not too. Like they're even if like there's one person out there who's like close or kind of just running across this or otherwise on the fence, like encouraging everybody to do their own research and look into this stuff. Look at all the different data points, all the different experiencer cases, and seeing how this whole system connects and clearly shows that it's some sort of matrix simulation.
Yes, exactly.
That's all that matters. Like, even it's just like when I started talking about this, like we discussed this before. Like, it took me a couple years plus to even though I knew this was going on. Like, I had seen some of your stuff. I had seen Wayne's website. And kind of dabbling in and out of like the whole kind of soul trap thing, and then really, really, really kind of cross-referencing all these experiencer cases and seeing the same thing. It still took me a while, aka the cognitive dissonance, to kind of break free and see it for what it was. And nobody needs my channel, nobody needs Dan's channel, nobody needs Wayne's channel or website. Nobody needs any of us. Like, you can go out there and just consume hundreds of thousands of these experiencer cases, not just NDEs. It's not just NDEs. It's just across the board. If you look at my channel's main video, it drops a list of, I don't know, like 20 different experiencer types and how they all connect together. And that's what's important. Like, you can go out and do your own research and see the patterns for yourself, and then come back and say, hey, okay, I see them. Nobody needs this channel. You can all do your own research and come up with your own conclusions and see it for yourself. Like, something's wrong. Something doesn't make sense. This whole thing doesn't add up. We're being told one thing in the afterlife, but yet what's happening here is a complete slap in the face, because everything isn't about love and light. So I'll just step off the soapbox and say thanks, Dan, for coming on tonight. I appreciate you swinging by, and it's always good to see you, my friend. Any closing thoughts, words you want to share with everybody?
I really appreciate everybody that showed up, and there was a lot of comments flying by on the screen here. I didn't get to see all of them, but I'm sure they were all good. No, nothing really. Just everybody just have a great night, and try to take this place too seriously, because some of this stuff is really crazy down here. All right, thanks, Mark. I'll see you next time.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I appreciate you stopping by, and take care of yourself, man. We'll see each other again soon.
Yeah, see ya. Have a good night. Bye.
Thank you.
Dan, though.
Yeah, and I think Dan kind of encapsulates it perfectly. Don't take this place seriously. Just don't. I mean, we have people running around with masks pretending to be people of authority, or celebrities, or musicians. This rabbit hole goes deep. The deception, like on the base surface of everything, is just more than most people can handle. But it's there. And just to kind of give you a glimpse as to how this whole thing runs with the mask. Make sure when you're watching any sort of video out there of an authority figure, especially like presidents or like old musicians or anyone in authority, right? Anyone who's really, make sure that the quality of the video is on max. So whatever your device that you're using is of the highest quality. Like, so if you go to YouTube, you make sure it's like 2K, 4K, 1440p, whatever. And that you have the capability of zooming in and out. The beauty of having a phone is that you can do that. You can zoom in and out just like you can zoom in and out of a picture or a website with, moving your thumbs, across the screen or whatever. Or just if you're on a computer, you can zoom in and out with the browser, right? And I'm telling you, how often you're going to see masks of these clowns that are quote-unquote authority figures of the Matrix, it'll blow your mind. It's out there. So I'm sorry, I'm just going to go on. I'm just going to continue the video and shut my mouth because we got a little ways to go.
I agree. And I do agree with you about being creators. And so it's very important for people to keep that in mind with their thoughts, their words, their feelings throughout life, because not only are we creating this, but yes, we could be creating what we experience there as well. Yeah. So I know we've touched on this a little bit, but could you share a little bit more about soul families and how those relationships work? This is fascinating because soul groups are people that you incarnate with over and over again, and there's a purpose, and the purposes are to fulfill these agreements that we talked about before about the virtues, right? How if someone wants to learn about love, then maybe someone in their soul group is going to play the villain, and the antagonist, and so they agree to it beforehand. So soul groups could be big, but we could incarnate with only a few or very few members of our soul group, or some could have several, and they come in the form of family members. Not everybody in your family is in your soul group. Not always both your parents, all your siblings, or it could be one, or none, or other people that are friends, or a teacher, or a boss, or people that could be in your soul group. Different soul groups can have a purpose. There could be a soul group of truth. There could be a soul group of protectors, healers, but they're not limited that way. There could be a mixture within the soul group. There are adjacent soul groups.
No, there's mostly a mixture, and there's mostly not healers. So let's just, get to the point of that. There may be healers, quote unquote, but those are few and far between. Come on. I don't know. Just saying.
And they learn from each other and teach each other. So other people that you might feel like they could be in your soul group, they might be in an adjacent one that's very close, and you participate in lifetimes together, or you learn together on the other side. And what other questions do you have about soul groups? I just find that the interactions, like the relationships, interesting for myself. Do we come to challenge each other in a certain way, or a specific relationship will give us a certain lesson?
Okay, so I'm going to share a story. I'm going to back this up just a little bit, okay? I'm going to share a certain story that will enlighten, I hate to say enlighten because it sounds like pompous, but that will share just how the life script works how certain things unfold. So my mother, okay, she met a man in her life, late in her life, okay, and they just became super, super close to one another. They didn't have many years together, but it was clear to me that they were part of a soul group, that they were kind of destined to be together at this period in their life. Now listen to this. This is how crazy this story is, okay? So they go on vacation, right, to a certain country. Now they each have roots that are supposedly in different countries, okay? But one of them finds out that no, they were born in my mom's boyfriend has family roots that were mistaken to be from another country, but actually were in the same country that my mom's family were from. And see, I'm not going to share exactly where, but what I'm trying to say is that my mother went to a cemetery where my ancestors were, okay? And at the same time, the day before, her boyfriend found out that his family was from the same town, same village actually, that my mother's family was from. And my mother went to the cemetery with her boyfriend the next day, and well, lo and behold, there is my mother's family's plots, and right behind, just a couple stones over behind that the family that passed, was his, with the same different last names. He had his name, she had her name. Her name was a little more kind of common, but because her father told her, said, hey, this is where the family's buried. So it's not like, up for debate. The father confirmed where, the family was buried. Meanwhile, the boyfriend, who thought that his family was from another country, found out that he came from the country, the county, the village that my mom came from, just so happened to be in the same cemetery a few plots behind. And they had this incredibly close relationship. That is Life Script 101. They were designed to be together in that time, in that moment. They had such a close relationship. And, this is what the Matrix did to him. Very nice man. I enjoy his company. He's a very sweet, kind man. He's good for my mother. She desperately needed it at the time. After about, I don't know what it was, maybe 5-6 years of them being together, he went to visit his family up in New Jersey, of all places, and a person was driving on the wrong side of the road at full speed, drunk, and he ended up dying. And that's that. So, it's but the whole cemetery thing, get the hell out of here. What are the chances that they were going on vacation overseas to a specific county, to a specific country, where he thought he lived in his family lineage came from a completely different country, and then he got his genealogy done, and then all of a sudden, it ended up being in the same village that my mom's ancestry came from, and his family was just a few plots behind her. Get the hell out of here. The chances of that happening, it's 0%. That is the Matrix, right? That is the Matrix life script in perfect, like just glaring out at you and saying, hey, I exist. This is what's happening. So again, make of it what you will, but it happened. It's real, and I can vouch for it. The other thing that's interesting, and I'll just kind of say one more thing on this, is do you know how common it is for any of us to go on vacation? And I'm not talking about vacation like, in the same state or something like that. Like you go on vacation far, far away to another country, to, across the country, whatever the case may be. And do you know how common it is for individuals like you and I to run into individuals that it's a phenomenon, like a very well documented phenomenon. And it's something I've spent a lot of time on investigating, and it happened to me. But at the time I was very, very young. Okay, so when I was I was probably like 9, 10 years old, and my parents took me on a vacation, and we outside the country, and we just so happened to run into one of my close friends and her family on vacation. What are the chances of that? I mean, if you look into, I'm trying to think of the book. There's a great book that documents a lot of this stuff. I think it's Phantasms of the Living. Old book. Just filled with data. An excellent book. If you have the chance you can find it on archive.org for free in a PDF or, mobile format. You can find it in all different types of formats for free. I think the copyright ran out years ago, but it's a big book. I want to say like 500 pages or something like that, and it's just filled to the brim with all sorts of different stories and information about just things that quote unquote shouldn't be. So check that book out. Seriously, buy yourself a copy. Like I can't read 400, 500, 600 page books online. I just can't. But maybe some of you can. But you can get a copy reasonably priced online. You can get on Amazon or eBay. Like I highly recommend eBay. eBay is a great resource to buy books, or even your local. I mean, I hate Goodwill. Goodwill's a horrible organization, but it's a great place to buy books. So if you want to load up on some books, you may be able to find yourself a copy there. But it's kind of an old book too, so the chance you find it in a brick and mortar store like Goodwill is probably far and few between. So check out eBay first, and then if you can't find it and you want a physical copy, then you can check Amazon too. So, all right, I'll move on. I'll shut up.
Or they might be in an adjacent one that's very close, and you participate in lifetimes together, or you learn together on the other side. And yeah, what other questions do you have about soul groups?
I just find that the interactions, like the relationships, interesting for myself. Like, do we come to challenge each other in a certain way, or a specific relationship will give us a certain lesson?
Yes. I recently had a client whose husband passed away, and she's very sad, obviously. And so when we went into the past life part of the session, she met with him as her husband. And I think that we might have visited more than one lifetime, and they were always spouses. And then when she crossed over, of course, he was right there to greet her and be together with her. And so we explored this quite a bit. And they just love each other eternally. And he got really good at being without her. So they do these lifetimes where, okay, let's be together and be totally in love. And then there's going to be an ending. One of us will die. And over lifetimes of that, he got good at being alone, and she hasn't gotten good at it yet. She's devastated. She hates God. She's so angry at this whole process of incarnating and life. And she just wants to be with him. And so he was explaining to her on the other side, like, you're working on learning how to be alone and help me, even though I'm here and we're always coming back together, but for the rest of this lifetime, he's not with her. So this is not the first time I've come across this theme. I have had this with other clients where they do have a soulmate and they do incarnate over and over again, but they each need to learn how to be without the other. And usually one of them has gotten better at it and the other one is still learning it. And then I had a session with her daughter, and this man is her stepfather, the soulmate of the mom. But the daughter had an extraordinarily close relationship with him as if it's her dad as well. So when it was her turn, she found that they had also had multiple lifetimes together as a family, and that she was their child and they loved that combination of incarnating together over and over again. And so the love is eternal between the souls. And then, yes, about your question about teaching each other things, we will play different roles to teach each other specific things. And it's very interesting to visit the different lifetimes to see how that has been playing out from lifetime to lifetime and then comparing it to this one.
Yeah, that's just fascinating to me, because I can even look at the relationships in my life and see that these different people play these different roles. Like I have I have several sisters, but they each
See, even Melissa saying, I can see that they play different roles. Acknowledging the Matrix life script.
To me in a different way. One of them is like my support that I've had since I was 2 years old, and then one is the person I can work out emotional issues with, and I could just go on. And this stuff is just so clear to me, even as I'm going through this life. It would be fascinating to see what had happened in other lifetimes.
Oh my gosh, yes. You would probably love exploring the relationship with your sisters in other lifetimes. I mean, it's, these things are, I had a situation where I needed to speak up to one of my best friends. And it was, the need was so deep in my soul, and it was so hard for me because I cherished the friendship. But then I learned the reason that I needed to speak up. It was about I had to defend another person and sort of protect another person. And then I learned that we had been in a lifetime together before where I didn't speak up. But luckily our friendship survived this, and it went on silent for a few months, but then we reunited. So I'm so glad. I mean, I had to do what I had to do, but it was completely related to another lifetime. So we changed our karma, and we're just extremely close friends. And I did what I needed to do for myself and the other person in this life. And it, like I said, it was completely related to another life. So sometimes we feel like we're going through something that's really hard and that's very intense. I think that when we are experiencing something that's very intense with another person, it is part of our soul journey with that person, and we're meant to be experiencing these things. But then if we try to observe ourselves and do the best that we can, because I believe we are affecting the other lifetimes because they're simultaneous, and we can improve those connections across time.
Wow, that's fascinating. Do you think that something we do in this lifetime could actually change something in another lifetime? I do. I think that there are so many timelines.
I do think.
Now I'm going to
I
get
don't know, but I
quantum
think.
physics on you. Good. I love quantum physics. Okay. So I believe that for every decision that we make in this lifetime, there's another alternate universe with another us that's making the other decisions. So it's as if almost infinite parallel realities are playing themselves out so that we as a soul can experience all the variations of everything that we came here to experience as Stephanie, for example, to the point where, do you want me to go really? Yeah, let's go there. I actually saw this with my own eyes. And I have a video about it on my YouTube channel, but I'll tell you now. My friend came, she and her husband move. He's with the military, or a contractor. So they're placed in different countries every couple of years. So they were coming back here as a home base for a period of time. So because of that, they were staying in a hotel. And I was going to meet with her and her son, with myself and my son, and her husband was not going to join us because it's like two women, and it was like more like a female lunch. But even though we brought our kids, he didn't really feel like joining us. But anyway, so he was just going to pass time window shopping out, in this downtown area. And so when my son and I was driving the car to park to meet her at the restaurant, I saw him and her and their son in their car parked. And I said to my son, oh, there they are, and then I drove and I parked. And then I'm not going to go into the details because I don't want to make it too long, but we met at the restaurant. And after I parked, we were walking to the restaurant and I saw him in the car, just like on his phone, still in the same place, still on his parked, and then she wasn't there anymore, and he was just kind of like on his cell phone, just sitting in the driver's seat. And I didn't say hi because I'm shy, but and we were headed to the restaurant, so I was like, oh, there he is, and we went to the restaurant. But then after lunch, she and I were going to walk back to our cars, and I said, oh yeah, I saw you parking, and that was impossible in her mind because we parked next to each other, it turned out. And I said, no, I saw your husband. And she said, no, he didn't come. At the last minute, he decided to stay back at the hotel. And only she and her son came, and they actually ended up parking next to me in the parking lot somewhere else. Walking back, that car was no longer there. So what had happened? I told her, and she says, don't tell me you're freaking me out, Stephanie. But I said, oh, it's a parallel reality. I was excited that I had seen. I said, I saw you here and you there, but they were different realities. And I saw her husband. So what happened was their thinking was, we're going to go together. This plan is what's going to happen. Last minute, he stayed home and only she left. But I saw both of them play out in the reality. I saw him there and I saw her and her car next to mine, and literally in a parking lot building that was not on the street where he had parked. And I had seen her in the car too. So that happened. And I have other friends who have seen similar things where they'll see someone walking toward them, and then, impossibly a minute later, they'll see that same person walking toward them again in a situation where it's impossible to, go around and come back. So what I believe is that going back to the original question, I do believe that, because if we are going into a past life and healing, this is what we do in hypnotherapy. We heal the trauma, we heal the situation with the people. Well, some of us do, right? I'm a hypnotherapist who likes to really heal things as we go along rather than just gloss over them and keep going. So when we're healing these relationships, these traumas, these situations, then I do believe we might actually be healing them for real. And I absolutely do believe that, because we are really dealing with the soul and the souls of others in our sessions that has to
have an effect on reality, you know?
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that, Steph.
Okay, so I just want to give a big thank you to John Doe. I don't think I acknowledged his super chat, and he's been a long time member of the Last Timers Club, and just want to say thank you, my friend. It's always good to see you. He says, do you think learning about the soul trap is part of our life script, or are we breaking off our path? I've been enjoying the magic. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I feel we've broken off. I really do. I've talked about that quite a bit, and I think breaking free of the illusion, seeing this realm for what it is, and I've been knocked upside the head more times than I can count about our surroundings, about the sky, about nature, and that was kind of my crash course into all this, and I started to see and experience things that defied logic. When I say logic in the terms of things that I was indoctrinated with, and I don't believe for a minute that our life scripts involve actually seeing this place for what it is. I think there may be aspects where we see through certain things, and whether we actually pursue finding out more information is up to us. But this realm does its damnedest to make sure that it throws everything but the kitchen sink at us to keep us contained within the illusion. I mean, I had, I don't want to make it about me, but, I can only talk from my experience, right? Just like we can all only talk about from our own experiences as individuals. It took a lot for me to get here and to see through this realm. And there was a very, very, very high chance that I wouldn't have been able to see through it. Just admitting the truth. Like, I was a fuck up. I did all sorts of just floating through life and just a complete fuck up, going from job to job and just trying to survive, right? And questioning this place. But it all started at the base level. Like it started questioning, like at the beginning, like with the first time I voted and the war on terror and all that stuff. And like it was just like little bits and pieces were falling apart and didn't make sense. And then the spiritual component came flying in stronger. And then I started looking into all sorts of different things and experiencers and wanting to believe in my heart of hearts that, everything was on the up and up, and that there was like a rational explanation for all this. And I had to like fight through that tooth and nail and try and make sense of things over almost a couple decades. Close, very close. Like what? Like 16 years or something. And I don't know. I think we have to give ourselves credit. I really do. I think we need to get to this point, to see through reality to this extent. It takes a lot. And some may skip the line and not have to spend as much time or something like that. And that's awesome. More the power to you. Like anyone who is able to kind of decipher this reality and get through this quicker than maybe some of us have, that's awesome. That's like the best gift ever. And you were just more in tune, and tip my hat, really do. But for me, it was a real battle, and I was thrown a lot of different medical shit, like deterrents my way, and still deal with those. But my processing of things and information was a bit difficult along my path. But at the same time, if your essence wants to creep in and question this place, it will do it if you allow it. It's your true self knocking at the door over and over and over again saying, this isn't right, this isn't right, this isn't right, this doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense. And eventually the molding of the matrix starts to be chipped away. It just starts to be chipped away. And once that process starts, it can't be stopped. You could get distracted. You can fall into all the psyop rabbit holes. You can fall into all the boxes that the matrix has laid out and that it hopes that you'll fall into. But I think the thing that we all share together, John Doe and everybody here, is that we all share a common kind of outlook. And that's that we're not going to let anyone tell us what the fuck to do anymore. We're going to stand our ground. We're going to do our own thing. And we're going to leave this place at the time of natural death, and nothing's going to stop us. There comes a point when you're lied to so much about so many things that nothing faces you anymore. Like you're just immune. Like you laugh at the insanity. And that's like those who take this reality seriously and allow it to like consume them. My heart is just wide open for all of them. I was once there. I was in all sorts of different, protests and groups and things that were, signed petitions and all sorts of ridiculous shit, hoping that things would change and that things would get better. And this isn't to cast down doom and gloom. It's just the reality of what we're living in. Like this system, it's broken. It's corrupted. It's bigger than all of us. And if you let the exterior distractions like politics or Trump versus Biden or RFK and Trump and Biden or voting for this one or voting for that one or doing this or doing that, and I think some change can be made at a local level. I really do. I depending on where you live, I think that there can be some small incremental change that can happen if there is a noble person kind of, running for office in your local area. I don't think it's a very widespread thing, but I think it does exist to some extent. There are individuals in local government that potentially are not corruptible. They're not capable of being corrupted. But that's it. I mean, anything outside of that bubble is a joke. It's a joke. Anything on a national level, holy shit, it's just don't waste your time, your energy. They're all clowns, It's all about division look at the identity politics that goes on. Anyone who can't see the identity thing going on, where it's designed to just divide every one of us through race, color, creed. I mean, some of the stuff I've seen and witnessed just in the areas that I've been in, like over the last 5, 6, 7 years, is just, it's horrible. It's horrible. You know, some people refuse to acknowledge this. Some people grew up in the same time period I did, but when I grew up, there wasn't this consistent race baiting insanity that went on. It didn't exist. We all coexisted and knew that that's just what you do. Like, you know, treat others the way you want to be treated. But this whole system is designed to make us hate one another, to hate our brothers and sisters. And that objective has one goal and one goal only, and that's to divide us, to make us not realize that, you know, skin color or beliefs or this or that is so different. It's just sick. It's so sick. This stuff just didn't exist. And you know, I went to mixed schools. I went to, you know, I went to a number of different schools, right? We were integrated. And we just got along. We were taught the right values. We were taught that everybody is a quote-unquote human being, right? And we just enjoyed one another's company. Yeah, there's always going to be jerk-offs or assholes in life, but there's always going to be a lot of good people, too. And what's going on out there, the division, it's all manufactured. Every last bit of it. It's sick. And if you can't see it, then you can't see it. But this whole thing that we see today, it just didn't exist 10, 15 years ago, let alone when I was a child. Just didn't exist. You were able to joke around and laugh and make off-colored jokes. Not colored jokes, but you know, unpleasant jokes. And everyone broke balls and you had a good time, you laughed. Everything's been manufactured. Every last bit of it out there. And it's sad. It's just sad. And you see the tension. You feel the tension, depending on where you live. Maybe not everybody feels it or sees it, but I've seen it and felt it. It's out there. And it's just unfortunate. As Rodney King said, why can't we all just get along? You know, that was I'm not even going there. Not even going there. All right, anyways, it just different time. Isn't it interesting? I'm going to close on this note. Isn't it interesting that the system just so happens to be shifting in a certain direction for all of us, and at the same time that those systemic changes are being made, it's just blatant division among everyone and everything. Why? It's all by design. It's not. It's sad. It's just sad. You know. I don't know. It's just so fucked up. It really is. And so, you know, to end it on a positive note, you can't take this place seriously. It is a literal clown show of epic proportions. And if you allow a mainstream piece or a mainstream kind of rah-rah rallying call to suck you in and get you committed to it, you're just serving its purpose. Especially if it has to do with something related to like identity or, you know, or race baiting or something like that. It's sad. It's just so pathetic. And all the system wants is for you to keep falling into those traps. And politically, too. We were talking about masks earlier. I'm say way too much tonight, but fuck it. You know, if this video gets taken down, it gets taken down. You know, the mask thing, it's not just Biden. It's not just Fauci. And it's Trump, too. It's all of them. It's all of them. So anyone who kind of like wants to hang their hat on Trump or Biden or RFK, I am telling you right now, there are official press conferences, there are official rallies, there are official phone calls or interviews, quote unquote, official, quote unquote, where all of them have either been wearing a mask or and having some sort of voice actor play their role. There's a video out there of an official Trump interview, and if you look at the comments, it's interesting. I don't remember what it was, probably like maybe like 4 or 5 months ago. And everyone in the comments says, that's not Trump. So they didn't fool like a large segment of the comment section. I found it on Rumble. And yeah, I mean, and there's Trump decoys, there's Biden decoys, there's, you know, Fauci decoy. I mean, there's a video of Fauci. There's a video of Prince Charles wearing masks. Where the mask, look at the throat. Look at the ears. Just look. Zoom in on that shit. Spend time. You think I'm lying? Prove me wrong. Think I'm bullshitting? Go look. It's there. There's tons of evidence for this. Nobody's going to like hold anybody's hand and say, oh, well, you know, this is the such and such a date and this, that. You'll find it. It's there. RFK is a prime example. It's like the tippity top of controlled opposition. And there's a masked bandit playing his role out there. Okay? So if you think he's going to change and you know everything's fine, his freaking campaign manager is a freaking CIA agent. You would think someone who has come out openly and said, hey, my uncle was killed by the CIA. Hey, my father was killed by the CIA, wouldn't go and hire a CIA agent as his campaign manager. But yet he did. Come the fuck on. Let's get real, okay? He's part of the gang. He's part of the clan. He's part of the whole freaking scheme. They're giving you truth candidates, right? We live in a time where people are questioning everything. The system knows it. The system's not stupid. And every 4 years, the system rolls out these candidates, and it takes a poll of Americans. That's what the presidential election is, my friends. The presidential election is designed to poll your thoughts, to get you to embrace your slavery. Year in and year out. And it's going to give everybody. Why do you think there's 10 people on the stage compared to, maybe 5, well, not 5, like maybe 10, 15 years ago where there'd only be 4 or 5 or 3 or 2? Why do you think you're getting such a wide range of characters out there to pick from? Because it's trying to cater to everybody's needs. Why do you think Marianne Williamson is out there? She's a freaking New Age clown. Because she's there to provide you love, peace, and hope. RFK is out there to provide you truth and what's right in the world and everything that's good and just. And that, he's got all this experience and he's going to take care of everybody and he's going to do the right thing. Meanwhile, I'll leave a bunch of that stuff alone. But anyways, this whole system, it's a joke. And if you believe in anything related to what it's pushing as far as the president or Congress or the Senate or anything like that, it's a joke. One big fat joke. And all you're doing is voting for your enslavement. Don't vote. Voting is just telling them, giving them information. And if you're voting for an alternative candidate, you're just putting a target on your back, right? You're just putting yourself on a list. Hey, not like we're not all on one anyway, so I guess it really doesn't matter, right? I mean, we're clearly just being here and, looking at the things we've probably all looked at and realized about this shit show. We're all on many, many, many lists. But who cares, right? What are they going to do? Knock down our doors? Who gives a fuck? Right. Ooh. We're just individuals. I have no desire to rise up against this shit show. You think rising up against this shit show is has any merit or value when everybody's asleep? What proved that was what we saw a few years ago, right? That proved it. That proved everything. It proved that this country, the United States of America, is so asleep. But yet we hear tonight, there's an awakening process happening. Things are changing. Things are shifting. No, it's not. For Christ's sake. All you have to do is common logic dictates that if you had any sense of attention whatsoever with what occurred a couple of years ago, and that the fact that nothing happened, nothing. There were no mass protests. There was nothing. The only thing that there was a protest for was an event. And, some of you may remember an event that, it was a baiting event. And then all of a sudden, all the rules that were out there just magically disappeared. They were temporarily suspended. And then you had news people